The Wayward Deed. Vacancy Book 2. Written by A.K. Caggiano. Narrated by Ellen Quay. Chapter 1. Tampering. Lorelei Fisher stood at the front desk of Moonlit Shores Manor, engrossed in a book. This book was magical, which is to say it was exactly like every other book in existence, but also exactly unlike most other books in existence, in that it was actually, honest to the gods, enchanted. Though a number of books are enchanted, with moving words and moving pictures and sometimes even moving pages, this was something Lorelei wouldn't have believed if she'd been told 2 months prior. But she also wouldn't have believed being told she was about to run out on her own wedding up until about an hour before she actually did exactly that. So really, she had come quite a long way in the believing department. But anyway, back to the book. Its pages depicted Lorelei's place of employment. Its layout in delicately lined detail from multiple angles by floor, type of quarters, prevailing action, occupancy, and then a fifth way that she hadn't quite figured out yet. That last one always seemed to show up when her hands weren't quite as clean as they ought to be when she touched the cover. Currently, the book was open to a spread of the common chambers, the main floor sitting room, the dining room, the conservatory, the foyer and stairways up to private sleeping quarters, the kitchen, and even the boring bleakness of the white room. The configuration of the chambers, at least on this level, were familiar, but when she flipped to a different page filled with bedrooms or another with the winding corridors of the basement, the image was always just slightly different. That was the problem when inhabiting living architecture. The plans of the place moved as well, and committing the whole thing to memory was only possible in that as soon as you learned it, it was outdated. But Lorelei wasn't committing it to memory just then. She instead peered closely at 2 figures that were traversing the basement corridors. The guest book to Moonlit Shores Manor showed the reader where its occupants were at any given moment, too, but the details were obscured, and the forms were nothing more than little hash marks with arms and legs, and, when warranted, a tail. She was so focused on the 2 as they crossed the threshold into a bedroom that she barely registered the creak of the oak front door, so similar to the manor's typical, if enigmatic, sighs and grunts. Lorelei's demeanor shifted from curiosity to a quiet yet intense annoyance as she watched the figures in the book, and because of this she also did not notice the heavy footfalls coming into the foyer right toward her. This was all exceptionally stupid, considering how close Lorelei had recently been to dead, and that the someone who had almost made her that way had equally heavy footfalls too. She did have a certain amount of trust in the man who told her it would be weeks before that threat could even deign to come back, though. And that trust persisted even when her irritation with him spending all of his damn time in the basement with somebody else was peaking. It was only when a fat stack of mail was stuffed between her nose and the guest book that Lorelei was startled back into the realization that she was meant to be working, which included watching the front door and excluded spying. Usually. Helena was right on time, as always, wearing half a grin out of obligation and half a grimace out of compulsion. Lorelei was used to her wild gray hair and the fact that she stood several feet taller than average, but the wings impressed her each time, even when folded gracefully behind the mail carrier's back. Lorelei attempted to exchange pleasantries, as she did every morning, despite getting nowhere, and handed off the outgoing mail. Helena ignored her, but did offer the Alalinx a treat from her satchel. The 2 were kindred spirits of a sort, at least Lorelei liked to think of it that way. Each was one thing, a person and a cat, and each had their own set of feathered wings. The Alalinx chirped, pupils constricting as she munched the kibble right from the mail carrier's hand, the only thing that truly made Helena grin, and then the woman left. Lorelei rubbed the winged cat's head, received a contented purr in return, and then the Alalinx curled herself back up on the counter. She was pretty standard as far as cats went, with a whitish coat and light gray points to her paws, tail, snout, and ears, but the dappled gray wings were getting much bigger and threatened to assist her with feline mischief as she grew. Thankfully, the Alalinx was also embracing a feline sleep schedule and managed to stay mostly out of trouble for about 16 hours a day. Lorelei flipped through the newly delivered mail. Mr. Chebbix had yet another letter in a teal envelope that made her fingertips go numb, The bill for water, sewage, and spent jinxes from the municipality of Moonlit Shores was a tad thicker than usual. A giant box that jingled had come for Zaya from someplace called Yule Co., and the manor was already receiving pixie control advertisements for next spring despite that the first snow had yet to fall. Snow. The days were growing cold, and though Lorelai couldn't point out exactly where she stood on a map, if anywhere, she knew Moonlit Shores would have snow. The almanac Wren had given her was clear about that. There would be blizzards, too. And during a blizzard, there would be an attempt on her life. Another thing made clear, if slightly less so, via a premonition given to her by a clairvoyant witch and television host called Betsy Jo LaRue. To be entirely fair, she hadn't said that attempt was coming this year, but with the way things had been going... Lorelai shivered, shaking the memory of Betsy Jo gripping her hand and drawling into her ear about her future out of her head. She quickly trashed the pixie removal advertisement before Burr or any of the other fairies could accuse her of extermination, and picked up the last package to be sorted. A perfectly square box wrapped in weighty brown paper, and her anxiety was replaced with curiosity, which is, for all intents and purposes, quite a good distraction. The last piece of mail had an emerald ribbon tied about it, under which a card was secured. If it weren't for the water staining the cards outside, it would have looked as if it belonged on the set of a Christmas special. A gift, she supposed, but quite early. The name and short note on the exterior of the card were illegible, but inside she read, "Tampering by any other than the intended target will earn the meddler grave disappointment and a gruesome curse." Helena had already gone, but it would have been unlikely she could or even would clarify for whom the box was meant. Lorelai turned it over once in her hands and shrugged. They could figure out the intended recipient later, and so she went to secure it in the office behind the desk just as the door opened on its own and Zaya emerged. "Schedule's kind of tight," Zaya was saying, her phone just visible up to her ear beneath her mass of black wavy hair. She was dressed in a pencil skirt and heels, her winged eyeliner sharp enough to cut if you ended up in her way when she was trying to get things done. "I may have an opening on a Sunday." Lorelai shifted to the side, but Zaya didn't go for the guest book. Instead, she laid out her fuchsia planner on the counter and flipped through its color-coded, post-it note-riddled pages. "How about 7 Sundays from this weekend?" She chuckled, then clicked her tongue. "Well, I did say a Sunday. I know it's cutting it close, but that's the last available." Her amber eyes found Lorelai, and she made an incredulous face as if to say, "Can you believe this asshole?" Then she injected hospitality-worthy cheeriness into her voice. "Wonderful. I'll see you then." She jotted a quick note on the pages for early January, drawing a little heart with an arrow through it beside the name. Lorelai assumed it was a private matter, and with Zaya's heritage as a succubus, it was probably doubly so. "Never ends, huh?" Zaya snapped her planner closed, and her eyes fell on the box in Lorelai's hands. "What's that?" Right, the box. She'd nearly forgotten as her mind ventured awkwardly elsewhere. "A gift, I think. The to and from got ruined, though." Lorelai handed it off. "Oh, well, this is lovely." Zaya's voice, even when she was shouting orders, was best described as a purr. It had a cat-like arresting quality that made one listen, and another enchanted quality that made one obey. But this time, as she turned the package over in her hands, she sounded a little less like herself. "I bet it's for you." Lorelai leaned on the counter, twirling the end of her brunette ponytail around a finger. "Accidentally made another one fall in love." Zaya didn't respond, despite that this usually made her laugh. Instead, she examined the package a bit more carefully, lifting it to her ear. She shook it, and there was a tiny rattle. A guest passed through the foyer headed to breakfast, and Lorelai offered him a greeting, but Zaya didn't so much as glance at him, which was odd, considering how handsome the warlock was, and the comment she made to Lorelai about where he could store his wand after he checked in a few days prior. But when he was gone, Lorelai realized it was perhaps the first time the two had been alone in quite a while. Zaya had been very busy lately, studying, she often said, and taking calls and appointments. She leaned over the desk to glance up at the catwalk where the staircases to the guest rooms met above them, but it was as empty and quiet as the foyer. Zaya, I have a sort of strange question for you. Zaya gave the box another shake and hummed at her inattentively. Lorelei took a breath. She hadn't told Zaya any of what had happened with Conrad and Byron a week prior, the almost getting stabbed in the throat thing, the brothers battling to near-death thing, not even the seeing Arista's hidden banshee powers thing. And the truth was, she sort of didn't want to. It seemed to make all of it, even the continued looming threat of Byron out there somewhere waiting, a little less real if it was all left unsaid. As time ticked on and things remained peaceful around the manor, the whole experience faded just enough to feel like something that was done and over, as opposed to something hanging above all of their heads like a magicked-up chandelier in a poltergeist-filled manor. Though not talking about it could be equally taxing, especially when the one person who really should have been talking to her wasn't. But Conrad was apparently too busy, locked away in his stupid bedroom with his stupid girlfriend probably doing something equally stupid. Lorelei didn't know, of course, that keeping her mouth shut could possibly be helpful since, according to the big 3 rules of magic, speaking something aloud gave it more power. But even if she did know, she would probably still be pissed off about the whole thing. Hypothetically speaking, Lorelei began, let's say there was a human here in this world in danger of being killed by a warlock who could, convince a piece of wood to stab that human in the throat with his mind or something ridiculous like that. What could that human learn to do to protect her, or himself? Zaya tilted her head, eyes still on the box. Learn? Yeah, like, could I, or whoever, learn to also make sharp objects fly through the air? Huh? Zaya blinked as if seeing her for the first time. Her eyes, glassy a second prior, sharpened. It's not really possible for humans to learn magic, not without a spark. You could use a potion that someone else made, or maybe some kind of conduit, but organically, well, you've either got the spark or you don't. What about, like, lichens and stuff? She said the word carefully, checking that Greer wasn't about to come bounding through the door. They used to be human, and they learned to turn into dogs. Dogs? Lichens are hexed to become wolf-human hybrid beasts. That's a curse, and trust me, you don't want to be cursed. As far as I know, humans born without a spark can't ever really do magic. Zaya's attention fell back on the box, turning it over in front of her face, her words trailing off. Except maybe through very dark means. Dark means? I've heard theories. She was very quiet as she poked at the velvety bow. They talk about it sometimes in the Nether. The other Deva, the ones who like to make deals with humans, they have ways. Gruesome, frightening, deadly. Wait, why? Her head snapped back up, amber eyes narrowing on Lorelei. You're not afraid of us, are you, Lore? No! Lorelei raised empty hands. Not you guys, not at all. I mean, this isn't about me anyway. It's just sort of a general question. That had been at least half true, a way of speaking at which Lorelei had gotten very good. She was the only human in Moonlit Shores, as far as she knew, a town full of and catering to otherworldly beings, charmed folk, they were often called. If it were discovered a human had infiltrated their hidden world, the local authorities would immediately throw her out, or worse. But fear of Zaya or most of her other co-workers at the bed and breakfast wasn't a concern, especially not with the glamour the fairy, Burr, had given her to mask her human stench to the few who could sniff her out. No, it was just the warlock called Byron Rogvaldsen, who had nearly slit her throat last month, she was concerned about. But she had promised Conrad she would keep the fact his homicidal brother had shown up after a 15-year absence a secret. Anyway, she smiled, gesturing again to the package. Who do you think it's for? It wasn't usually so easy to redirect her, but Zaya's eyes fell back on the box immediately and glazed over. When she said nothing, Lorelei waved a hand before Zaya's face, asking if she felt all right. When she did not respond again, Lorelei reached out and plucked the box from her hands. Zaya lunged for the parcel, and Lorelei threw herself back against the counter. Gasping, Zaya covered her mouth, eyes wide. "That's not good," she whispered. When the manor's front door creaked open this time, Lorelei was much more perceptive, and she shifted a step away from Zaya. Greer, Moonlit Shores Manor's bellboy and resident surly teen, tugged off his skullcap to reveal messy dark curls stuck to his brow with sweat, despite the chill that blew in behind him. He rested his axe against the exterior and dragged himself inside, shrugging his coat off onto the floor. Zaya cleared her throat, and at that, he picked the coat back up and put it on the rack right beside where he dropped it. "Come here, please." She curled a finger at him, and with a frown he traipsed up to the other side of the counter, complaining about it being lunchtime. He was starving, literally, he said, to death. She ignored him and gestured to the box, instructing Lorelei to hand it off, so she did. Greer balanced the parcel in one hand and rolled his good eye. Even though the other one didn't have a pupil, all milky-colored with a scar running through it from forehead to cheek, it looked equally annoyed. "Now what?" Zaya touched a finger to her lips. "Strange. And you didn't feel anything when you held it either, Lore?" Before she could answer that no, the box was just a box, Zaya snapped back at Greer. "Stop that!" A corner of the paper had been torn away as the boy held the box up to his face, and he jerked back when Zaya reached over the counter for it. The two stared at one another for a long moment, during which Lorelei felt just enough dread settle into her stomach to know that she should have done something a second sooner, and then Zaya hurtled right over the desk. Greer jumped back with a quickness he certainly didn't have seconds before, crushing the package to him. The Alolynx shot her head up and trilled. Eyes wide, Lorelei darted around the edge of the front desk, but Greer was already sprinting for the dining room where the breakfast buffet was being picked at by tables full of guests. Zaya was flying after, all sense of decorum dropped as she lost a heel in her clamor over the desk. They burst through the room, Lorelei following and muttering apologies to the dwarf that had been barreled over, and continued on through the swinging doors into the kitchen. Dishes crashed to the floor as Greer collided with the tiny form of Hannah carrying a tray of food to refill the buffet. Zaya's bare foot landed in scrambled eggs, and she went skidding into the two, knocking them all into a pile. Lorelei stopped short just inside the doors, and they swung shut behind her. Ando popped his head out from around hanging pans, both sets of his arms crossed. He shot an angry look at Lorelei as if this were somehow her fault, ignoring the apologies she attempted to sputter, and instead insisted they all needed to clean that up and get the nether out of his kitchen. But the others were deaf to his shouting, Greer and Zaya blaming one another for the mess and slipping on slices of soggy toast as they tried to get to their feet. Hannah, though, was not scurrying about and cleaning up in her typical way. She was instead sitting on the floor, a piece of bacon draped over her shoulder, syrup streaking her pin-straight hair, and her dark eyes trained on the package that had landed in her lap. She held it up, marveling at the thing, crushed slightly but still intact. Lorelei's eyes widened, watching as the girl's hand went for the bow to pull the whole thing loose, grave curse running through her mind. She tried to slip between Greer and Zaya to snatch it away, but the two were right in each other's faces, snarling and blocking her in. There was a flicker of fire that alighted in one of Zaya's hands, and then Greer's form shifted so that a massive beast that was not wholly unlike a dog but much bigger was growling from the spot where Greer had just been standing. "Hey!" she shouted, looking from one of them to the other and throwing her arms out. "Calm down!" "Bad magic!" Ando said in a voice that boomed into the kitchen ethereally, loud enough to make them all look. He stood behind Hannah, having plucked the box away with a set of tongs, holding it at arm's length. "You three," he said with the authority of a chef whose kitchen had been violated for the first and last time that morning, "clean this up now! And you!" He flicked the package over the others, and Lorelei caught it. "Keep that away from them. It's calling to the strongest being it can find. Hide it." She turned to leave, but Ando's voice pierced the air once more. "Not in your room," he said, as if knowing exactly what she was about to do. "Somewhere none of them will find it." Lorelei swept out the double doors, the package tight against her chest and her head down as she hurried back through the dining room. Half of the manor's employees didn't know she was human, and Ando was on team in the dark. He believed she was a fae being, which was a bit different than being one of the charmed folk, so his trust in her over the others with the box perhaps made a sort of sense. She didn't know what he truly was either, or Hannah, his niece for that matter, but he seemed wise enough to know what he was talking about, and strong enough to keep the others at bay while she absconded with the package. Her sigh of relief caught in her throat when she realized the foyer was no longer empty. Arista stood at the front desk, her tight frown drawn even tighter and frownier than usual. Beside her, the Alalinx was now sitting and glaring at the woman contemptuously, ever Lorelai's faithful companion. I just had to check someone in. Each word was like a cuff to the ear. If there were someone at the manor Lorelai actually feared, it was Arista. Half witch, half banshee, all boss. She had no idea Lorelai was human either, and would have hated her for it. But Arista wasn't scary because she could bind you up with magic or drain you of your blood, though those things were possible, and Lorelai had experienced tangentially the horror she could bestow. Arista was just sort of mean. Lorelai stuffed the box up the front of her sweater while the woman adjusted her glasses. Sorry, she mumbled, and hurried back behind the desk. I'd like to see you in my office after lunch, if you can find the time. Arista swept off into the sitting room, and Lorelai panicked, but there wasn't a long enough moment for her to consider what that really meant before the front door opened again. A tall figure entered with fair hair and a long coat. He pulled sunglasses off and blinked into the foyer, taking in the space as most did without noticing the person behind the counter right away. He examined the massive iron chandelier hanging from the second-story ceiling, flickering with thick candles that never dripped, the matching set of French doors inlaid with frosted glass on either side of the foyer that opened into cozy spaces, the damask wallpaper, the walnut wainscoting, and the twin staircases running up on either side of the reception counter, all before his steely eyes finally fell on her. She grinned a little wider, and he made a beeline for the desk. "Welcome to Moonlit Shores Manor, sir. Do you have a reservation?" His brow wrinkled, and she recognized that look immediately. "No worries, you don't need one. We always manage to find the space for everyone. How long did you plan to stay with us?" She shifted the box under her sweater and used her free hand to thumb through the guest book to the sign-in page. "Oh, well..." His eyes darted across the foyer at a noise in the other room, then came back to settle on the Alalinx, who was stretching and fluttering her dappled gray wings. "I'm not actually sure." "That's fine. We have lots of indeterminates," she chirped, just as the doors to the dining room swung open to reveal Greer and Zaya looking irked and miffed in kind. Lorelai glared at them, and the two froze. "If you could just fill this out for me, I can find you a room." She flipped the book toward him single-handed, and Greer made his way across the foyer, offering to take his bags. The teen's sweater had a curious bright red stain across it that looked not exactly like the raspberry jam it was. The guest looked him up and down. "There was a little mishap in the kitchen." Lorelai waved Greer away. "Maybe you should go clean up and put the axe away while you're at it." The guest watched him go before carefully taking the pen and filling out his information. Lorelai flipped the book back toward her, read off his name, Jordan Carr, and thumbed through the pages to find the room the manor had chosen for him, while Zaya came to stand behind the counter. Before Zaya could get close, Lorelai snapped the book shut and pushed it into her friend's arms. "Thanks for watching the desk. I'll take our new arrival to his room." She grabbed the key from where it had materialized in the velvet-lined shadow box on the wall and flitted off. The man's bags were light, probably enchanted to be, despite being filled to the brim, and she hastened up the stairs with him behind, eyeing the foyer to be sure no one followed. On the landing at the second floor, she sighed. "Mr. Carr, is it?" He nodded, his eyes wandering up the long carpeted hall. Most people in their early 20s, like Lorelai, insisted on being called by their first names, but she could tell from the shine of this man's shoes and the designer tag on his bag that he was definitely going to be a mister. His eyes lingered on the candles and their sconces, dripping wax that never reached the floor. "Enchanted," she said with a smile, as if he wouldn't know, and led him to his room. Just as she went to slip the key in, she paused and glanced up to the number above the door. 210.5. The same room she had been given when she'd first shown up on Moonlit Shores Manor's doorstep. Well, they were quite full, so no wonder an extra room had to be squeezed in. With a chuckle, she unlocked the door and placed his bag on the rack just inside. The room was lined with paisley wallpaper and metal half-moon sconces, a modern, low-profile bed in the center, and sleek black side tables, starkly different from the gentle blues and fuzzy blankets the room conjured up when Lorelai occupied it for a few nights months earlier. "Here we are, Mr. Carr. Lunch is at noon and dinner is between 5 and 8, and if you need anything..." She got up onto her toes to spy the slimline telephone beside the bed. There it is. You can reach us by phone. No number, just ask for the front desk and it'll connect you. Enjoy your stay. Lorelei went to wave as she stepped past him, but he awkwardly grabbed her hand, sliding a folded bill into it. Not something most guests did. She was caught off guard and jerked back, dropping the box from under her sweater, and it bounced along the floor right up to his feet. Mr. Carr bent down and picked it up before she could shout for him to stop. He lifted it, eyes on the slightly crumpled brown paper, torn at one corner, and the emerald bow that had gone askew. Lorelei held her breath, waiting for the worst, and then he simply held it out to her. She watched him closely, his brown eyes neither glassy nor rabid, then flicked her gaze down to the box, balanced on his hand. When she took it, she saw he had an old wound across his palm, and when she deposited the key there, he winced slightly, but otherwise didn't lunge to get the package back from her. "Thank you, sir," she said. "It's a gift for a friend, and apparently I haven't found the best hiding spot for it yet, but I definitely will." And just like that, Lorelei enacted all of the big 3 rules of magic at once. She set her intentions, said them aloud, and there would be a cost for it all. Chapter 2. Foolish. Hannah's egg salad was some of the best, but Lorelei was too concerned with her looming meeting with Arista to finish the lunch she'd brought to her room. The Alalinx pawed at the leftover half of a sandwich. "Don't cause trouble, Allie," said Lorelei as she brushed through and tied up her wavy brown hair into a neater ponytail. The Alalinx, who had naturally fallen into being called Allie for short, collapsed in a huff on the bed and swished the darkened tip of her tail, dappled wings flicking with disapproval. Lorelei rubbed hazel eyes and slapped pale cheeks to prepare herself for whatever was to come, and then hurried downstairs, making a quick detour to the basement before heading outside. It was cool and dark at the foot of the stairs, the gentle lapping of water rising up to meet her. She paused only a second to take in the pinks and blues of the phosphorescent mosses growing over the rocky edges of the cavernous basement, then picked her way across the boardwalk that ran over the underground pond. At its end, she turned down the hall on the cavern's far side where the basement was laid out much more normally, like stepping into a different dimension. But she'd done something like that a time or two already, and this didn't come with a queasiness in her belly or a feeling like she'd stopped existing for a brief and horrifying moment. There were many doors off this hall, the laundry, loads of storage, and a bedroom which happened to be Conrad's. His door was predictably shut. She slowed as she passed it, hoping it might open at just the right time, but like so many times before, it did not. At the far end of the hall there was a last door, a red flame carved into it, and she went through and down a second set of stairs to the furnace room. She hadn't been back since the night of the séance with Betsy Jo LaRue. There was never really a reason, but despite the warm temperature, she shivered. Here had been where the clairvoyant witch warned her about some future danger to occur during a blizzard, and here, too, they had all come together, clasped hands, and shared a vision of Byron running through the woods, though no one knew who or what he was at the time. Lorelei pulled the small box from under her sweater and straightened the velvety green bow. Looking over the card and its warning one more time, she tried to feel what the others did, but no overwhelming urge to tear into it took her. It was just a stupid little box. She shrugged and stuffed it behind a crate that looked like it hadn't been moved in decades, just next to the furnace. No one would find the thing down there, and she left the basement once again being sure no one saw her. It was a quick walk down a hall and out the manor's back door after that to cross the grounds. She tucked her hands into the crooks of her arms, unprepared for the late November chill. She hustled down the path behind the manor, well-worn and lined with evergreen bushes that harbored buzzing creatures that sometimes glowed in a Morse-like code. The wildflower garden that sprawled at the front of Arista and Seamus's cottage was fading with winter's early arrival, but the orange sneezeweed and star-shaped toad lilies were holding strong, pops of color against the dull brown the encircling forest was falling into. The front door to the cottage was painted teal with a cutesy flower box attached, but it gave her only that much more anxiety knowing what it held within as she took a breath, checked the time on her phone, and knocked promptly at 12:30. The cozy front room of the cottage served as an office, lined with shelves and comfortable seating on either side of Arista's desk. Lorelei had never seen what was beyond the door into the rest of the house, but she imagined it was more of the same: French country-esque decor and low lighting, all things that were decidedly un-Arista. The woman was sitting behind her desk and didn't bother to flick her eyes up at Lorelei when she entered, or even when she cautiously took a seat across from her. But when she opened her mouth to say hello, Arista immediately cut her off. "I trust you've said nothing." It was not a question, but Lorelei answered anyway. Not a word. She was talking, of course, about the things that had happened the week prior right over the hill down an old forgotten path behind the cottage. At the edge of the woods that surrounded Moonlit Shores Manor sat the old Rogvaldsen house, Conrad's family home, and it was there Lorelei had almost lost her life. But so had Conrad, and really, so had everybody, if things had gone down a bit differently. Her stomach turned over as she glanced out the window, the shadow of the house just visible through the bare trees. "Thank you." Arista looked up at her then and pulled off her glasses, rubbing her eyes. Well, that was not what Lorelei had expected. But then seeing Arista's banshee form, starkly white, ghostly, and able to scream absolute despair into her soul, was not what Lorelei had expected either, and she'd certainly experienced that, too. "I know this is hard," the woman went on, a tinge of something like sympathy in her voice. "I appreciate your discretion." Lorelei wasn't doing it for her. She was keeping all of this in for Conrad, because he had asked, and, well, she wasn't entirely sure why else. But she would continue to do it, even if he hadn't found a single moment to speak to her since. Even if he had found lots of moments, instead, to have Bridget over. Even if... She took a breath and shook her head. "You're welcome. I do want to assure you, Ms. Fisher, that things here are safe, that you are safe." Arista rolled a pen between her fingers, staring at it hard. "I've warded the grounds, everything from the station to the house to the highway. They should hold now that I've seen him and know for certain what to ward against." Lorelei squeezed her knees together, more uncomfortable under the woman's weird melancholy than her typical haughty annoyance. The him was Byron, someone neither Arista nor Conrad had seen for a decade and a half until that night, and someone, presumably, they had once cared for when he was a child. Lorelei swallowed. "Conrad also said he sent him somewhere he can't get back from for a while, right?" Arista nodded and pulled out her cards from the desk drawer to shuffle as she spoke. "Those trow dens in the Nether are like a labyrinth. I've never known anyone to get out of them in less than a month, and doing so will be arduous. Returning here right away would be foolish as well, and Byron was never foolish." Lorelei watched the oversized cards fly deftly from one of Arista's hands to the other, mesmerizing. "We're going to tell the others eventually, right?" She leaned forward. "For their protection." Arista's sharp eyes fell on her over the rim of her glasses, and she held out the stack. Without being told, Lorelei cut the cards, and Arista flipped up the topmost one. "Temperance," she said, revealing a picture of an angel pouring water from one chalice into another. "You must be patient and careful." Lorelei sighed a bit more heavily than she meant. She didn't like that at all. Arista replaced the card and shuffled the deck again, then pulled another herself. Her face changed, brows raising, and she leaned back into her chair. With a simple shake of her head, she stuffed it back in without showing Lorelei, and shuffled again, then pulled. This time she let out a single laugh, though it was the least amused laughter Lorelei had ever heard. She then slipped the whole deck back inside the drawer and snapped it shut. "Your trial period is over, Ms. Fisher, and it looks like we'll be keeping you on at the manor. Zaya is pleased with your work, and so are the rest of us," she said with a little roll of her eyes. "I'm approving a raise, some additional time off, and a second floating holiday for whatever it is Lorelei celebrate." She hoped the woman didn't want her to fill in the blank. She had about as much an idea as Arista did when it came to what fey beings, including Lorelei, the creature she pretended to be, celebrated. "You're not infallible, mind you, but you do have my seal of approval, which is no small thing. Congratulations, you are officially the longest employed assistant receptionist Moonlit Shores Manor has had since Zaya was promoted. Wide-eyed, Lorelei stared back at her, a smile breaking on her face. Well, don't look at me like that. Arista waved both her hands. Go on, you have plenty of work to do, and I can still fire you if I really want. Lorelei jumped up and left before she changed her mind. Back out in the blustery afternoon, she wrapped her arms around herself, but grinned up at the manor. She had seen the records. In fact, she'd been the one to organize the damn things. Zaya had been at Moonlit Shores Manor for 5 years, and in her current position for 3. If she didn't know better, and to be fair, she absolutely didn't, it was almost as if the manor had been waiting for the right person to fill the long open and rotating position. But person was a relative term in the charmed world, and while the manor was smart, timing certainly had something to do with it. And the meddlesome nature of magic in general was likely the biggest culprit. She wanted to tell Zaya first, of course, and sprinted to the foyer, but found the woman wasn't alone. Zaya leaned against the front counter, arms crossed under her breasts and squeezing them together in that way she tended to when she wanted something. Wren, the manor's groundskeeper and creature caretaker, was standing across from her and not noticing at all in that way he tended to, the way Lorelei assumed most elves probably were, constantly stoic and pragmatic and largely uninterested in anyone else, even if they did have really good boobs. The Alalynx was strutting across the counter between them, crying for attention. Again, Zaya, I do not understand the purpose. Wren's length of silvery hair was tied back so that his long, pointed ears poked out on either side. Well, neither do I, but it's a big part of it. There are even songs about it. So can you please just do it? She leaned forward a bit more. For me? The elf's face was nearly always bereft of any emotion, but the corner of his lip twitched at that. He stood stiffly, yet when he folded his hands before his face, the movement was graceful and effortless and made all other hand-folding look clumsy and impossible. If I must. Zaya reached out and touched the tip of her long finger to the tip of his equally long nose. He did not move under it, but she scrunched up her face and fluttered her lashes. I'll make it worth— Lore! She noticed her then, redirecting her hand to scoop up the Alalynx and cradle her like a baby. I'm so glad you're here. I have a job for you. Wren left the desk then, nodding succinctly at Lorelei as he passed. She watched him go, pursing her lips, then opening her mouth, but Zaya was having none of the questions she was about to ask. We need our business license renewed before the end of the year. She pulled a thick stack of papers from the inside of her planner and waved Lorelei over with them, balancing the Alalynx in her other arm as it batted at one of her shimmering earrings. I filled everything out, but they need to be filed with City Hall. It has to be done in person, but I've just— She sighed and every part of her drooped. I've had it up to here with Warlockian bureaucracy for one lifetime, so I'm bestowing the honor on you. Lorelei's eyes widened. You want me to go to City Hall? In town? Off the grounds? Zaya nodded, handing over the papers. The pages had 100 or so lines that Zaya had filled in meticulously with her steady script. I made you an appointment already, and I had Conrad fix up my old bicycle, so it should be a really quick trip. You can ride a bike, right? She glanced around the foyer a moment to make sure no one else would overhear. That's something humans can do? Lorelei chuckled. Of course. Then she frowned. So, Conrad had time to work on that too, but he still couldn't even say hello to her, huh? Not even a how are you or a so how about that near-death experience we shared? Great. So you've got about 2 hours before you need to be there, but you're definitely going to want to arrive early because if you're even a minute late, it's a whole debacle to reschedule. I mean, you have to make an appointment with the rescheduling department just to make a new appointment for the original appointment. And if your excuse isn't good enough, they send you to the bad excuses department first. And those witches just love to give you disapproving looks like it's their job. In fact, it might actually be. Lorelei folded up the papers. Today? Do you think Greer could come with me? Zaya pulled her phone out as it vibrated. No, he's got to run the desk while I take a client. But don't worry, it's simple, just boring. You wait around, hand the paperwork off, wait around some more, then get a new stamped license and bring it back here." Lorelei bit her lip. It sounded simple, but so did cleaning up green goop from a hardwood floor, and she'd started a fire the last time she tried that. Zaya read the hesitation on her face and placed Allie back on the counter. "Trust me, it's fine. And listen, do this and I'll give you whatever you want when you get back." She put a hand on each of her shoulders and set honey-colored eyes on her. "Seriously, whatever you want." A warmth dripped down Lorelei's arms and across her chest, lovely things crossing her mind like warm chocolate chip cookies and bright white canvases and fresh, strong-smelling pine needles and far-off spices. She blinked. Wait, where'd that last one come from? Zaya pulled her hands back, looked at them with her lips twisted up, then grinned. "Lore, is there something you're not telling me?" Well, that list was way too long to start if she was going to get to her appointment on time. "No," she lied, then scrunched up her nose. "Hey, did you just try to enchant me?" It wasn't that long ago Zaya had promised to not use her talents in gentle manipulation on her unless she really had to. Zaya clapped her hands together and attempted to look innocent. The one thing she could really never pull off. "I would never. And it didn't work anyway. Your mind's already clouded with thoughts of something else good. So spill it." "Arista took me off probation." Zaya squealed. "I can't believe you were still on it. And look, taking charge of the business license is the perfect way to celebrate." Her eyes flashed a friendly, warm fire deep in their honeyed amber. "Maybe you can do it every year." So, this is what a promotion is like. Her time as a barista hadn't prepared her at all. "With great power comes great—" Zaya looked far off into the foyer, struggling for something inspiring to say. "Well, great paperwork, but also a bicycle." Outside in the cold again, Lorelei hopped on the bicycle that had been propped against the trellis, undoubtedly better transport than walking or even riding in the back of a bumpy cart all the way into town, but she hesitated before setting off. The manor grounds were safe, Arista had just confirmed, and though she couldn't know about the world outside, she reminded herself that Byron was probably still stuck in the Trow's labyrinth where Conrad had sent him. Really, her only concern was that Warlockian bureaucracy Zaya seemed so desperate to avoid. It can't be that bad, she thought, starting off down the worn path into the woods that separated the manor from Moonlit Shores proper. They have magic, for crying out loud. Lines shouldn't even exist around here. Unfortunately, Lorelei underestimated the innate ability of any creature, human or otherwise, to bung things up with paperwork. Chapter 3. Very Improbable. Moonlit Shores was a place of color, even as winter crept in at its edges. A seaside village, though Lorelei had yet to see the beach, it smelled of salt and sounded of gulls and the occasional fishing boat bell. The shops were sided with shiplap and painted in pastels, with the rare, dark, and menacing nook here and there selling something that the owner didn't feel the need to put up a sign for. And the whole place just felt of magic. Lorelei knew it now when it strummed the air so thickly, and she liked it. She took the main road straight into town, past the more sprawling residential homes on the outskirts, through the closer-placed buildings and narrower streets to avoid traffic, typically slowed by a lumbering, stubborn dire goat pulling a cart or a poorly landed griffin, and meandered back into the town square. Winded and lungs burning from the cold, Lorelei locked up the bicycle outside Moonlit Shores City Hall, a 2-storied rectangle of a building with a domed clock tower rising up out of its center. With white Roman columns out front and symmetrical colonial windows lining the facade, it would have looked marvelously average for any municipality, but the statue of a winged horse that appeared to be landing just outside but somehow not visibly touching the ground at any point was a bit of a giveaway. That, and the clock had 15 hours marked with runes and 4 hands, none of which seemed to be pointing in the right direction for the time on Lorelei's phone. In actuality, she had plenty left before her scheduled appointment, and hoped it would somehow sync up with whatever time the local politicians were on. Once up the stairs, the glass doors swung out toward her, nearly knocking her back. She gave them a proper frown, then hurried inside. hit with a blast of hot air that made her shrug off her coat and pull at the neck of her sweater. The open space of the hall's entry had a marbled floor, gold with a green vein running all through it, and the glass ceiling above allowed the late afternoon sunlight to filter in, sharp and bright. She fanned at her face and looked about for anyone, but it seemed deserted. Her footsteps echoed on the marble as if no one had been there for centuries as she crossed the empty space. In the middle of the grand room stood a tiny sign. The thing was simple, cheap even, especially against the ornateness of the trim running along the crown molding and baseboards. A serpent wrapped around the banisters of the staircases leading upward, flanked by candelabras lighting the middle of the room rather uselessly under all that sun. She leaned toward the board and squinted, but there wasn't much to see. It was perhaps 2 foot by 2 foot and had sad little plastic letters pushed into a ridged board that spelled out Directory. Only the O was clearly a piece meant to be the number 0. There were no other words, but a small tray holding a plethora of more plastic pieces was attached at its base. Lorelei stood back and cleared her throat, the sound echoing all around her. Nothing else echoed back. Then the letters on the board popped themselves off and plunked into the tray, swapping around and lifting back out all on their own to stick back into the board with a smattering of sharp clicks. "What are you looking for?" Lorelei pursed her lips as a small plastic K bounced off her shoe. She picked it up and stuck it in the board where it belonged. A few more letters picked themselves out of the stash and popped onto the board below the question. "Thanks." She fished out the paperwork from her bag and held it up. The board might not have eyes, but the possibility it could see wasn't out of the question. "Licensing office, I think?" The letters hopped off the board again and started mixing themselves up, this time in an even wilder frenzy. The words began to form at the very top of the board. Most common licenses by type, alphabetical. Alchemy, commerce. Alchemy, practicing. Alchemy, teaching. Astral travel, construction. Astral travel, operation. Astral travel, destruction. Aviation, animals, charmed. Aviation, animals, nether. Aviation, vehicles, charmed, domestic. Aviation, vehicles, charmed, wild. The words scrolled up on the board, letters popping off as they hit the top and catching onto one another, filling in where needed. She nearly missed business, hospitality, as she'd been so distracted by bloodcraft, theoretical study, but announced to the board before the right department disappeared, and it all came to a stop. The letters fell into the tray, and they shuffled around until Office 1709, 17th floor, plunked itself up onto the board. Lorelei glanced up at the ceiling again and could see the balcony of the floor above her at the head of the stairs. Where floor 17 was, she had no idea. She checked her phone again, thanked the board, which responded with a colon and a closed parenthesis, then trudged up to the next floor. On the landing, there was a hall and a long line of offices with windows into each one, some with open blinds, others covered, and all but one with the lights off. In the only lit, occupied office, there were 2 people. A woman behind a desk and an older man, balding with only a single tuft of hair sticking up as if he had been yanking at it. Lorelei walked up to the open door and knocked on the frame. The sound of typing did not stop, but the woman did pull her hands away from the keys. She looked at Lorelei pointedly over her glasses, her thin face as sharp as her stare. "Sorry," Lorelei hesitated, glancing at the man whose face was turning from pink to red. "I'm just looking for office 1709. 17th floor, said the woman. That'd be the 17 part. She huffed and went back to typing, her fingers falling into where the keys were already depressing themselves. Lorelei frowned. That's not how the manor numbered rooms, but then the manor was unique. And regardless, there was no floor 17 as far as she could see. It's just upstairs, she said, pointing vaguely to the left. Lorelei glanced back down the way she'd come and was surprised to see another staircase. Only instead of headed down, this one was headed up. She wandered over to it, every sign of the first floor below and its massive sprawling space now gone. Instead, she was simply at the end of a corridor, the sunlight replaced with fluorescence, one of which buzzed and another blinked in and out. She shrugged and took the stairs up to an identical corridor. She passed more identical offices with their lights off and most of the shades drawn until she came to the end and another set of stairs leading upward. When she looked back to the other end, her way back down had gone once again. With a sigh, she continued to ascend. By the time she got to the 17th floor, she was out of breath and had stripped off her sweater, yet she was still uncomfortable in just her t-shirt. Her boots and flannel leggings were nice against the freezing breezes outside, but in the blasting heat of the municipal building and after her long climb, she was beginning to understand Zaya's hatred of the place. Floor 17 was just as deserted as the others, save for one office with its light on near the end of the now grossly familiar corridor. She pulled out her phone and saw she still had 4.5 minutes before her appointment and hurried down to the open door. But her mouth fell open. Inside sat the same woman typing away across from the same man, the only difference being that his face had progressed all the way to magenta. "And here you are," the woman said with a cheery clip as she slapped her hand onto the screen of her computer, an ancient hunk of beige machinery, and pulled off a long set of papers connected with perforations between. She handed the newly appeared pages off to the man who took them with some violence. "Pop on over to the scheduling department on floor 38, and they'll get you set up for some time next week for the overview." He grumbled and swept past Lorelei. The number on the office read 1709, which Lorelei was both pained and elated to see. Is this business licenses, hospitality?" Her voice was pitched high and produced almost exclusively through her nose. She tapped the placard on her desk, and the letters scrolled around to rearrange themselves to state just that. "Are you my 3 o'clock for Moonlit Shores Manor?" Lorelei nodded, stepping in and handing over the paperwork. "Well, cutting it a little close, aren't we?" She smirked toward the calendar. It wasn't even December yet, but Lorelei didn't know the cutoff date and just shrugged. "Thank you." She plucked the paperwork out of Lorelei's hands and held it up, examining each page up close before offering the stack to the computer screen. There was a flash, and then the pages were gone. "Now, let's see." She flicked a finger over the mouse, and it gave a little squeak. "Oh, sorry, hon." Then she clicked again more gently. As the woman read off the fields in her nasally inflection, Lorelei sat in silence, looking around at the almost yellow but not walls. There was one piece of artwork, an abandoned canoe on a gray shore hanging behind the woman's head. Everything about it made her sad, and she thought it looked a bit like it was melting, but not even in that interesting dolly way. "Did I hear someone say Moonlit Shores Manor?" A weighty voice came from the hall, and a hand grasped the doorframe. The man there smiled from under a light-colored brow, blonde but peppered with silver and ruddy strands. A thick mustache fell over his grin, but it emanated all over his face and how his eyes and forehead crinkled. His suit was sharp, navy blue with a golden tie, and while he could have walked in a human's world or here, he stood out in either place, magnetic and arresting. "Mayor Blackburn!" The woman practically popped out of her chair, forgetting about the screen as she rested her chin on her hands and elbows right on the keyboard. "How's my favorite department head doing this fine afternoon? Almost quitting time?" He pointed to his watch, then back to her. "Or are we already off the clock there, Send?" She tittered and put her hands back on the ever-moving keyboard. "You silly. You know I got another hour at least." The mayor came into the office, a hand extended toward Lorelei. "Well, if it isn't the new girl from my favorite little B&B in town." "We're the only B&B in town," she thought, taking his hand and shaking. "Lorelei Fisher." "Right, the Lorelei called Lorelei." He was still shaking her hand as he used his free one to point as if there were some confusion as to whom they were discussing. "Of course, my daughter has told me all about you." He waggled his brows. Every word.
That was an inspiring section. Let's now take a small interlude, a moment to rest, recharge, and get ready for more insightful discoveries. Thank you for watching this video and being part of the journey.
I love it, baby, how your body feels right next to mine. All I wanna do is waste my time with you every single night. Alright, yeah. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. I'll give it, baby. I love it, baby. Oh, you drive me crazy. Yeah, I'll give it.
had longer than the last. The conversation almost identical to the one they had when he'd come to the manor to talk with Arista not so long ago. But it was no surprise he had forgotten. Mayor Blackburn didn't seem to commit much to memory he didn't deign important. "Yep, I do know Bridget," Lorelei smiled, but she felt her brow furrow. Bridget Blackburn didn't like her. Not that she liked anybody that much at the manor besides her boyfriend Conrad, and Lorelei wasn't even sure about that. So there was no way whatever she said to her father was complimentary. "Wait, you mean your name's Lorelei and you're a Lorelei?" Cindy peered dubiously over the rim of her glasses as if it couldn't be true. To be fair, it wasn't. "Come on now, Cindy." He was still shaking her hand. "Culture, diversity, heritage, isn't it all fascinating and wonderful?" Sure, the seminar, all that. "Well, Ms. Lorelei, who's a Lorelei, you got a little problem here." Oh no. She slipped out of the mayor's grasp and gripped the edge of the desk. "Don't tell me that." "You didn't cross the first T in accountant on this line, and we can't have any question about what this means." She pushed the screen so Lorelei could see, pointing out the place where Zaya had gotten a little sloppy around line 90 or so. Lorelei grit her teeth. "Really?" "You'll need to fill all these out again and then get them stamped by Rudy and—" "Wait!" Lorelei pointed at the word. "That says canoe." "What?" She pointed to the screen. "Canoe. See, if you just turn your head at this angle—" "That clearly says accountant," said Cindy. "Oh, does it?" Cindy's glare could have burned a hole through her, and for a moment she did think she felt her forehead get very warm. But then Mayor Blackburn reached around Lorelei uncomfortably close and plucked the forms right out of the screen. "Shall I just take care of these then, Cindy?" "Oh, no, it's no bother, really." He was still smiling from under his mustache. "Actually, I'd love to sign off on this personally. Think of it as a favor, perhaps, for one of the town's best moneymakers. We wouldn't want a temporary shutdown and have everyone staying in Foxglove Cove or some wretched place like that. Not again." Mayor Blackburn was already walking away with the paperwork, Cindy calling a nasally saccharine goodbye as Lorelei hurried after. He looked over the pages as he turned into the stairwell, but passed the stairs entirely and took a corner where, to Lorelei's chagrin, an elevator stood. "Everything looks well enough in order," he was saying as the doors opened without the press of any call buttons, which, coincidentally, weren't there. "That's great!" She tried to not sound out of breath as they entered the elevator and the doors closed. He did not choose a floor, but the box shot off smoothly and the numbers on the screen above the door flew by at an alarming rate, finally stopping at 51, where the doors opened once more. Mayor Blackburn stepped out, and Lorelei was on his heels. This corridor was nothing like the ones below, instead all golden and green-veined marble, like the grand entry with warm lighting and tapestries hung on the walls. He turned down a narrower hall, passing a green man with tusks that protruded up from his lower lip. He was dressed in a typical security uniform, with a hat perhaps a size too small, but strapped to his back he wore an axe, the double-ended blade wider across than Lorelei's chest, and suspiciously rusted on its edges. She gave him a wide berth as he stared her down. The offices past the guard actually held people, or a variation on the idea of what a person might be. Lorelei read the names as they passed, slowing when she recognized Marion Saunders, head of city council, as who Zaya had remarked she would have voted for over Mayor Blackburn had she had the chance. She glimpsed in through the window to see the woman, but was distracted by the visitor in her office, one Agnes Faulkner, clearly raising a stink behind the closed door. Lorelei hurried away from view. Mrs. Faulkner was a member of the Charmed Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Humans, but contrary to the name, its members seemed to absolutely loathe them. Mrs. Faulkner had accused Lorelei of being a human and cast a jaw-locking spell on her at the Harvest Festival, which Conrad had rescued her from. She wanted to be upset about the intrusion of Conrad on her thoughts yet again, but in the wake of that particular memory, she was only grateful someone had intervened at all. Mayor Blackburn brought her to an office at the hall's end with glass doors, gilded in gold along their edges. Inside was a very pretty young woman typing gingerly on a tablet at an otherwise empty glass-topped desk. She looked up as they came in, her eyes black and pupilless, but only nodded at the mayor. Behind her desk was a smooth wall covered in framed black and white photos of the town, the beach, City Hall itself, and just when Lorelei thought the mayor would walk straight into it, he put his hand out and dissolved a door-sized section that allowed him to continue on inside. Lorelei jumped over where the threshold would be, and when she was on the other side, the wall closed up, doorless behind her. She found herself in a spacious, sterile office, floor-to-ceiling windows at its back. The desk in its center was curiously pointed away from those windows, and Mayor Blackburn took a seat in the high-backed leather chair there. Flipping through the last page of the forms, his grin was ever present. "I don't see any reason why I wouldn't sign off on these right now, Ms. Lorelei." And yet it felt like he was about to come up with one. She couldn't help but fidget under his gaze. "I would really appreciate that." Somehow she knew that was the wrong thing to say, yet she said it anyway. Mayor Blackburn plucked a golden pen from its holder and hovered his hand over the form. "Ms. Lorelei, might I pick your brain for a moment?" "Sure." Then she gasped. "I mean, if you'd like to ask me a question or two, I might have answers for you." She'd accidentally consented to having a sort of truth-telling spell cast on her in the past and was only lucky in that its caster, Conrad, was admittedly not skilled in cajolery, the school of manipulation magic. Mayor Blackburn, however, was purportedly talented in the magic of charming others. He gestured to one of the chairs across from his desk, and she sat, sliding on the taut leather, just too short for her feet to reach the ground. "Would you say," he began conversationally, "that Moonlit Shores Manor is prime grounds for human infiltration?" Lorelei's eyes went wide, and her throat instantly parched, barely able to squeak out, "Huh?" "I know, it's very improbable, of course, but not impossible," the mayor chuckled, dark eyes twinkling in exactly the same way as Bridget's when she was about to say something nasty. "Your place of employ has one of the few avenues leading directly in from beyond where our city's enchantments reach, so I could see one or two humans slipping in accidentally. How would you rank the safety and security of your little bed and breakfast?" "Well, there had been the trow break-in and the fratricidal warlock, and that one tiny instance of an actual human finding herself employed there and sitting right in front of him. But really, 2 out of 3 security issues on Moonlit Shores Manor's grounds weren't to do with humans at all." She felt a crooked smile forming on her lips. "I think things are pretty good." Surely Arista's words were enough. He nodded, his hand still poised over the signature line. "We had a concerned citizen or two spouting off about humans at the Harvest Festival. Nigh impossible, really, and everyone knows those CSPCH loonies are, well, indeed loonies. But if it would make my constituents feel safer to think there were, say, a task force in place to root out humans, then, by all means, I should implement one, shouldn't I?" She stared at him, thinking the question was rhetorical, but when he waited for an answer, she shook her head. I mean, you've already got someone to... What exactly would they do?" "Not hurt them, of course," he was suspiciously quick to say. "Just a sort of capture and relocate program, placing humans back where they belong if they show up. Plenty of the world is already theirs anyway. I can't imagine what they'd want with our little enchanted corner of it." He laughed like she were in on some joke with him. "There's a process for these things. It's all quite above board and clean, and the magistratus functions so well already, but I think it makes the townsfolk nervous when they don't see it in action. They might have a better sense of security if they knew Moonlit Shores had something more permanent to identify and extract any humans from our happy little town. Don't you agree?" Lorelei swallowed but managed to nod. "Save for the approved ones, of course." "Approved?" "There are only a couple of them left since we took the form away about 20 or so years ago. It was a real monster of a thing, 200 and some odd pages." He rattled the business license application. "Makes this look like fun." New humans haven't been allowed here in Moonlit Shores since, though on occasion someone brings the form back to the committee for reapproval. Marriages, adoptions, things like that. Lorelei hadn't heard of such a thing. In fact, she hadn't realized there already were humans living in town at all. She thought for a moment to ask, but reined the urge back in. My task force could keep an eye out for more unsavory fellows as well. Undocumented hexed riffraff and such, though I'm sure you're checking papers when you have a vampire come to stay, aren't you? I've never met a vampire, she said hollowly. Well, we can never really be sure without papers, can we? He chuckled again, and her stomach turned. And, to be honest, we didn't make a big stink over it, but we did have to call in the magistratus to pick up a couple of lichens in the fall who didn't have papers on them. Troubling stuff, but mostly harmless. There wasn't evidence to suggest they'd done anything except not register themselves, of course. It'll be abyssally more expensive now, though. Lorelei remembered the lichens who had come to the manor for Greer that fall and been chased off, scattering through the woods and presumably toward town. She couldn't imagine any of them bothering to register themselves. I've been thinking, he went on, if I do hire in a few specialists for a task force, I could send one or two over to your place. They'll need somewhere to stay before they settle in permanently anyway. Lorelei touched her nose as if she could feel the trail of freckles Burr had given her to hide her humanity. Fairies! Now that was an idea. They loved contracts, and they were the first to be able to identify a human. Who were you thinking of for this task force? I can't give that away. Mayor Blackburn burst into a hearty laugh. No, I'd need your lot just as unaware as the rest of us about the specific individuals. But they'd be coming right from the ranks of the magistratus. The magistratus. Wizard cops. Zaya had mentioned them once and didn't seem to care for them. So, why are you telling me all this? He leaned toward her so that his pen almost touched the form. I can't have the actual sentinels' faces plastered anywhere. No uniforms, either. It's all an undercover-type job, you see. But I do need rumors, Ms. Lorelei, and isn't that what your kind are best at? She looked at him sidelong. No offense meant, he snorted, and she didn't believe him for a second. I've never met a Lorelei myself, but fae beings, they love their gossip. We all know that. Right. She didn't know Lorelei were supposed to be gossips. And Wren, an elf and so also a fae being, was the least likely person to gossip she'd ever met. But the mayor seemed resolute. Anyway, he sat up straight and finally signed the form with a flourish, his signature huge and overlapping half the page with large, loopy letters in a thick black ink. Then he pulled a small cylinder from his inner pocket, metallic on the outside and fitting into his hand like a wax seal stamp. He pressed the end of it to the space beside his signature, and the page lit up with a green glow. Then he plucked a blank piece of paper from a small stack, laid it atop the newly signed last page of the form, and gave it a tap with his pen. The letters of the bottom page were sucked up onto the top, swirled around, and left behind an official-looking business license, complete with his signature and stamp. Here you are, my dear. To another year of booming business which I am sure will go off without a hitch. Thank you. She stood and took the copy, the page warm to the touch as the green glow dissipated. And, I'll be on the lookout for any new guests who might be Warlock police. Mayor Blackburn chuckled darkly. Oh, now, who says I haven't already sent them? She blinked back at him for a long moment, and he stood. Then she forced on a grin. Right. I'll be sure not to say a word. Of course. Keep this just between you and me. He winked, and her head swam. Their conversation swirled around in her brain, and she held very still. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to do this to her, and she wouldn't let it happen again. Lorelei turned to the solid wall they'd come through. Wavering slightly, she went for the place where the door had been, a painting of two colonial hunters standing beside a pile of pelts in its place. My apologies. Mayor Blackburn waved a hand and the wall opened up. She sputtered out a thanks and scurried through the hole. Mrs. Faulkner was gone from Marian Saunders' office, but Lorelei still hurried down the hall, finding the elevator and getting in. The doors closed and blessedly took her back to the first floor, where she stepped out into the massive and empty entry. The interior lights had brightened in the wake of the setting sun, the glow from inside warm and the city through the windows shadowed and eerie. She took a moment to run the conversation back in her mind, but the pieces still fit together. In fact, they were even louder and clearer than she expected them to be. Mayor Blackburn's spell hadn't actually tried to muddy anything in her brain. He had instead insisted she remember. Resolutely headed for the door, she eyed the directory once more and stopped beside it, looking about but still seeing no one. Lorelei leaned down to it and whispered, "Hexed registration." The letters popped off and reorganized to read, "Residency, registration, hexed, office 3365, 33rd floor." Lorelei frowned and headed back out into the cold. Chapter 4. Undignified. Lorelei biked hard to get back to the manor, the new business license tucked safely in her bag. It was getting late, and the sun set early as the year crept toward its close. The crowds were thicker in town as charmed folk headed home, but once she reached the residential area outside of the business district, it was easier to maneuver. She passed under a ball hovering in the air in the middle of the street, a group of children on each side attempting to push it toward the other. It zipped over her head and landed with a hollow smack directly onto one of the kids' faces, and the other side cheered. Eventually, the sidewalks fell away and the street rolled over hills, lone homes with sprawling yards and wooded lots between here and there, each tucked farther off the road than the last. She passed by the mayor's house, Blackburn Estate, where the lawn was being tended to by a man with antlers who herded a group of fluffy sheep-like creatures in a clean line across the grass. She grimaced, even though Bridget probably wasn't even there. When she made it to the edge of the woods, she slowed, the path a little bumpier. The eyes of the town were far behind her now, and even though no one had given her a second glance, she was still relieved after what Mayor Blackburn said. He seemed more concerned with the fears of the charmed folk than he was about any actual humans, but even casual concern could upset what she'd become comfortable with. And he'd mentioned the hexed, too, vampires, sirens, and lichens, who were once humans but had been cursed. Though everyone believed Greer was just a shapeshifter, Lorelei knew his secret, that he was actually a lichen, who had, as of yet, not gone feral. And if he was supposed to be documented but wasn't, well, she had no idea what those consequences would be. She took a few deep breaths and carried on over the trail through the woods. Orange light filtered through the leafless trees as the sun sank lower. Maybe the mayor really was only trying to start a rumor. Paying for an anti-human task force when all he cared about was his constituents believing one existed seemed extreme. That was a bit conspiratorial, but hadn't that been exactly what he was getting at in his office? But then, if there ever was a human who popped up in town and no one around to deal with it, that would prove the task force didn't exist. The CSPCH was at least tangentially skilled at sniffing out humans. Mrs. Faulkner had been able to identify Lorelei. If Mayor Blackburn wanted this thing to take, he'd likely need at least one case, a human that was living amongst them, not dangerous really, but just there. Someone they could capture and relocate, as he said, to make an example of. She swallowed and glanced up at the darkening sky through the naked branches above, then sped up. The forest fell into the deep blues of an early winter evening quickly, and though it was a short trip back to the manor, it certainly felt long. Who thought putting an inn in the middle of nowhere was a good idea anyway? Charmed folk, that's who. Then she blinked at herself. That sort of thinking wouldn't do her any good. A scurrying in the trees beside her made her glance out into the darkness. She didn't see anything, but her mind flashed with the image of Byron's form, standing at the end of the trail, cloaked in black, waiting. She listened hard over the sound of leaves under her tires, able to just make out something, and whatever it was, it certainly sounded like it was moving with her. Lorelei came to a stop. the grays and blues darkening the deeper into the woods she peered. The sound stopped with her. It could be anything, a chipmunk probably, or even a talking raccoon. She'd seen stranger things, and wouldn't it be nice to just see something strange at that moment and not a warlock, sent by the local government or otherwise, out to get her? She started off again, and, of course, she heard it again. That sound that wasn't the ticking of the bicycle chain or her own heavy breathing. She pushed on, faster, challenging the wet earth and hidden stones to knock her off and into the trees headlong. She should have worn a damn helmet. Then she came around a familiar bend in the trail, close to the manor where the pathway widened. Slowing, she took a final deep and stinging breath of cold air and headed for the break in the trees only 50 or so yards ahead. A shadowy form crossed the path, and Lorelei screamed. Low to the ground, small and on all fours, a ruddy fox trotted out onto the trail and twitched at her yelp. Its eyes caught the last of the light, frozen. Then it hesitantly lifted a paw and darted away with a limp into the brush. Lorelei touched a hand to her chest and blew out a breath. Only a forest creature, and it hadn't even tried to talk to her. Then she felt a presence at her side, one that didn't announce it was coming but was just suddenly there. Even in the dark forest, it was unmistakably white, the definition of the presence of light. She could have reached out and touched its flank, it was so close, and she could feel the warmth off of it even in the chill of the evening. It snorted, the air about its muzzle swirling. When she glanced up to its head, she saw what she expected. One horn, glittering and gold. The unicorn headed for the trees, but Lorelei called to it, "Wait!" It stopped, a blue eye falling on her. Hey!" She swallowed, not knowing it would listen and knowing even less what to say, but she did feel a rush of comfort at its presence, just like the time before. "Very cool of you to come back," she said. "Little less cool that no one else is here to see you, though." It continued to stare. She brought a finger to her lips. "Would it be weird if I asked to take a picture with you?" The unicorn snorted again, this time a bit more aggressively. "No, yeah, you're right. That would be weird." The massive horned horse shook its mane and started off again, a silvery glow trailing behind it. "Okay, thank you," she called as the branches parted for the glow that surrounded it, and then the beast was swallowed up by the forest, and she was again alone. Though the way ahead was dark and empty, she leisurely pedaled on to the manor, a little more secure. Unicorns just did that to a person, instilling them with a sense of bravery, or at least that had been Lorelei's experience, and it didn't seem like too many other people had met one to corroborate. Back at the manor, Lorelei hung her coat on the rack in the foyer. No one was about, not even at the desk, and the doors to the sitting room were shut, uncharacteristic for dinner time. She tried to open one, but Zaya's voice piped up from inside, telling her to wait. Zaya popped her head out and asked her to watch the desk. There was movement on the other side of the frosted glass, and she'd just seen Wren looking uncharacteristically flustered, standing by the fire, but the door was snapped shut in her face. She raised her knuckles to knock again and ask what the hell was going on, but a voice came from behind her. "Hello?" Lorelei spun to see a short, plump woman was now standing just there in the entry. "Hi," she managed, pushing loose strands of hair behind her ears to compose herself from the long bike ride. "How can I help you?" The young woman's face was almost entirely smile, with thin lips and massive teeth. Her eyes were big and blue and rimmed in thick liner with bright pink cheeks and neatly arched brows. She was well put together, if a little overdone. Her hair piled on top of her head, giving her squat stature a few more inches, coif tied off with a pink bow nestled into coal-black curls. "I'm here to see Zaya." Lorelei blinked. "Oh, are you her—" She didn't like to assume everyone who came to the manor for Zaya was a date, even though they were about 90% of the time. "A client," she said, rummaging through her canvas satchel, tie-dyed in all sorts of pinks and reds. "I called late last week, and, well, I don't have an appointment exactly, but—" She pulled a business card out of her bag and held it up. "She said to call back and check if she had any cancellations. Am I in the right place?" Lorelei took the card, burgundy so dark it was almost black and soft to the touch. The woman had scrawled in loopy handwriting the manor's name and some strange numbers that looked to be coordinates on the blank side. Lorelei flipped it over to read the printed script. Zaya Jamila, succubus, and listed her phone number. Then, in smaller letters, knows how to get the blood pumping. Lorelei snickered. Wow. I thought I'd drop by, just in case. I know it's really pushing it, but The woman looked sheepish as she gripped the strap of her bag. Let's just say I really need some help. Lorelei awkwardly stepped around the woman, gesturing to the door behind her as she went for the counter. Well, she's busy right now, and I know her schedule was totally full as of this afternoon. I can take a message. The woman followed her to the desk, slapping her hands on it. They say Zaya's the best in the biz. I can wait. She snorted, not unlike the unicorn, and eyed Lorelei with a sharpness she wasn't expecting. Check me in. I'll hang around till the end of the season if I have to. I need to be the first to get any open spot she has. Lorelei reached for the guest book, never blinking away from the intensity in the little woman's eyes. Sure. Zaya was beautiful and charming, and her company was extremely pleasant, even when just occupying the same room, so Lorelei understood the appeal of wanting to spend time with her, but she had yet to fully deduce what side hustle the succubus was running. Asking directly was at best embarrassing and at worst offensive. From what Lorelei unfortunately knew a bit too intimately from meeting Zaya's brother, Malachi, having relations with a succubus or incubus usually left the other party drained in just about every way possible, but Zaya had never referred to her dates as clients. What all of this was, she had no idea, and that may have been for the best. The woman finished scribbling her name, Philomena, her tongue poking out as she pressed down hard on the page. Listen, I can't make you any promises. Lorelei retrieved her key from the wall. You don't have to, Philomena huffed, knowing the rules much better than Lorelei did. This will work out one way or another. I know it. Dutifully, she followed Lorelei up the stairs to room 168, chatting to her the whole time about her journey there, briefly mentioning last season and how awful it had been. When they reached the room and Lorelei opened the door, she was unsurprised by the frilly bedsheets and red lighting, but thrown by the counter-height tables lining the far wall and shelving filled with empty jars, canisters, and a set of scales. Just let her know I'm here, and I want to be at the top of her wait list, Philomena told her. I can pay double. Oh, geez, okay. Lorelei covered her face as she left. You got it. She tried to rub the redness out of her cheeks, padding softly down the hall to not disturb any of the guests. As she passed room 210.5, the door opened. Hi, Mr. Carr. She gave him a wave and a friendly grin. His eyes narrowed, and she slowed. Something the matter? No, he said, and quickly shut the door. Lorelei came to a full stop, squinting at where he had just stood. Mayor Blackburn's voice filled her mind then. Who says I haven't already sent them? A tiny, bright light flitted into her vision. You stink. Hello to you too, Habian. Lorelei rolled her eyes, navigating easily around the 4-inch-tall fairy, and headed back for the stairs. She was used to the insults and jabs from most of the Fae, especially those who knew her secret. The stink he spoke of was human, something she'd learned the eldest fairies could sniff out. Originally, this made her quite nervous. The number of fairies buzzing around the manor was anyone's guess. But Burr, the head of housekeeping, and the rest of the Fae, had told her humans had a special place in their hearts, and ratting her out wasn't a priority. It would also ruin quite a lot of fun for them, and that would never do. Habian buzzed along beside her, arms crossed, pointed wings holding him aloft as the rest of his body fell lax. Really, though, if it gets any worse, you're going to need a refresh. Lorelei stopped at the head of the stairs. Burr never told her how long the glamour to mask her humanity was supposed to last, and she touched the tip of her nose. Do you think you could tell Burr I need to see her? Nope. Habian got very close to Lorelei's face, his features hard to see even this close up, but he was frowning. He threw back his head so that his stringy black hair moved away from his eyes, but it fell back over them immediately. "She's on vacation or something. Left me in charge." "Liar!" A breathy, high voice giggled as Tuatha drifted down next to him and settled on Lorelai's shoulder, her dragonfly-esque wings coming to a stop. "Burr left Habian and me in charge." Tuatha was easily the kindest of the fairies, with intricate braids that ran down her back in a long ponytail, but she was also pretty dumb. "When's she coming back?"
Oh, well, she didn't say. She was sort of in a rush, but she did mention something about making sure we keep all the mirrors polished while she's away."
Lorelai drummed her fingers on the stairway's banister. "Well, do either of you think you can, She tapped her cheek where the freckles were scattered. Tuatha walked over her shoulder and put a tiny hand on the side of her face.
"Seems to me like it's still going pretty strong."
Habian snorted.
"Ha! Maybe she just needs a regular bath."
"Rude!" Lorelai turned away as Tuatha took off from her shoulder. The two snickered and zipped up to a vent placed high on the wall. Their glows disappeared inside, and Lorelai grumbled about Faye as she made her way back down to the foyer. "Lore!" Zaya was all smiles, standing at the foot of the stairs. She was gripping her planner against her chest and had a twinkle to her eye that screamed, "I'm about to organize this whole place and no one's going to stop me." "I have a surprise for you." Lorelai squinted back at her. She couldn't really take another one. Then Zaya's face went a bit worried. "Wait, I should have checked. Tell me something. Have you ever celebrated Christmas before?" "Yeah, like 20-something of them." Zaya's amber eyes lit up even brighter. "And you're not going back to see your family over winter?" Lorelai shuddered. "That's a big no." She had no desire to face any of the people from her hometown so soon after running out on her own wedding, and her mother was headed to the Caribbean with her new friend, someone named Alex, for the holidays anyway. "Wonderful!" She pulled her down from the stairs and threw an arm over her shoulders, guiding her into the sitting room. The place looked like a made-for-TV movie had thrown up in it. Sparkling gold stars were plastered on the walls, the sconces had stiff red bows tied to them, a massive wreath was hanging above the fireplace, and a Douglas fir stood so tall in the corner that its tip was bent over against the ceiling. Wren stood beside the tree, and if he could look somber, he certainly did then. A giddy Hannah was handing off ornaments to him and directing which of the highest branches they needed to be hung from. "A little to the left," she said. "Next to that blue one. No, the other blue one with a glitter." "This is very undignified," he murmured as she pushed a string of lights into his hands next. He may have meant for himself or the tree, but it was likely both. "Oh, this is what you were doing," Lorelai chuckled, looking into the giant box set on the middle of the coffee table. It was still half filled with holiday paraphernalia, and the bottom of it looked to go on well below where it should have ended. "It's maybe a little early, though, isn't it?" Zaya shrugged and skipped across the room. She was carrying a fuzzy throw blanket covered in holly berries over to Mr. Eckney's, their ever-sleeping guest rocking beside the fire, and placed it on his lap. He didn't show any signs of waking, not that he ever did. "Every winter, we sort of spiff up the place, and everyone's got a different holiday thing. I like to rotate the theme, but I've been wanting to do Christmas for ages." There was a jostle from the box then, and the Alalinx popped out of the decorations, tinsel draped over her head and wings, and a green and white sprig in her mouth. "What's this?" Hannah took the plant from Allie, who dove back in and disappeared amongst the baubles. "Tag says number 208. Zaya flipped through a sheet she had tucked into her planner and read aloud to them. "Number 208. An artificial sprig of Viscum album, a toxic parasitic plant that bears evergreen leaves and waxy white berries. Associated with fertility and vitality in ancient human cultures." At that she waggled her brows. "This decor is meant to be hung in a doorway or by a windowsill and is considered bad luck to pass beneath without kissing. Common name, mistletoe." "Oh, fun!" Hannah squealed, and Lorelai pinched the bridge of her nose. That couldn't have fallen into better hands. She sauntered up to the mantel where they'd arranged a manger scene, which was odd enough for charmed folk, seeing as they had a different idea of what constituted divinity, which Lorelei had yet to figure out. But most of the figurines in the manger weren't shepherds or kings bearing gifts. Instead, there were 3 snowmen, a set of reindeer with drums strapped to their backs, a skeleton in a neon green elf costume, a grown man with a Jesus-esque beard wearing a festive, if ugly, sweater, and Santa Claus himself seated in the center on a throne-like chair. "Hey, Zaya, where'd all this come from?" "Yuleco. They do these boxes for charmed folk to get the total Christmas package but aren't sure how things are meant to go." There was a grunt from the corner where Wren was struggling with getting the string of lights to work, plugging them in to no avail, and tightening each bulb in kind. "Wait, Zaya, isn't your mom human? Haven't you at least celebrated Christmas?" "She doesn't do Christmas, and I usually spend winter in the Nether with my father's family anyway. The only one of us really familiar with it is Greer, and he hates it. But now we finally got our big tree, and we're going to hang mittens on the mantel and roast nuts in them, and we'll invite over some geese, and, oh, do you know how to make a figgy pudding? Because Ondo refuses, and—" Lorelei held up a finger. "You might have gotten a couple things confused in there, but we'll figure them out. There's one more thing." Zaya picked up a small drawstring bag and shook it. "I want to play Covert Kringle." Lorelei's eyes must have said she had no idea what the woman meant, because Zaya's face fell. "I put everybody's name in this bag, and we're supposed to pick one, and—" "Secret Santa," Lorelei giggled. "Yes, okay, and you give that person a gift." Zaya opened the bag and thrust it toward her. "You're the first one." Lorelei fished around inside, pulling out a slip of paper. In Zaya's exquisite handwriting, it read, "Greer." "But you can't tell anyone who you have." She snatched the bag back and frowned, serious. Lorelei held the strip against her heart and nodded solemnly. There was a clatter from the corner as Wren dropped the string of lights, his nostrils flaring for a second before he cleared his throat. "It is getting late. I believe you have things under control now, and I need to begin tracking my crepuscular query for the evening." Zaya made him pick from the bag before she let him leave, which he did without even looking at the scrap of paper. She watched him go with a grin, then turned back to Lorelei. "We'll get him enjoying things soon enough. You can't have fun if no one knows where to start." "What is this?" Bridget Blackburn was standing in the entry to the sitting room, her pink-painted lip upturned like the overwhelming smell of cinnamon in the air was offensive. And to be fair, it sort of was. She had her hair pulled back, strange, as it was usually in soft blonde curls all around her face, and she looked a bit more tired than usual, but her eyes still had that hostile glimmer to them that she shared with her father, the mayor. "Kisseltoe!" squeaked Hannah, shaking the plastic decoration over her head. The girl was perched on the edge of a side table and leaning out to fasten it over the doorway. Bridget's brown eyes rolled upward as she stepped back. "Ew!" Then she gestured to the room at large with fingers spread wide. "I mean, like, everything." Lorelei tried to keep the grimace off her face, her Blackburn quota for the day already full. "We're celebrating Christmas this year." Frowning, Bridget shrugged. "Weird. You?" She pointed at Hannah. "Can we get something to eat downstairs?" Hannah lilted out a yes, unendingly cheerful and accommodating, but Lorelei frowned. Conrad ought to come up and get dinner himself, not send his girlfriend up to do it, and especially not ask Hannah to bring it down to them. She turned back to Zaya, but didn't wipe the look off her face fast enough. Zaya frowned back, concerned. Then Lorelei smiled at her. "I'm fine," she said as quickly as she could, and stuck her hand in the box of decorations. "Are there any nutcrackers in this thing?" Chapter 5. Reciprocate. Sleep was not coming to Lorelei. The Alalynx gave her a disgruntled chirp as Lorelei shifted her over to slip out of bed. She apologized to the winged cat, throwing a sweatshirt on over her tank top and pajama shorts, and grabbed her sketchpad. Even when the manor was full up, the sitting room was empty most late nights, especially after midnight. She brought 2 cups of tea in, one for herself and another for the snoozing Mr. Eknes in his rocker by the fire. She took a look at the book he'd supposedly been reading. Gilded Fairy Tales, noting the old marker torn at the edges and stuffed into its middle, and wondered how long ago he'd started it before falling into his seemingly endless slumber. Then she greeted the hearth sprites in a whisper and wandered past the twinkling lights the tree was covered in to sit on the love seat before the front window. The porch light illuminated a bit of the yard. The trees were outlined black against the night sky, brighter than usual from a gently glowing moon that reflected off the clouds. Knowing what lurked beyond Moonlit Shores Manor made her thankful for its walls, and Lorelei idly dragged her pencil across a fresh page, the loose form of a fox coming to life under its tip. It was low to the ground with a bent paw raised. There really hadn't been anything to fear from the one she saw in the woods, she realized now. It had perhaps even been hurt, but at the time she couldn't help but be frightened. Another figure came up out of her lazy sketching, something like a horse, but then she scribbled over the poor anatomy and moved to a clean spot. The mayor's words had been rolling over in her mind as well as the new faces she'd seen, and she started to sketch out a head, sloppy, then a second, sharper, and finally a third, good enough to be somebody. She gave it features, familiar ones she hadn't seen for a while. "Can't sleep either?" Lorelei started at the voice, then glanced over her shoulder. Conrad was standing in the doorway to the sitting room, a hand scratching the back of his head, further mussing up white blonde hair. He stretched with a yawn, the t-shirt he wore reading Hagen Transmutation Team in block letters pulled tight against his chest and revealing a sliver of stomach. Then he collapsed in on himself with a sigh. "Oh, what happened in here?" "Zaya happened." Lorelei hid her sketch pad behind her back, pulling her bare legs up to her chest and wrapping her arms around her knees. "She's doing Christmas." He wandered into the room and took a look around, sticking his hands in the pockets of his sweatpants. It was hard to look aloof in pajamas, but he was certainly trying. "Yeah, I've heard of this." He came up to the back of the love seat and eyed the garland around the window. "Looks wintry." Lorelei took a sip of her tea, feeling him behind her. "I'm surprised you're awake," she said. "Don't warlocks have a whole bunch of remedies for sleeplessness?" "We do." He came around the seat and dropped in next to her. "But sometimes you earn yourself some insomnia." The deep purple circles under his eyes were made that much worse against how pale he was. But when he glanced over at her, she honed in on the phthalo emerald of his irises, glassy with the reflection of the Christmas lights. The two sat in silence for a few moments, staring, and then his voice cut in, quick and short. "Sorry." "It's okay," she said instinctively. It really wasn't, of course, but that wasn't in her to say. "No, it's not." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and rubbed his face. Lorelei hesitated with the mug to her lips, watching him fidget. "I know I should explain," he said through his hands, "but it's easier to just avoid things." "Didn't know I was things," she muttered, taking a sip, then putting her mug on the side table. Ah, there was her anger, much easier to access passively. "That's not what I meant," he stressed, sitting back, the annoyance in his voice reminiscent of when Bridget was picking a fight with him. But then he squinted at the ceiling and let out a low breath. "I knew you'd start asking questions, so I kind of hid in the basement?" He grunted in concession. In the reflection of the window, their figures stared back at themselves, and then each other. They both looked very tired. "Are you done doing that now?" she asked his reflection. Carefully, his reflection nodded back. "Cool." She turned toward the real him sitting up on her knees, "because I do have some questions. A lot, actually." He snorted, a tired laugh, and held up a hand. "A blackball." "Oh, shut up." She knocked his hand back down. "I want to know about Byron. The dude did try to kill me, so I think it's only fair." Conrad grunted again, though this time it was more of a groan. "He's my brother. Older, and if you can believe it, meaner. He killed our parents. It's a sore spot." I know all that, but why? To inherit this place? He was shaking his head, staring out the window into the darkness beyond the manor, but she knew he meant he didn't really know. She poked at the cushion between them. So how does Arista fit in? I thought she was trying to get rid of you so she could keep control of the manor, but I was way off. She doesn't want this place, he said. Conrad stared languidly forward, and the next part came out like he cast an enchantment on himself to force out the truth. She wants nothing more than to leave here, really, but I made that impossible. She was bound by my parents' wills to hold on to it for me, for both of us, actually, but Byron didn't show up when he was old enough to inherit at 18, so she waited around another 7 years for me. Eventually, she got sick of waiting around for me to grow up. Arista had been wanting to release her temporary right to the estate to Conrad, but he hadn't yet agreed to take it, despite being capable for the last 5 years. Lorelei suspected it had something to do with needing to declare Byron dead legally. Even though he had killed their parents, and even though the first thing Conrad had done when he saw him again was haul off and punch him in the face, there was still a deep-seated sadness there whenever he mentioned his brother. Arista had made a last-ditch effort to make it happen without Conrad's agreement, filing for Byron's death certificate after he'd been missing for 15 years with the help of Mayor Blackburn and his authority over the city. But the timing was unfortunate, Byron showing up just before she could get things finished. Even if you had agreed and gotten all the paperwork sorted out, asked Lorelei, what would have happened if Byron came back afterward? Bridget's father was intending to draw up a new deed and enchant it, but I don't know if it would have worked with the original still existing, wherever it is. I guess it would have become a legal thing, but I can't really imagine Byron taking me to court. He was right about that. Byron likely thought of himself as the judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one. Not that it matters. I even screwed that up, so now we're here. I didn't realize Bridget's dad had that kind of power. Lorelei thought back to City Hall and the stamp the mayor carried in his pocket. Maybe all of this was actually his reason for sending the magistratus to the manor. Maybe her humanity was off the hook. Does the mayor know about Byron coming back? About everything that happened? He shook his head, glancing over to the doorway into the foyer, then back to her. Arista put off having Chuck draw up Byron's death certificate, and they haven't spoken since. I also haven't said anything to Bridget, but she definitely knows something is wrong. Lorelei looked down at her knees, her legs tucked under her. So, they still had this secret. He hadn't even told his girlfriend yet. Something in her chest fluttered, and then she squashed it like a mosquito. Conrad looked especially tired then, dropping his head back on the love seat and slouching down with his knees splayed out. Her eyes settled onto his arm. The scar where the trow had attacked him healed, and the edge of that weird tattoo peeking out from under the sleeve of his slightly too small t-shirt. He wouldn't normally dress like that around the manor, but she supposed he didn't expect to see anyone so late and forwent pulling on his signature long-sleeved flannel. The marks that extended below his bicep were darker than the time she'd seen them before, and she knew they crawled up over his shoulder and down his side. In fact, she'd seen a lot more than just the tattoo that time, almost too much. Her eyes darted back up to his face. There was only a little bruising left around his right eye from the fistfight he and Byron had devolved into despite their magical abilities. His avoidance of her, everyone really, made a certain kind of sense then. There would be a lot of questions if he walked into the kitchen one morning, limping, face black and blue. "Hey, your nose," she lilted, noting how straight it still was. "It didn't end up broken?" She was sure, after all the blood, it had to be. He was lucky. It was a pretty nice nose. He blinked over at her, then gestured to its bridge. "Oh, yeah, it actually was broken at first, but Bridget kept insisting I go to this witch in Bexley who could fix it. Finally went yesterday." He rubbed it and added under his breath, "Went out the back door while everyone was having lunch." She frowned, then tipped her head to the side. "You got a nose job?" "No, I didn't get a nose job." He said it like it was an insult to even suggest. She just put it back how it originally was. "Did she?" Lorelei leaned toward him and squinted. "Kinda looks better than the original. Goes up a little at the tip and everything. No, it doesn't. He prodded at the end, then winced. She laughed as he crossed his eyes. It really doesn't, right? No, it looks the same as it always did. But if you can do plastic surgery like that with no recuperation time, you should really be offering it to the rest of the world. He squinted at his reflection in the dark window. Well, it was painful and hardly worth it, so I wouldn't suggest it. She almost asked him why he bothered then, but thought better of it. She already knew the answer anyway. I bet. Really? He furrowed his brow, then smirked over at her. I'm suffering here. In fact, you should be feeling bad for me right now. Aw, should I? Her lips started to curl up, eyes meeting his, then she looked away. Nope, not appropriate, she insisted silently to herself, then changed the subject. Guess who I saw again? His face darkened, and he sat up. Who? That unicorn in the forest. Would not let me take a picture with him, though. Kind of a snob, if you ask me. Conrad laughed, falling back into the couch. Oh, sure you did. I did, she stressed. On my way back from town today, I got all creeped out in the woods, and then it was just there, like magic. He eyed her. Really? Even after... He didn't finish the thought, but shook his head and just laughed some more. She still had no idea why it was so funny. He'd been equally amused when she told him about seeing a unicorn when they met for the first time, but she was glad he was at least not being so sad and broody anymore. Yeah, so we had a nice chat, and we're basically best friends now. She reached for her cup of tea on the side table, and her sketchbook shifted out from behind her. What's this? Conrad deftly slipped his arm around her back and plucked the book out from where she'd wedged it. Give it back! She sloshed her tea, rushing to put it back down, but he was already flipping through the pages. Did you do all these? He was on a page filled with a study of the alalinx, curled up in a ball, flopped out on her back, wings splayed, stretching up to swat at a fairy. Lorelei leaned over him to take the book away, but he held it at arm's length on his other side and held her back with his free hand. Gods, this looks just like her. Well, I see her all the time. I know what she looks like, she mumbled, struggling to push his arm down and stretching across him, but his wingspan was significantly wider than her own. Hey, come on, he said, turning so that his face was only an inch from hers. Let me see. She hovered there, suddenly too close to him. She had both of her hands wrapped around his arm now, up on her knees, his shoulder pressed into her to keep her at bay. Even in the middle of the night, on the edge of winter, he was warm and smelled like cardamom and pine, and he was still giving her that damn smirk. No way! They're just practice, not meant for anyone else to see! Lorelei pushed down hard on his arm and stretched as far as she could, teetering dangerously across his lap. Conrad let her struggle a moment longer, then slowly lowered the sketchbook with a melodramatic sigh. She took it as soon as it was close enough and sat back, but he didn't let go of the other end, tugging her close to him again. Fine, have it back, but I just want to point out 2 things. 1, it's really unfair to make me overshare and not reciprocate. Oh, hello, pot, meet kettle. And 2, you know I can just tie you up with a binding spell and do whatever I want. He let go of the sketchbook, and she watched his hand, waiting for a blue spark to alight his fingers and do just that, but he didn't conjure up any magic. But I'm working on being nicer, so you're welcome. She did her best not to look at him, but could still feel his eyes on her. He didn't mean it the way it sounded, telling herself she'd imagined his suggestive tone to keep from going completely red. Then, against all sense, she offered up the book. Just for a minute. Conrad grabbed it back triumphantly and started looking through the pages. There were studies of the asters and goldenrods by the bee boxes, a page full of weathered fence posts and crumpled feed bags with a little cartoony goat in the corner, a spread of windows, the ones on the manor that looked like eyes and the frilly craftsman ones on the cottage, and the sturdy square ones on the barn. She winced whenever he flipped to something new, but also when he didn't, lingering on her attempts at capturing the hearth sprites jumping in the fireplace, the way light fell into the conservatory over the fiddle-leaf figs, the exact curvature of the railing on the back porch. Lorelei rarely shared her work, and when she did, no one ever looked so methodically. If anxiety could kill, She wouldn't have been surprised to just die right there on the love seat. Okay, that's enough. She grabbed the sketchbook away before he could get to the pages where she'd mindlessly sketched faces over the last week, a few people featured much too heavily for him to see. He blinked down at where the illustrations had been, then looked over at her from the corner of his eye. I recognized everything in there, he said quietly, but it was all so much softer. Well, yeah. She hugged the book to her chest. I know they're not totally accurate, but I told you they were just practice, and I sort of left school before I finished all my classes, so I'm not that good. No, he shook his head. I'm saying they're better. Conrad turned to her fully. That's how you see the manor. You really care about this place, don't you? Her shoulders relaxed, and she tipped her head to the side. Of course I do, Conrad. Her fingers dug into the book's cover, and there was a tug at the inside of her chest, gentle, but there, and the next words came out unconsciously. I love it. I need your help, he said suddenly, leaning in. She was surprised, blinking back at him, not sure what to say. I know we couldn't find the deed to the manor before, but I don't think we were looking in the right place. The original has to be here still, and I think I have to find it. Arista said it was lost, maybe even destroyed. I don't believe that. Would you be willing to help me look? Lorelei had almost died the last time she agreed to search for the deed. Yes. Relief took his face, and she grinned back. If nothing else, the location of the deed was a mystery she desperately wanted to solve. But if she was being honest, and if she couldn't be with herself, then there was truly no one else, there was at least something else pushing her to search. Magic did that sometimes, a sort of unspoken and unwritten rule, and it came disguised as lots of other things. Conrad rubbed his smooth jaw, nodding. There are a lot of places to check, but the deed has to be here somewhere. I don't know where, but I can just feel it. What deed? They both reeled on the love seat at the sound of someone else's voice. Bridget was standing in the doorway, leaning up against the wall with arms crossed in a pink bathrobe. She scowled at them both, totally pissed off. Well? Chapter 6. Since, forever. If there truly were 7 layers of the nether, each increasingly worse than the last, as Zaya so frequently swore about when miffed, Lorelei was sure she'd entered at least the 5th one. There were actually 9 layers of the nether, but the last 2 were so bad they were often forgotten on purpose. And almost no one mentioned the abyss unless they were joking. Ew, ew, ew! Bridget's voice echoed down the long hall of the basement, just sharp enough to theoretically push them all off the edge of level 5 into 6. I just walked through another spider web. She leveled her flashlight at Lorelei, blinding her. Don't you ever clean down here? It's disgusting. Lorelei was beginning to hope whatever left those webs would roll them all up and drain them dry. But instead she put on the sickeningly sweet smile she gave to guests who liked to complain for the fun of it. Actually, it's the fairies in charge of the housekeeping, but I'll be sure to pass on your very helpful complaint about how the storage rooms that guests aren't supposed to even be in are dusty. She couldn't see Bridget's reaction, but imagined a hefty eye roll. Well, Bridget sniffed, big surprise, they're just as lazy as the staff Daddy has to keep replacing. Conrad sniped back that they weren't lazy, but they could probably hear her, so shutting up would be wise. She gasped and whined at him not to be so mean, to which he sarcastically apologized, and she griped about his terrible apologies. As they delved into a new argument about how, even with so much practice, he was still abysmal at saying sorry, Lorelei tried to block them out. Conrad had stared at Bridget dumbly for far too long the night before when she asked, in no uncertain terms, "What in the nether are the 2 of you whispering about in the middle of the night?" His brain landed on the starkest version of the truth. The deed to Moonlit Shores Manor had been misplaced, and Lorelei agreed to help find it. He didn't tell Bridget anything else, not about his brother attempting to murder them or the conundrum he was in about his inheritance. How he had explained the broken nose and black eye Byron had given him, Lorelei didn't know, but she had a feeling if he'd mentioned his inheritance being in peril, Bridget might not have been so keen to root around in the dirt and grime with them on their search for the deed the next evening. The basement was rather mundane to Conrad. He slept down there after all, but the rooms and corridors beyond where his bedroom stood at the front of the hall had low lighting, were windowless, and didn't tend to keep still. So, in a word, they were creepy. Lorelei tried to orient herself every time she spied the door with the red flame to the sub-basement furnace, the one constant, but would often lose it after taking a few too many corners. They hunted within the storerooms and closets littering the halls, including doors that Conrad pointedly told them weren't normally there. Moonlit Shores Manor was funny like that, though, and magic on the whole was even funnier. Unfortunately, it was hard to laugh so deep underground in the eeriness of the dark. Still empty-handed after a few hours of searching, the three entered a room at the dead end of a corridor that was not there half an hour prior. Inside, the walls were a rougher stone than the rest of the basement, and there was no light to be flicked on, not even candles set into sconces on the walls, ever lit by the manor's magic. Their steps scuffed quietly against the floor, and they each inched toward a different wall, light in hand. Lorelei found a small cabinet in one corner and crouched down before it. The wood was coarse and hand-carved, the doors fitting together tightly, needing a hefty tug on their brass knobs to open. She shone her flashlight inside, but could see that it was empty. The sides and base of the cabinet were the same rough wood, but the back of it had been painted black. Though, she cocked her head, her light didn't reflect the way she had expected. The blackness seemed to swallow up all of the light instead, and while she knew humans had come up with a paint that did something similar, only one egomaniacal artist had access to that. She reached out to touch the painted surface and was intrigued to find the back of the cabinet as much farther from her hand than what she perceived. "What do you think this is?" Lorelei turned at Bridget's voice to see her standing before a tall object draped in a heavy canvas cloth. "Not the deed," Lorelei whispered, mostly to herself. She closed up the empty cabinet and got back on her feet beside Bridget to stare up at it. Conrad circled the thing, his lips drawn into a frown. It was only an inch or two taller than him, and Lorelei wondered how it was maneuvered down the hall and into the room in the first place. He shrugged, went around the back side, and pulled off the drop cloth. The canvas kicked up years of untouched dust, and Lorelei inhaled a mouthful of it. Her lungs stung, and she coughed so sharply she lost her balance. At her side, Bridget was sputtering and choking too, but the cloud was so thick she couldn't see her. Conrad was saying something, but was muffled and distorted, as if he might have pulled the canvas down over his head. When the dust finally settled, a frame stood before them, narrow and tall. The wood spiraled up on both sides to meet in a point at the top, and the bottom was identical, the whole piece suspended on a rack at its center so that it could be spun top over bottom. Lorelei would have thought it was a massive mirror, but neither she nor Bridget were reflected in the glass. Instead, Conrad was standing on the other side of an empty frame. Uh-oh. His eyes were wide, face illuminated ominously from below by the light he held. Bridget coughed once more, her tongue sticking out. Ugh, what? This might be a problem. The wall behind him was exceptionally dark, even with his light shining back. The urge took her before she knew why, and Lorelei reached forward. Her hand stopped abruptly in the air between them, hovering just inside the frame. There was something there, a barrier hard and smooth, and it didn't give at all when she pushed. "What are you doing?" Bridget was glaring at her. Conrad reached forward as well, wrapping his knuckles solidly against his side of the invisible barrier. Bridget's eyes flashed when she heard the sound. "No way, I don't—" She and Lorelei saw the lights at the same time, brilliant and yellow on one side of them and silvery and blue on the other, wobbling and shifting so that the source couldn't be sussed out. "No freaking way." Lorelei swallowed, peering around the frame. As she expected, Conrad wasn't actually there, but the lights continued on. Beyond, nothing but darkness, as if they and the frame were standing in the middle of a long tube that went on forever. Her insides started to feel like they weren't all quite where they ought to be. "I've seen this before." His voice rattled, but he cleared his throat. "Not this one specifically, but something like it." Bridget's lips were pursed tightly, but she managed to growl, "Don't tell me it's a Hephaestian mirror." Conrad rubbed a temple. "Happened to Seamus when I was about 13. Apparently the manor's got a few. He ran a hand along his side of the frame. Problem is, they only have one jump in them at a time, and this one is... Damn, it's good. We're stuck here? Bridget hissed. No, Conrad answered quickly. He pulled his hands in front of him and drew a circle, blue lines alighting the air to form geometric shapes, and then he pressed the glowing symbol forward. It lit up the barrier, then fizzled right out. Well, maybe. Wait, I'm sorry. Lorelei found her voice, looking from Bridget to Conrad. What exactly is going on? Hephaestion mirror, Conrad repeated, his face a bit more shadowed than a moment earlier. They work sort of like the portals at the train station, but with time instead of space. So why can't we come back through? Conrad scratched the back of his head. This magic is really complicated, and usually just one way. Bridget jabbed her finger against the glass. Why'd you have this stupid thing in the basement? Well, I didn't put it down here, he shot back just as snotty. Lorelei listened to them bicker as she looked back at the strange colors beside her. They were blurry, like neon watercolors ever moving over a too-saturated canvas, and she lifted a hand to touch them. Lorelei, don't! Conrad's voice cut through the barrier and made her freeze. Bridget, do you think you can keep the changeling from getting obliterated, please? Bridget squealed and stomped her foot. Excuse me, but I've got bigger things to worry about, like where the side even is. Technically, you do know where. Conrad's image had gone hazier, and the lights around them had dimmed. You just don't know when. Well, when I get back there, I swear. Shh! Lorelei grabbed Bridget's arm to quiet her. There was a creaking coming from behind them, the first sound she'd heard since entering the weird, blotchy lights other than their quarreling voices. They both turned, and in the darkness straight ahead, shapes began to form. A small table, a cot, a set of drawers, and a door. Is someone coming? Conrad's voice was barely audible, even in the quiet of the room that was replacing the lights around them. Bridget nodded, then gasped. His reflection was no longer in the mirror, but hers and Lorelei's both were. They stared back at themselves, horrified, and then there was another noise from beyond the door. Lorelei and Bridget scrambled behind the mirror, sliding into the tight space between it and the wall. Bridget tried to shove Lorelei out, but Lorelei pushed back, and the two slapped at one another as they fumbled to be completely hidden from whatever was headed their way. The door clicked open, footsteps came into the room, and both women froze, holding their breath and each other, listening. A floorboard creaked under a silent step, then again as the intruder moved across the room. There was an interminable moment where the silence was so overwhelming she thought for sure they'd imagined it, and then a voice spoke up from the mirror's other side in a language Lorelei didn't recognize. But she didn't have to understand the words to know the voice was directed at them, and it was angry. Lorelei glanced at Bridget, who was glaring back and shaking her head in warning. Well, if Bridget didn't want her to say anything... Lorelei peeked out from behind the mirror. There in the center of the room stood a pale woman with a pointed face, blonde hair pulled into a knot at the back of her head. She wore a stiff top and a striped ankle-length skirt, and looked as though she'd stepped right out of Weir's Embarkation of the Pilgrims. Of course, Lorelei realized the two more likely had stepped into it. "Hello there," she said in her softest and cheeriest voice. The woman tilted her head and cocked a nearly translucent blonde brow. Then, in a sudden movement, she grabbed something from the waistband of her skirt and pointed it at Lorelei, her arms stiff as she crouched low, speaking again in a foreign tongue. Lorelei threw her hands up, even though the weapon just looked like it was a simple, if pointy, stick. "Oh, this is a mistake," she said carefully. "We didn't mean to be here, and we're happy to go, if that's what you want." She glanced back to where Bridget was still hiding. Though her dark eyes were so angry, there was no way the stranger couldn't feel the hatred seething out from behind the mirror. The woman muttered something in her language and moved the point of her stick toward the mirror. "Show yourself, all of you," she finally said in English, her voice low, but it had a bouncing melody to it, an accent Lorelei couldn't place outside of perhaps one of the Dakotas, which was certainly not where they'd gone unless she had been wrong about the Great Plains all her life. Rolling her eyes, Bridget emerged from the mirror's other side. The woman squinted at them, moving her stick smoothly to point at one and then the other. It felt particularly menacing despite how silly it seemed. Do not move. Bridget gestured at her and turned to Lorelei. Oh my gods, we're so far back they don't even have tools yet. Ow! There was a snap, and Bridget drew her hand up to her mouth. Her fingertips were sizzling. Excuse me, but what in the nether was that? The tip of the woman's stick glowed in a familiar blue before going out. Then she leveled it at Lorelei again. Lorelei didn't even shake her head. Still not moving. I will cut you both down where you stand. Her cheekbones were carved out in the candlelight, making her face that much more severe, and she eyed them like an animal, despite being so rigidly put together. I have no fear of Zaire or any servant he sends. I have killed plenty of your kind already. Ew. Who? Bridget shook out her hand. You think you are powerful for getting through my wards, but that is only because they stand to keep out something much stronger than you. Imposters, fakes, animals in human skin, she snarled. Zaire will never have the source again. Not while I am alive. Zaire? Lorelei looked at Bridget, who just shrugged. I think there's a little confusion. No one sent us here, except that mirror, technically, but that was an accident. Mirror? She practically spat out the word, weird on her tongue. Then her eyes brightened. Spiel? You mean it worked? Well, the stupid thing brought us here. Bridget defied the woman's orders again, throwing her hands up. So if someone was dabbling in Hephaestian witchcraft, then yeah, it totally worked. The woman stood a little straighter, giving them a look over. Her mind seemed to reel suddenly. By the powers, I did it. An escape. You made this? Bridget finally smiled. Great! Fire her up! We need to get back. I did not make the mirror. It has its own enchantment, but I did cast the spell. However, I had the ingredients for only one cast, she said, gesturing to a pile of burnt herbs on the ground. I prepared it with all intentions to never return to this place, but it did not take me. I know the mirror exists in that time, but it wouldn't let me through when I tried moments ago. Bridget's smile fell. You were thwarted by a drop cloth? And then we stole your cast? Ugh, this is so not cool. Lorelei finally lowered her arms, looking from one witch's severe face to the other. We can't just do it again? Hephaestian magic, time magic, Bridget stressed, is like totally the most complex there is, and she didn't even get it right. What? I bet you needed, like, transcendental shore sand or something ridiculous? That is what the mirror is made of, yes. You know my craft. The woman raised her weapon again. You say you are not a servant of Zaire? Lady, I don't know who in the nether that is. The woman stepped up to her and used her previously glowing stick to poke at one of Bridget's curls, making it spring back on itself. From when are you? Bridget smacked the stick away. The future. She glanced around at the sparsely decorated room. Unless something goes super wrong at some point after our time, but I'm not telling you anything more about it. We're already risking too much just being here. I must be sure, she said, stepping back, and knelt to the ground. She took her stick and ran it over the floor, keeping her eyes on the two as she drew a symbol. The lines took on that blue glow again, so similar to the one Conrad conjured, and when she connected the final line of the circle around her image, a smoke rose up from the ground and rolled out over the room in one fast blast, running into the walls and dissipating. As it traveled over Lorelei's feet, she felt the tiniest tingle, but then nothing. Happy? Bridget crossed her arms and tapped her toe. So, these are your true forms. You are not a field mouse and a viper, then? Lorelei's forehead wrinkled. Which of us is supposed to be the rodent and which is the reptile? Bridget rolled her eyes, grunting. How long till you can get the ingredients together to cast this again? I had to barter for one of the components for 3 months. Bridget looked like she might explode. Unacceptable! For once, Lorelei was keen on Bridget's no-nonsense attitude. We'll figure it out, or at least I will. I don't know what good a siren's going to be. I'm a Lorelei, she said, as if it were true. Whatever. Magic's evolved a lot. We don't even need wands anymore. Look. Bridget flicked both of her hands out confidently, and confidently, nothing happened. She stared at the space in front of her and the nothing happening there. Then she flicked her hands again. "Gods," she whispered. I can't. The woman crossed her arms. "I was cautioned Hephaestian travel would affect craft when jumping to a time in which you do not belong. As you do not belong now, your powers have not caught up. It should only last an hour or so." Yeah, weird," Lorelei mimicked Bridget, flopping her hands around and wriggling her fingers. "Power's all gone. Would you look at that?" The woman arched a thin brow. "Well, the two of you have ruined my escape and will need to assist in recrafting the spell regardless." She sighed. "I will have to go out again, past my wards." "Escape?" Lorelei repeated. "Why do you want to get away?" Bridget scoffed. "Look around. Why wouldn't she?" "It is none of your concern." She walked back to the center of the room. "I only need Oisin root, but that is found in the Fear Alphers domain, and they are stingy at best and murderous at worst." "Fine, whatevs, she can do that." Bridget gestured to Lorelei, who didn't like the sound of that plan at all. "In the meantime, I guess we'll just check in as guests." "Guests?" "Here, at the manor. The big old building we're currently standing in? Duh." The woman tipped her head to the side. "This is the small home of a woodworker and his daughter. I am their guest, but I have convinced them of that." "You mean this place isn't a hotel? Hasn't it been one since, like, forever?" She looked like she didn't know the word. Lorelei groaned, remembering the plaque that hung on the wall in the foyer. The manor wasn't established until 1663. Chapter 7. Source. Hephaestian mirrors didn't move their query in space, not really, but a Hephaestian mirror would spit its user out where it had been sat, and if the mirror had been moved, then so the user would too. As it stood, Bridget and Lorelei had been spat out in the small bedroom of an equally small cabin in the middle of a very large wood where Moonlit Shores Manor would someday stand. The manor would be enchanted and well-known, but the woodworker's cabin was a lone structure that was decidedly unmagical, save for the presence of one similarly displaced witch. The woman called herself Estrid, and used a term that, in her language, sounded like hexed to describe herself, but it became clear she was charmed like Bridget, a witch born with the spark. She told them she had come from across the ocean, the last of her band of compatriots, with the help of another who had used the last of her abilities to craft the mirror, but refused to say much more than that. She brought them out into the main part of the cabin, a simple structure with wooden walls, but an expertly crafted table and chairs in its center where two others sat. "My sisters," Estrid introduced them, then looked them over. "Cousins, more like." Estrid went up to the man, Patrick was his name, and touched his face gently. A smile grew there, and he welcomed them as if it were completely normal to see two women clad in clothing that wouldn't even be possible for hundreds of years walk out of a bedroom in one's own home without ever seeing them walk in. Madeline, a girl of no more than 6, was similarly pat on the head. Lovingly, Lorelei thought, and she giggled and gave them a sheepish greeting. "The enchantment," Estrid said, and neither of the two seemed to notice. "It makes them accommodating and blind to my craft." She sighed, looking Patrick and Madeline over, something like a smile on her face for the first time. "I will miss them." "Whoa, she is powerful," Bridget muttered to Lorelei, eyes narrowed, then she popped out a hip. "So, where is the Oisin route?" "We will have to cross out of the wards I have placed around this house." Estrid stood straight, folding her hands in front of her. "It will be dangerous." Patrick glanced up at Estrid, hopeful. "Will you be back for supper?" Her face warmed. "Do not wait for us." She led them out the front door into the evening light. It was not as cold here, like in their time, but the forest was dappled, with red and orange leaves. From the closest trees were hung dream-catcher-like objects, twine pulled taut between sticks shaped into triangles and hexagons. It reminded Lorelei of the owl shapeshifter's cabin she'd been to with Conrad, only these didn't give her the same creepy chill up her spine. Estrid took a deep breath, steeling herself a few feet from the line of trees. "It's just the woods." Bridget trudged past her, her boot heels sinking into the mud. Estrid turned gravely to Lorelei. "She is brave." "Or stupid," Lorelei suggested, watching her tug her boots free from a puddle of mud and stomp over the wet earth only to get stuck again. There was no marked path out in these woods, but Estrid knew the way. She stopped for sounds the other two did not hear and ignored larger crashes and breaking sticks that made Lorelei recoil. Then she came to a stump. What was left of the trunk blackened and cracked. Pressing her lips together, she whistled sharply into the trees, a measure of notes like the beginning of a very distinct tune. There was a scurrying, over the leaves and through the brush, and a chipmunk dove up with a squeak to land before her. She bent down and spoke to him in her native tongue, and it chittered back. The little creature hastened off, and they followed, a long walk into the forest, mostly quiet behind the chipmunk's scurrying. Though Bridget did grumble about being outdoors and how long everything was taking every 15 or so minutes. Lorelei tried to engage Estrid in questions about Patrick and Madeline, but she pretended to understand less and less English as they went. Finally, they came to a stop in a clearing covered in emerald moss with a ring of white toadstools in its center. "Is this it? I didn't think oisin root was a fungus." Bridget's face twisted into disgust. Estrid shook her head. "That would be a blessing. No, it is more of a curse. Are you prepared?" "Duh, like I was ready to go home yesterday." "So be it." Estrid took their hands and led them inside the ring, closing her eyes. A breeze blew over them, rattling the leaves. "What are we waiting for?" Estrid opened one eye with a grunt. "The fear Alfer." They stood, hands clasped in the ring of mushrooms for a long moment, and then it came. A chatter, a flicker, voices and wings. Dots of light blinked into existence, faint at first, then shimmering over the trees as figures began to form. They were very small, but their bodies were human, suspended by fluttering wings. The forest had changed with their presence, bright and verdant. And then one shot right up to Estrid's face in a way Lorelei had experienced dozens of times. In a tongue that could only be described as Irish but backwards, Estrid spoke to the floating being. She was stern, and her grip on their hands tightened. Then the creature spoke back, and Lorelei recognized the voice immediately, if not the language. She leaned over, the features made clear. "Brr! Hey!" The fairy was just the same as who had charmed Lorelei when she first came to the manor, giving her the ability to hide amongst the others. "Oh, of course you know this one." Bridget rolled her eyes, never much a fan of the help. The fairy's bright red ringlets were perhaps a bit wilder, and her clothing, a skirt constructed out of leaves and some well-placed shells on her chest, a bit more revealing. But it was Burr, no doubt, the surly look a dead giveaway. She had painted her pale limbs with bands around her arms and thighs in a rich mud, and had stripes across her face, too. Lorelei almost commented how she looked nothing like herself, until she realized that she was no one to this version of the Fae, and wouldn't be for many, many years. Burr spoke in the same thick language, almost English but decidedly not, pointing a tiny finger into Lorelei's face and jabbing the tip of her nose. Then her eyes widened from their angry slits, and she looked to her own hand, like it were an enemy. Her shock quickly turned back to anger, and she flew into Estrid's face, shouting. Estrid took a shaking breath. "What is she complaining about?" Bridget demanded. "She thinks we mean to deceive her, that we are mimicking her magic." Lorelei blinked, trying not to catch Bridget's eye. She hadn't seen her own face since they'd been thrown back in time, but she knew now the freckles of her glamour were still stippled over her cheeks and nose. "Ugh, Fae are all the same." Bridget stomped again, with a squish in the muddy circle. "Just ask her where the root is." "I know where the root is." Estrid lifted the hand that still held onto Bridget's and pointed at a cluster a few paces ahead. Absent, before they stepped into the ring, now there was a brilliant sprawl of deep blue flowers and velvety green leaves amongst the newly fertile forest around them. "Great!" Bridget stepped out of the ring, pulling away from Estrid. "Stop!" she shouted, but a moment too late. The dancing lights converged on Bridget, illuminating her as she batted at them, but she didn't manage to connect with a single one. In an instant, she was swarmed, her whole form turning into a glowing orb, and then it vanished. Well, that was one way to get rid of her. What just happened? You cannot simply walk into the Fear Alfer's domain. Estrid's now free hand hesitated at her waistline, where her wand was stuffed. She spoke hurriedly to Burr again. This time Burr was smiling when she responded, slower, lyrical, and clearly pleased. They offer a trade, Estrid translated. We can take the route if they can keep your friend. What? No, Lorelei said without really thinking about it. No? Estrid leaned closer to her. Are you sure? The thought passed cruelly through Lorelei's mind, like someone walking into a public restroom to discover they weren't where decorum dictated they should be, but she quickly backtracked away from it. She knew she couldn't really leave Bridget to suffer. They wouldn't have curling irons for at least 300 more years. I'm sure, she admitted through gritted teeth. That will make bargaining more difficult. Estrid spoke to Burr again. Burr stuck out another tiny finger and pointed at Estrid with a vigorous nod. They want protection, she said to Lorelei, not looking away from the fairy. These woods were safe once, but I brought danger. Her free hand came up to rest on her chest. Well, it followed me here. Lorelei addressed Burr directly. You want a place to live? To be safe? Burr simply glared back at her. They want something specific, Estrid explained. The source once belonged to their ancestors. They can tell even though none of these ones have ever seen it. But one of their own corrupted it, and I intend to bring it with me, away from him. Through the mirror. Estrid said something to Burr again, and this time Lorelei recognized the name Zaire. What's this source you keep mentioning? Estrid hesitated again, then stuck a hand into her collar to pull out a braided leather cord from around her neck. At its end, a kind of stone, weird and metallic and unmistakable. Lorelei's mouth fell open. She had seen both of these things, very briefly and at different times, but she'd never expected to see them here. Burr started gesticulating and speaking at an exceptionally fast rate. I would never, spat Estrid, sticking it back into her collar, and Burr huffed back. If Lorelei understood correctly, Estrid wanted to take that stone, the very same one she'd seen in the fireplace on her first day at Moonlit Shores Manor that had riled up the hearth sprite so much, and the braided cord, the one Conrad's father had left in a jinxed box for him and his brother to fight over, into her time through the mirror. And if Lorelei understood anything about time magic, which, strangely enough, in this instance she seemed to, she had the distinct feeling that Estrid's plan was not supposed to come to fruition. Why not the house for protection? Lorelei said quickly, looking from one to the other. You said there are wards there. I saw them, in the trees. It's safe, and that's what they want. Estrid looked very displeased, more than normal. It is safe while Zaire is weak, and he is at his weakest now. But the house is not mine to give, and they do not want a human dwelling anyway. They want magic. Yeah, but you live there. Isn't that magic enough? And wouldn't you be stronger together anyway? Estrid looked at her like she were crazy. Zaire is of them. More ancient, but still fear Alfer. Well, they sound like perfect allies for you then. Lorelei eyed Burr. How about it? The house for the root and my friend. There are some humans there you have to be nice to, but it's got protection wards, and if everything goes right, this witch and the source thingy might stick around. The house is not yours to give either, hissed Estrid. Hey, I just dealt with the local government to get the business license renewed on it, Lorelei said with a sigh. I think I can bargain with the place. Burr and Estrid looked at one another sidelong, Then the fairy started chittering about something very quickly. "I'm not trying to trick you, Burr," Lorelei said, as if she knew what she was saying. "I don't have that power, but I am from a different time." She took her free hand and tapped the freckles on her nose. "This is a debt repaid. Do you understand?" The fairy floated back from them a short distance, looking over the two women, one from her time and the other clearly not, holding hands in a circle of mushrooms. Then she spoke in her language again, and one of the remaining lights flitted over to the oisin root, plucked out a whole stalk of it, and brought it to Lorelei. Before she accepted it, Lorelei pointed at Burr. "But you have to be helpful. Like, you need to clean up and stuff around the house." Aye. Burr rolled her eyes and gestured to the other fairy holding the root. Lorelei put out her hand. "We have a deal?" The oisin root fell into her palm. Bridget burst into existence with a shriek that cut up into the trees and sent a flock of crows skyward. She started swatting at herself again, her hair mussed up and full of leaves, but there were no lights swarming her this time. She scurried back into the mushroom ring, looking horrified, her makeup smeared and her face blotchy. "Welcome back." "What in the deepest abyss was that?" "Your friend bargained for your life," Estrid chastised her, grabbing her hand. "They would have kept you forever if not for her." Bridget only scowled and pushed a droopy curl out of her face. Burr nodded at them again and beat her iridescent wings so that she flew backward. The lights of the Fae dimmed until the forest fell into darkness all around them. Finally, Estrid stepped back and brought them to the empty autumn forest once again. "Hey, look at that!" Lorelei held up the oisin root. "I did get it." They traipsed back through the dark wood, a bright full moon lighting the way. Estrid was slightly more talkative this time, telling them Patrick's stew would be well earned and proclaiming she'd never had such good luck with the Fear Alfer. But when the house came into view through the trees, she threw her arms out so that they would stop. She looked about at some unheard sound, and then the unheard made itself known. There was a rumbling from the sky, like the hoofbeat of many horses coming swiftly nearer. They could feel it in the ground, a sudden quaking, and Estrid breathed out sharply, "Run!" The three bolted for the house, the wind picking up, throwing leaves in their faces and snapping branches that struck the ground around them. There was a call out in the woods, the voices of an army charging into battle, but when Lorelei looked over her shoulder, she only saw darkness between the trees. The clashing of metal was on the wind, the whinny of a falling horse, the cry of a gutted man, though none of it was real, only sounds on a moving shadow. But that shadow was advancing. With a final push, they broke through the line of trees where the wards hung, falling forward into the dirt and leaves. The deeper darkness ran up against their backs and pinged off some unseen barrier. The shadows hit Estrid's protective shield and recoiled with a shriek that shook the trees. So loud they had to cover their ears and could still hear it as if it were projected into their minds. Then the shadows coalesced, coming together in a single point to form a human figure. A man, tall, thin, dressed in a tunic and leather armor. He put up a hand, pressing it against the invisible barrier as if there were only a thin sheet of glass between them. His features were shadowed, but scowling. Estrid backed up in the leaves, her hand once again going to her chest. "No," she whispered. He pressed harder, veins in his arm flexing, his face twisting with pain and anger. For as much like a man as he appeared, Lorelei could see the parts of him now that were not human. Ears pointed and long, teeth that came to sharp ends, and pupils that swam and rolled over on themselves like angry, crashing waves. "No!" Estrid shouted again, fumbling for the wand in her waistband and flicking it out at the figure. A great wind blew up from behind the house, and the man was ripped backward, but held steady, a pulse coming off of him that pushed back. Bridget got to her knees and threw an arm out to Estrid, grabbing the woman's shoulder. Pink static jumped from her hand to the woman's body, and with a shock that even Lorelei could feel, the air crackled with a bolt of bright, rosy light that shot out from the wand's tip and caught the form. The elf-like man was torn right from the ground, and his figure slammed into the trunks, splintering them as he broke into hundreds of ashy pieces. What was left of him rose up above the trees, formed into a stack of smoke, and dispersed. Estrid was panting on the ground, Her eyes locked on the place where he had been. "Let me guess." Bridget picked a leaf out of her hair. "Zyre?" The witch steadied her voice and got to her feet with a nod. "Zyre." Chapter 8. No Biggie. Estrid could not complete the spell that night. She didn't know the word overtoiled, but Lorelei could recognize it now when she saw it. The circles under the woman's eyes deep, and her voice hoarse after the encounter with Zyre. But Madeline brought her a bowl of hot stew, and when she climbed up onto her lap to show her a figurine she had whittled that day and called a chipmunk, Estrid hugged her close and looked that much more renewed. "Your father is teaching you so well," she said, flicking her eyes over to Patrick, who turned a deeper shade of red than his already ruddy complexion was. "He is very talented." "That's a strong spell," Lorelei whispered to Bridget from her place across the table from them, the two humans so blind to Estrid's magic they could speak freely about it in front of them. "Spells can't do that," she replied hollowly. "Trust me." Bridget looked even worse than Estrid. Her experience with the Fae, which she had used every expletive and some Lorelei didn't even know to describe, debilitating enough, but the assistance she had given Estrid drained everything that was left. Lorelei was at least a little relieved to see Bridget had gotten her magic back, but the witch was still sour about the whole thing. They ate quietly, and when Patrick and Madeline cleared the bowls away, Lorelei leaned over to Estrid, who stared wistfully after them. "Why don't you tell them the truth?" She scoffed. "I would rather not be burned." "Burned? Like at a stake?" Lorelei choked on her stew. Estrid's light eyes stared down at the table, and she seemed to look right through it. "I am all that is left of my family after my uncle," she whispered, then cleared her throat. "Though drowning is common as well." Lorelei glanced over at Patrick, who had lifted up his daughter and placed her on a table. They were singing a song in a different language and giggling with every other word. "I can't see them doing that. And you'll have to say something when the fairies come anyway." Estrid groaned. "Of course, your promise." "Patrick's people already believe in something like the fear. In fact, those ones you met sneaked over here on the same ship with the cargo." She drummed her weathered fingers on the table. "Perhaps they can hide inside the walls once I am gone." "When you're gone?" Bridget grunted as she picked more leaves out of her hair. "You better have enough of that root for all three of us to go." But Lorelei shook her head. "Won't they be in danger if you leave?" Patrick and Madeline were scrubbing out the bowls in a basin of water and were now splashing each other. Estrid tore her eyes away from them. "Zyre will not stay if I take the source with me. He will try to find it. It is all he wants. So it must go as well." "Ugh, that guy's a pain." Bridget waved her hands in the air. "Just blow him up or something." "He is a god." Estrid's hands were in fists as she stood. "He cannot be killed, only weakened, which already took so much out of my companions and I. When he finds me again, after many centuries, I will bind him, and the source will finally be safe." She straightened her top and swept down her skirt, folding her hands before her. "It is late, and both of you need rest, as do I. Tomorrow we will leave." Her eyes flicked over to Patrick and back. "It is decided." That night, Lorelei and Bridget lay out in the main room under thin blankets, the others shut behind the doors to the 2 rooms in the cabin. The floor wasn't comfortable by any means, yet Lorelei felt her eyelids drifting down anyway. "You saved me." Bridget's voice broke into the silence, curiously accusatory. Lorelei pried her eyes back open. "Sorry?" "You could have just left me." The witch shifted in the darkness. "You should have." Lorelei propped herself up and peered over at Bridget, her features muted in the shadow. But she could still tell the woman was glaring at her. "Why would I do that?" "Don't you, want me out of the way?" Lorelei's eyes widened, fully awake now, and glad it was dark enough to hide the color in her face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, sure, yeah, okay." Bridget laughed under her breath, but she didn't sound all that amused. Even if I did think you were in the way of whatever you're suggesting, which I don't, I still wouldn't leave you in colonial times with a bunch of fairies to be pestered for eternity. They don't even have moondoes yet. She was sure the witch was already jonesing after a day without her favorite coffee chain. Bridget made an indiscriminate noise that told Lorelei she didn't believe her. Wait, would you? If we'd been switched back there, would you have left me with the Fae and gone home alone? Oh my gods, no! Bridget sucked her teeth. Leave the changeling behind? Like I want to deal with how mopey that'd make him. Plus, you'd have to be like a for-realsies threat for me to waste my time trying to get rid of you. Lorelei flopped onto her back again. She'd never been so annoyed to not be threatened. They lay in silence for a long moment, but the promise of sleep had gone. Lorelei studied the shadow of a branch and the way it bent with the sound of the wind outside. The moonlight was brighter here, the world quieter and louder at once. Insects and night creatures venturing close in the dark. Do you think Conrad loves me? Lorelei choked on her own breath at Bridget's whisper, so quiet she wondered if she'd imagined it. Of course he did, she thought. You didn't deal with a person like Bridget if you didn't love them, certainly. And you didn't stay together for so long if you weren't... She swallowed. She knew from experience that wasn't actually true. Love was complicated and weird, and how the hell was Lorelei supposed to know what someone else, Conrad especially, was feeling when she couldn't even figure things out for herself? When she realized how much time had passed without responding, Lorelei mustered the only thing that didn't sound completely insane or insulting. That's a weird question. And that's not an answer. Bridget flopped around with a huff. Whatever. We just better be put back at the right time so nothing gets screwed up. Lorelei squinted at the ceiling. What do you mean? Isn't time passing the same in the future? It better not be. My father will kill me if I go missing. Well, he can't really do that if you're not around. He'll find a way. She clicked her tongue. He's like totally obsessed with everything I do. Oh? Lorelei was glad they'd switched subjects. That sounds really annoying. Yeah, she said with a deep sigh. He checks in a lot, and obviously I don't get a signal here, so his texts aren't getting an answer. It's sort of nice he's concerned about you, Lorelei offered quietly. Bridget's eyes practically made a sound rolling in the dark. Yeah, totally. I bet you love when your dad tells you where to go and who to talk to and what to do. He doesn't, she said. He doesn't tell me anything. Not since he got remarried like 15 years ago. Oh. Bridget hummed into the darkness for a few minutes, fidgeting. I mean, my parents are Splitsville too. I only see my mom once a year. Most years, anyway. Bridget swallowed in the dark and then added quickly. She's got a really important position in her coven, so she's like super busy. Yeah, Lorelei sighed. It sucks having busy parents. That unquiet silence of the night filled up the cabin again, an owl hooting lowly somewhere far off, and another gust of wind shaking the dry leaves. Anyway, thanks for not leaving me with those stupid fairies or whatever, said Bridget, rolling over. Lorelei closed her eyes. Don't mention it. She was sure she wouldn't again. Estrid's hair had fallen from its bun, stringy and flat around her face, and her skin was still sallow. Lorelei assumed she had not slept much the night before, and the presentation of some sort of goo in a mortar and pestle proved that. Everything is nearly prepared, she told them the next morning, for all three of us. Patrick came inside then, Madeline trailing him, and when he saw Estrid, his face lit up, telling her he had checked the traps and they would have a feast for dinner. She nodded, quickly looking away, her eyes glassy. You don't want to go, Lorelei whispered, brushing through knots in her own hair with her fingers, while sitting in the corner she and Bridget had slept in. Zaire is here because of me. He is at his weakest now, and frankly, he was foolish to follow me to this land. But if I leave, so will he. You said you planned to bind him when you get to the future, so why not do that now if he's so weak? Madeline skipped over and offered them each an apple, giving Estrid a squeeze before skipping back off again. The witch was distracted momentarily, then turned back to Lorelei. I need time to stow the source. He is drawn to it. All 4 of them are. But his attempts to take it are relentless. I cannot risk failing. Lorelei bit into her apple, chewing nervously while she asked, All 4? There are more of him? The witch turned the fruit over in her hands. Gods, like him, yes, but not with the greed he has for the source. In fact, one of them tasked me with this duty to keep it safe. She touched her chest again, then drew her lips into a tight frown. Well, Lorelei bit a lip, hesitating. It's going to break their hearts when you go. Estrid's frown only deepened. They will not remember me. She glanced to the window, a sprig of a drying purple herb hanging there. It has been decided. We will leave soon. She swept out of the room, hesitating at the door. Patrick glanced over at them, and Lorelei gestured for him to follow. He hurried out with Madeline on his heel. Do you think we can bring Patrick and Madeline with us? Lorelei asked Bridget, tying off her braid. Ew, no! There's only enough components for 3, and we're already messing with time enough by coming back here. Who knows how bad Estrid jumping into the future is going to screw things up? We're not adding to that. Bridget had finally gotten all the leaves out of her hair and was scrubbing her face with water she had siphoned muck out of with a spell. Lorelei sighed, lamenting that the long glances between the witch and the man would be for nothing, and knowing that even if there were some fancy memory-erasing spell on the 2, Madeline and Patrick would surely have an Estrid-shaped hole in their hearts when the witch was gone. She took another bite of her apple, sad for the little family that could have been, then almost choked on her mouthful. What did you say? Bridget scrunched up her face. Ew? She swallowed painfully, waving a hand as if that would help to bring the words back. No, the other stuff. About Estrid screwing up time. The witch shrugged, picking up her apple and examining it for bruises. Oh, just like, you know how my magic didn't work right away because I wasn't where I belonged or whatever? She'll be where she doesn't belong, too. She took a cautious bite. So, everything Estrid would have done after today to lead to our future won't happen? Maybe. Lorelei stared at her for a long moment, and Bridget just stared back, flaring her nostrils, annoyed. You know who Estrid looks like, right? Tall, blonde, perpetually cranky? The witch took another bite, eyes narrowed, thinking. Listen, I don't know if it works like this, but I had a feeling before that she and that source thing weren't supposed to leave, and now it makes a lot more sense. If the source doesn't stay here, I don't know if Moonlit Shores Manor will end up existing in the future. Bridget chewed slowly, eyes never blinking. And if Estrid doesn't stay here and make babies with Patrick, I don't think there will be any Rungvaldsons in the future either. Bridget froze mid-bite. What I mean is, if she comes back with us, Conrad's not going to exist. I know what you mean, she spat, mouth full, brow furrowed in anger. Ugh! Why does he always make everything so much harder than it has to be? That wasn't what Lorelei was expecting her to say, but in a way it also was. So what do we do? She has to stay, but she's pretty convinced she needs to run away from that god guy. Ugh, he is not a god. He's just a pointy-toothed elf with some good tricks. Bridget chucked the half-eaten apple out the window beside them. Elf? Lorelei remembered his long ears, similar to Wren's. Zaire's an elf? Bridget shrugged. I don't know, looked like one. She said he was fae, and elves are fae. Could be a Lorelei, a dryad, or a sylvan. It doesn't really matter. I don't see why she doesn't just destroy him. What? Destroy Zaire? Can she do that? She should. She's a witch, Bridget lilted. He's just some stupid fae who thinks he's big and bad and is all hyped up on that thing around her neck. She should just stick him in a bottle and bind him up or whatever and be done with it. Bridget, Lorelei leaned toward her, trying to catch her eye. If we can do that, we really should. She dropped her head back and closed her eyes, whining, But I want to go home. Okay, maybe we do both? Lorelei held her hands out, empty, and then brought them together to try and show her. Bridget glared at her as if she had just proposed staying in an electricity-less cabin in the woods forever. Then she growled from the very depths of her bowels. "Ugh, fine." "Really?" Lorelei grinned. Yeah. Bridget got to her feet like she was carrying around an extra 200 pounds and dragged herself to the other side of the cabin. She shuffled through a small stack of things, finally pulling out an amber-colored glass bottle. "This will probably work, but you need to get your gross little fairy friends to help. I'm not doing this by myself." Lorelei watched from the window, her eyes peeking over the sill. One of Estrid's wards fell to the ground silently, the air catching it as it went, innocuous, but then she saw a glimmer of light that flitted to another branch and the ward there. The fairies are starting. Blessed powers, this better work. Estrid stood near the door to her room, pounding at the mixture she'd made in her mortar. Beside her, the mirror was set up just in the doorway. Excuse you, but I, for one, am a pretty amazing witch, so... Bridget was sitting against the wall, a knife digging into the amber bottle's neck, etching symbols. Estrid paced, her face drawn tight, eyes unblinking. They are out of sight, yes? Lorelei nodded, coming away from the window. I'm going to owe Burr a big one when we get back. The fairies had spoken to Lorelei through Estrid again, and she traded a future favor for Patrick and Madeline's safety, though it had taken a lot of convincing. The mushroom circle deep in the forest was untouchable by Zyre, and so the two humans would spend the day there in a pleasant little haze until Zyre was gone, and promptly be returned at nightfall. Provided it all went well. Lorelei wrung her hands. It really needed to go well. Bridget yelped, the knife grazing her thumb as she made the last mark in the bottle's neck. She huffed and handed it off to Estrid as she stood, sticking her thumb in her mouth. I've never seen these bindings before. Estrid admired the work Bridget had done, thin lines all over the dark glass, barely visible. Are you sure these will contain him? Bridget crossed her arms, visibly offended. Of course it will. Then she turned her eyes on Lorelei. My boyfriend designed them. Lorelei tried to not roll her eyes, looking back out the window. More of the wards had fallen from the trees, and the last of the fairies' lights were flickering out. I think they're almost done. Everyone knows what to do, right? Estrid dug the source out from her blouse and allowed the necklace to lay in the open. Even in the dimming lights of evening, the stone looked like it was moving on its own. Lorelei's contribution to everything had been the ruse, something she figured she should be good at, but she wasn't sure she was smarter than an elf, especially one that a witch insisted was a god no matter how weakened he'd been. Bridget, though, was more than ready. She stood next to the mirror on the other side of the room and gestured for the mortar. Let's get this show on the road. I need a shower and a macchiato. Estrid placed the mortar on the ground just before the mirror, and Lorelei crossed the room to stand on the other side of it. This better work the way you say it does. Bridget started tapping her foot, but it didn't seem like the kind of tapping one did when they were anxious. Bridget was at the edge of her patience, but Lorelei had enough anxiety for them all. It was her plan, after all, and it needed to work. There was a buffet of wind through the dry leaves, and a shutter on the house slammed. Estrid's head snapped to the ceiling as she backed up against the wall across from them. He's here. Well? Bridget waved her hand at the front door. Estrid locked eyes with Lorelei, face pinched, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The space in front of the house was strewn with leaves and pine needles, and a gentle breeze blew the debris across the yard. The trees at the edge of the forest were shadowed, and then the shadows moved. They came together until a figure formed within them, and out it stepped from the line of trees, tall, thin-limbed, and dark. With the wards gone, Zyre strode across the yard, the sounds he had brought with him before rattling in the back of Lorelei's skull. He was like walking smoke, features obscured, a man made of burnt-out fires and ash and darkness. She wanted to reach out and take Bridget's hand, but the mirror was between them, and even if it weren't, she figured the witch wouldn't like that very much anyway. Estrid's hand instinctively went to the source at her neck. She grabbed it with a tight fist, her arm shaking, but the elven god had seen it shimmering against her clothes already. His desire for the thing was all-encompassing, a draw so great, Estrid had said, that nothing could stop him. It was apparent in the way he sped up, not bothering to consider the line of 3 women he was headed towards, and that was exactly what Lorelei had been counting on. Estrid raised her wand, and it appeared to point right at Zaire, but he barely took notice. She mumbled a few arcane words, her eyes flicking down to the mortar full of muddled oisin root and other components. The tip of her wand began to burn with a blue flash. Still, Zaire did not stop. If anything, he came faster just at the entrance to the door now. His figure, massive in comparison, had to duck to enter, long fingers wrapping around the frame as he pushed into the woodworker's little cabin. The sounds of 1,000 screams and thrashing metal and dying horses echoed off the walls and beat at the roof, and the whole place shook. Lorelei could hardly keep her feet planted. There was a hatred and a darkness in Zaire that she recognized, if only slightly, dark eyes she'd looked into before that were just like these. But Bridget was standing her ground, and she was doing it with what looked like no fear at all, and so Lorelei could stand there too, even as Zaire closed in and raised an open palm to them, arm reaching out, ready to snatch away the stone. Fire erupted from the tip of Estrid's wand, a small flame, tiny really, only enough to alight the muddled ingredients in the mortar and complete the spell. Zaire would have ignored it, and Lorelei could tell fire meant nothing to him, if not for the fact it came from behind him and not in front where Estrid currently stood. Or where it looked like she stood. The elven creature halted, the burning pits that were his eyes widening with recognition but a moment too late. A flurry of lights buzzed into the cabin from behind him, silhouetting his already dark figure. Fairies, hundreds of them it seemed, all poised at his back, ready to push. Now, go. Bridget's voice was level as she turned, and Lorelei followed suit, stepping in front of the mirror. Lorelei's body lurched, her balance thrown as she stumbled forward another step that should have landed her face first into the mirror, but instead she was engulfed in darkness, breath pulled out of her for an agonizing second and then slamming back into her chest. She blinked and threw her arms out, connecting with Bridget's flailing hand. For just a second, they grasped onto one another and then let go, the space on either side of them brightening, yellow light to the right, blue to the left. "Look out!" Bridget's hand slammed into Lorelei's shoulder as she pushed her backward and out of the way. Zaire stumbled through the mirror with the slightest bit of help from the fairies. Towering over them and inches away, he swiped, but missed, which seemed impossible for the reach he had in the cabin. But then he wasn't quite so tall anymore. His eyes lost their dark burning, his skin lost its smoky glow, and the voices, the hundreds and thousands of people screaming and crying, were all falling away. Zaire was still frightening, but a god? No, he was barely a man. "Huh, guess you were right." Bridget snapped a hand through the air, pink light following after her fingers. "We're headed home, so my powers are back, but you," she smirked at Zaire, "you're not where you belong." With a deftness and speed Lorelei hadn't seen before, Bridget drew a symbol in the air in cheery pink light that she tapped with a perfectly manicured nail. It slammed into Zaire's chest, and the creature screamed in a garbled, wet way as she held out the bottle toward him. "Come on!" she growled. "Get in! I want to go home!" Zaire's form began to turn to smoke, his fingertips dissolving first. Shocked, he tried grabbing at his own hands, but what was once his fingers slipped away and into the amber bottle. Lorelei bit her lip, watching, Bridget standing sedately as it happened. But then Zaire screamed and she straightened, holding the bottle with both hands and tightening her grip. "Come on!" she shouted again. "I literally don't have time for this." Lorelei watched as her arms began to shake, her knees bending in. She grabbed onto Bridget's shoulders, pushing to keep her up, and the witch steadied herself against Lorelei. Zaire's body continued to collapse, sucked inward, and then, with a last puff of smoke and a single strangled cry, he was gone. Bridget corked the bottle, falling over it and sighing. She took a few heavy breaths and stood, shaking off Lorelei's hands from her shoulders and holding up the bottle. "Easy peasy." "Blessed powers!" They turned and Estrid's reflection was on the other side of the mirror, still in her own time. All around her were the twinkling lights of many fairies, a notably ginger one hovering right by her shoulder. "You did it!" "Yeah, duh." Bridget gave the bottle a shake, then stuck her tongue out at it. Lorelei waved at Estrid's form as it began to disappear, and she called a goodbye, but Bridget's face was only growing more disgusted as she looked on the bottle. Quiet fell on them in the weird dark and light place as the sounds of the past fell away. "What's wrong?" she asked, her own voice close and far at once. "He feels so gross." Bridget swallowed, holding the bottle as far from her as she could. "Ugh, I hate it. Let's obliterate him." Bridget wound back and chucked the bottle like it was an apple core into the light streaming by. It was swallowed up just as the lights were going out, dimming as the world around them darkened once more. The mirror was no longer reflecting them, but showing them its back panel, the rough stone wall at their other side, not there a second earlier. "We're back?" Lorelei reached out to touch the wall, reminiscent of the weird room in the basement they had been in days earlier. "Lorelei?" Conrad's voice came from the far side of the room as he turned, catching himself on the doorway. "Bridget?" He looked as though he'd just been headed out, dressed exactly the same as when they'd last seen him. That was fast. "Oh my God, it worked! Bridget, you did it!" Lorelei jumped in place, her plan a success. Zaire had lost his powers just as Bridget had immediately after entering the Hephaestian mirror. And even better, he had fallen for the trick of going after Estrid's reflection so he would be close enough to be pushed in by the fairies when the spell was triggered. Estrid had kept herself on the far side of the room after opening the door, lining herself up with a mirror to look like she was standing with the other two women when Zaire came in. The man, elf, god, whatever, was too focused on his desire to realize the source was directly behind him instead of in front. The Oysenroot compound had been enough for 3 beings. They had just taken Zaire with them instead of Estrid, leaving her in the past with the woodworker, his daughter, a horde of fairies being owed a favor, and the beginnings of what would be Moonlit Shores Manor, exactly as things were meant to be. Bridget sniffed, wiping a stray leaf off of her sweater. "Yeah, of course it worked. How long has it been?" She pulled her phone out of her back pocket and started tapping around on it. "Barely a minute." Conrad's eyes were wide as he looked from one of them to the other. "You still exist," Lorelei said, breathless, reaching over to slap Bridget's arm for her attention. "He's still here." Bridget jerked away, clicking her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Yeah, I have eyes. I can see that." She, however, was not looking at him, instead sending off a number of text messages. "You should have seen it," Lorelei said, her heart still pounding. "Bridget was amazing." "As always." The witch sucked her teeth, then she finally glanced over at Lorelei. "And you were okay, too. I know I didn't want to do it, and it would have totally been easier to avoid all that, but that was a smart plan or whatever." Lorelei smiled at her. "Really?" Bridget's eyes went wide and her shoulders rose. "Yeah, I said it, didn't I?" What happened to you two?" Conrad put his hands on his hips, eyeing them suspiciously. "Just defeated a god or whatever," Bridget shrugged. "No biggie." "Well, that would explain how you look, I guess." Lorelei went around to the front of the mirror and saw herself, the glass finally working as it was intended. Her hair was a mess. There was dirt smudged on her face and clothes, and bags under her eyes. She looked almost exactly like an evil elven fae god thing had almost killed her. She grinned back at her reflection. Rude! Bridget, though, was having none of it. She pushed past him and out into the basement hallway. "I am so not helping you anymore if you're going to talk to me like that, especially not after dealing with an ancient evil set on destroying the world or whatever. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me." He watched her go, then turned back to Lorelei. "Is she serious?" Lorelei shrugged. "You heard her." She slipped around him and walked out too. Chapter 9. Dumb Thing. A night in the comfort of her own bed hadn't been enough to make up for the time she had spent, or perhaps lost, on the other side of the Hephaestian mirror, but Lorelei's wakefulness before the sun even rose also did not help. She got out of bed anyway and dressed for the outdoors, the Alalinx at her side. Lorelei had her coat zipped up and her gloves on, but there was a bite to the still air. The sun shone as it began its slow creep upward from behind the trees that ran along the back perimeter of the manor grounds, orange and bright against the grays and browns of the still sleeping yard, not even a breeze to disturb the orchard's bare branches or the herbs hanging from the eaves of Seamus and Arista's cottage. The barn, though, had a telltale warm glow of life, and when she entered, the alalynx chirped and shook out her wings, springing into a pile of hay beside one of the stalls. Lorelei looked around for Wren, but he was not inside. She called for him, but did not hear an answer. She peeked into a stall only to see the pair of massive stag-like creatures who pulled the freightage cart nestled together and asleep. Then she heard a creak from above, so she climbed the stairs to the loft and knocked. Enter. Lorelei eased the door open to Wren's private quarters, a blast of warm air hitting her. The loft interior was rustic, with a shelf of books and a braided rug on the floor, and it smelled of hay and savory herbs. The elf was sitting in a rocking chair by a burning pot-belly stove with a little bundle in his hands, and Lorelei's mouth fell open. "It is quite early for you," he said, the implication neither a compliment nor condemnation. "Is there an issue to which I must attend?" Lorelei just stared back, the alalynx trotting in between her feet. An elf could easily win a staring contest. They had much more time than most other creatures, but Wren must have read the look on the human's face. "You are personally in need of something?" "You have a baby." Lorelei blinked, but only once. Wren glanced down at the bundle he was holding, a tightly wrapped blanket that squirmed, and the bottle held in his other hand. "That terminology is not inaccurate." Lorelei skipped across the room to him, the elf's eyelids raising but almost imperceptibly. It was especially funny to see him there, cradling something so small and delicate without any of the scrunched-up affection on his face that one normally would have. Instead, he looked down stoically, long, pointed features only observing. Peeking out from the swaddle was a furry orange face and a pinch of a snout that was clamped on the bottle and sucking hard. It had pointed ears too big for the rest of it, and its eyes were lined with black fur but squeezed shut as it drank. It certainly wasn't an elven baby, as Lorelei had momentarily thought, sharing none of Wren's features, the silvery hair, the mica-flecked skin, the cold, hard stare, but she shouldn't have been surprised. Wren having a child was, well, she didn't think he even knew how to go about making one, imagining elves reproduced by the least passionate means possible. But it hardly mattered. This was even better. "Wren, it's adorable!" The elf nodded, a popular sentiment. "How are you not just dying right now?" She dropped down onto her knees to coo at the baby fox in his lap. "I am far from death myself. Do you believe elves are allergic to Volpes?" "No, I mean, never mind. Where did you get him?" Wren readjusted the bottle slightly. "My tracking was not entirely successful, but the pup is my spoil. The only one, sadly." She had to sit on her hands to keep from petting it, knowing Wren would chastise her in some way, and squinted up at him. He had spent the last few evenings out in the woods on a search that he hadn't said much more about. "I thought you were hunting something." His face changed slightly, frowning. "In a way, yes. There was a creature that called out in the night, requesting help. She had been badly injured, but her pursuer found her before I could. Of her brood, this was the only one who had survived." That made a bit more sense. Lorelei had never seen Wren eat meat or have any tendency toward violence. "Do animals always ask you for help? You must be busy constantly squashing the circle of life." This was no normal request. He rocked the bundle for a moment as it squirmed. "Oh, of course," she nodded knowingly. "So what's this guy going to grow up to do? Breathe fire? Fly? Grow a bunch of tails?" The elf leveled gray eyes at her. "Lorelei, this is a fox." She blinked back at him. "A fox that can grant wishes?" "If one wishes to see a fox, then yes, but otherwise it is only a red fox." Wren looked a bit uncomfortable then, the bottle running out, but he was perceptive enough to know why she was so confused. Whatever took the pup's mother made one failed attempt first. It enchanted her, and she became capable of communication in a way I have not encountered before with uncharmed fauna. A second life had found its way into her, but it was a magic I am not familiar with. She feared leaving her pups behind, though she knew she would. I was too late for the others, but hopefully this one will honor her memory in some small way. He wiped away the droplets of milk from the fox's muzzle. Now, you are here for a reason, undoubtedly. Lorelei sat back onto her feet and looked up at the elf's stark face. Of course, she'd come out here as soon as she'd woken. The first thought on her mind after returning from the past was to talk with Burr, but the fairy was still not back according to Tuatha and Habian, who did not appreciate being bothered so late. But Bridget had called Zyre an elf, and Lorelei knew at least one elf. She didn't see much similar to Zyre when she looked at Wren, only the shape of his ears and the length of his face similar, but Estrid had stressed that Zyre was of the fairies, and elves were fae, just like Lorelei. Wren, she started, not sure what was coming out next. How old are you? I have lived 954 seasons. She swallowed. I bet you can tell me quicker than I can do the math what that is in people time. 7 months and 238 years. Wow. Okay, well, you look great. If there were an equivalent to humans, which truly there wasn't due to their weird alien beauty, Lorelei would have pegged him at a solid 26 and a half. Of course, then he would open his mouth and sound positively ancient. Still, he wasn't old enough to have been around when Zyre was. So would you say you're pretty young? I would not say that, but older elves certainly would. He began to unswaddle the fox pup. How old can you live till, in general? Like, forever? Certainly not. He placed the pup on the ground right in front of her, and it wobbled. But if you are looking forward to my passing, I will have to disappoint you. I am not even a third of the way there. No, nothing like that. She waved her hand, but the distraction of the fox was much greater, and she reached out a hand for him to sniff as the Alalynx came barreling over. Wait, you live, 1,000 years? The elven way is to prolong life. He stood and went to the stove where a kettle sat. Only the true fairies live longer, but I cannot say how long as they return to their realm before passing. They treat this plane as a sabbatical of sorts from the transcendental plane. Lorelei's stomach turned, hoping that was not Burr's plan. She kept a hand on the Alalynx's back so she wouldn't pounce on the baby fox as it took careful steps toward her. Finally, she huffed, Wren, do you know who Zyre is? Wren had been pouring a cup of tea. He was graceful in almost every movement, but at this he jerked. He composed himself quickly, but when his eyes fell on her, they were looking at her harder, deeper. I'll take that as a yes. The name is not spoken casually, he said, focusing back on his cup. And it is barely spoken at all in the tribe from which I come. Elves have long memories, but the history of our creation was not one of my clan's values. For some reason, that sounded off to her, but Lorelei knew elves had a particularly tough time lying, so she pressed him. What do you mean? Zyre is the name of our creator, he said simply, then sighed, a weird sound coming from him. It is not something the tribes with which I have association are especially proud of. After meeting Zyre, that made a lot of sense. Is that like your god? Wren paused a moment, moved to take a sip, then stopped, putting his cup down. Lorelei, how old are you? She squinted at him. 22? Or, 80-ish seasons? Why? The story of elven creation is a bit salacious. You can leave out the details. He looked relieved. Zyre was of the first fae who came to this plane and sired my kind. Before him, there were no elves, only humans, even more primitive than you are now, and the very beginnings of charmed beings. He was not alone, and betwixt the 4 of them, the beings called fae came into existence. You can imagine how. Lorelei swallowed. 4? So you're talking about Lorelei and stuff too, right? How long ago was this? The convergence, he said. 10, perhaps 20,000 years ago? That's a big swing, Wren. As I said, history is not my tribe's specialty. And even if it were, this is only legend. You're saying it's not real? That made more sense to her. It was just a story, and the Zaire she had met was not the same one. Bridget had destroyed him, after all, bound him up in a jar and obliterated it against the flow of time. Something like what Wren was describing. Well, if it survived tens of thousands of years, it could survive a little toss, couldn't it? No, I am saying the stories are muddled through generations and embellished by those who would wish to paint history in a certain light. How did you hear of this name? Elves were not good liars, but thankfully for Lorelei, humans were. Read it in a book, she said. I was just curious. Lorelei hefted the watering can from the depth of the sink basin and lugged it over to the Aravata leaf fern. The plant reached all the way to the conservatory's glass ceiling and bent inward with it, its white leaves as wide across as her shoulders and curling up on the ends. She stood on the sandstone tiles that marked the curving pathway down the room's center and emptied the can at the fern's base. As the rocky soil darkened, the tips of the Aravata's leaves unfurled, a shimmery glow running along their pasty veins. "You're so dramatic," she whispered to it, and the stalks shook as if shrugging. The alalinx pounced into the dirt by her feet, just missing a salamander as it darted off, a flash of orange flame left in its wake. The alalinx chirped, and Lorelei dropped to the ground to snuff out the end of one of her whiskers. "Maybe we should call you Smokey, huh? You know, those salamanders are just going to give you heartburn if you ever catch one." "I thought you were calling her Allie." Conrad's voice came from behind her, and when she looked over her shoulder, he was standing there with an old book in hand. Lorelei stood. She had tested out the name, but was unsure. Is it too much like calling a cat Kitty? The alalinx ran over to Conrad and wound between his feet, rubbing against his shins. "Maybe, but you could do a lot worse and call her Bird." She reached her paws up as high as they would go on his leg and dug her nails in near his knee, stretching. "Whoa, okay. He rubbed her head and her wings fluttered. "Allie?" Lorelei cocked her head and the alalinx gave her a pointed look back. "Listen, the only holes Conrad wants in his jeans are the ones he bought them with." Allie retracted her claws and slid down. "Hey, it worked." She grinned at the slightly perturbed look he was giving her and then went back to the faucet. She started to refill the watering can, yawning. The humid warmth of the conservatory off the back hall of the manor wasn't helping the poor night's sleep she got, lulling her into drowsiness. "So..." Conrad walked past her to lean out around the plants and peer into the other end of the room. It was a long, narrow space, nut trees and flowering vines climbing up the walls and cutting off direct view to the door. He was apparently satisfied that he saw no one and looked back to her. "What exactly did you tell Bridget while you two were off together?" She snorted. He said it like it had been a girls' trip. "About what?" He lowered his voice. "Byron." "Oh, nothing." She blew out a breath and heaved the can up, relieved he wasn't hinting at, well, what could he have meant? He hurried over to her and shoved the book under his arm, putting a hand underneath the can, lifting the weight off of her. "You're sure?" Lorelei thought a moment, her shoulders relaxing. "We were pretty preoccupied with not dying, so it didn't come up. Why?" After they returned through the mirror, Bridget had stalked down the hall and shut herself up in his bedroom, and Lorelei went to her own upstairs. Her assumption had been that they discussed everything and in detail. He helped her guide the can to the next flower bed. "She didn't really talk to me afterward, just got her stuff and left." "You must have said a second dumb thing after telling her she looked like crap." Lorelei chuckled to herself, watching the snapdragons tilt their heads to gobble up the water. He grumbled something under his breath about the two women getting along and how he wished they wouldn't, but Lorelei chose to ignore it. "Though I am surprised she didn't tell you about Zaire or your great-great-great and about 100 more greats grandmother." He blinked back, waiting for an explanation. "It's just a guess." Lorelei swatted at a handsy tendril of the Tactus pothos that was snaking over her shoulder. "We met this tall blonde witch who was almost definitely related to you, somehow. Same nose and same frosty temperament." Lorelei went on to tell him everything, watching to make sure neither door to the room opened, leaving out only the late-night conversation she'd had with Bridget and the veiled accusations that had been thrown her way. And, of course, how easy it was to bargain with Burr. Conrad didn't need any clues she was human. The less of them that knew, the better. That cord you got from the box your father jinxed, it has to be the same one Estrid was wearing, she told him. Where is that now? Locked up, he said. I don't know what it's supposed to do. Well, back then it was holding something your ancestor called the Source. It's this fancy, wet-looking stone that I think I saw once in the fireplace, but it's gone now. He opened and closed his mouth a couple times. That's a lot of information. Yeah, and get this. Zyre, he's like the father of all elves or something. At least, that's kind of what Wren told me. The name might be really common, though. She was tired, so the flippancy was coming easier, and even though she grit her teeth, the next part came easy too. I don't really know why Bridget would run off. She kicked ass over there. Yeah, she's always been pretty powerful, he said, blowing out a breath and shifting from one foot to the other, fidgeting with the spine of the book. Lorelei put the watering can back beneath the sink and looked up at him. He was no longer bruised, but concern was all over his face. Bridget's question about him loving her was asked again in her mind, and she cringed, hating what she was about to say. Honestly, Conrad, I'm surprised you still haven't told her anything about Byron. He did sort of mention her, remember? That Blackburn girl? She could be in danger, you know. He squinted down at her. I didn't think of that. And you've spent all your time in the basement with her for, like, a week straight. I don't know how it didn't casually come up. We were busy with other things. Oh, gross. Lorelei twisted up her face and closed the cabinet door a little harder than she meant. I don't mean that, he said, rubbing his forehead. I asked for her help with some spells I've been working on. Between that and work she's been doing for her dad, there's been no time or energy for anything else. Believe me. She still stuck out her tongue, but it aligned with what Bridget had said about the binding technique she'd used on Zyre. She said Conrad had designed it. Still, why not just tell her? She watched his face as he struggled for something to say. It was marginally better than him declaring he wasn't going to tell her anything at all, but he was still holding back. She wanted him to confide in her, but if he wasn't going to do that, he had to confide in somebody. Bridget's your girlfriend. Even if you guys break up all the time, you always end up back together, so that's got to mean something. You should be able to talk about this kind of stuff. She can probably help at the very least. Yeah, I guess. Conrad didn't seem entirely convinced. But what do I know? I left my fiancé at the altar. She hesitated, focusing on her shoes so she didn't have to look at him. It just might make you feel better to be completely honest with someone you love. She turned back to the sink, face red, and started aggressively washing her hands. Oh, Conrad finally said. Yeah, you're probably right. She turned the faucet off and shook the excess water off her hands before finally turning back to him. Unless... But he was already gone, the door into the manor swinging shut behind him. She collapsed back against the sink and groaned. The Allolynx jumped up beside her and pawed at her arm. Yeah, I know, she whispered to the winged cat. But it was nice, okay? Allie tipped her head to the side and trilled, her pupils dilating. Lorelei felt another tendril sliding over her shoulder. I said quit it! And she smacked the Tactus Pothos away again. Chapter 10. Model Resident. The days were growing shorter as November waned, but it wasn't so cold that the guests were more subdued. Philomena checked with Lorelei every evening to see if Zaya's schedule had changed, the succubus skillfully avoiding her each time, busy either with clients in her room or simply undiscoverable. Charmed folk who were visiting family for their winter holidays, greeting Lorelei with blessings from beings and places she'd never heard of, spilled in. Mr. Eknice remained the easiest to care for, only needing a few cups of tea a day to sustain him, and never complaining, even through a mumble in his sleep. And then there was Mr. Carr. He took meals in the dining room and spent most of his time alone in his room. Once, Lorelei had seen him at the conservatory, but when he watched the Saturn canary trap try to take a chunk out of Greer's finger and how Wren subdued it with a piece of raw flank steak, Mr. Carr swiftly left, not to be seen again for 2 whole days. What was troubling about all of this was the tablet he carried with him everywhere, skillfully tapping on the screen and taking notes, she presumed. But on what? It was near the end of Lorelei's evening shift, after she gave Philomena the news of Zaya's unchanging schedule yet again, when Mr. Carr sauntered out of the dining room after dinner, tablet in hand, and up to the desk. "Mr. Carr!" She greeted him with a wide smile as he examined the wood of the counter, not making eye contact with her. He placed the tablet down, but she could only catch that there were many tiny lines of text on it before the screen went blank. "Yes, hello, Miss Lorelei." She was sure she'd introduced herself before. "That's my name, and what I am. I mean, I'm me, but also a Lorelei. It's confusing for some people, charmed folk." She wanted him to know for sure, just in case there was any question, which, really, there shouldn't have been. She hadn't given him a reason to think otherwise, right? No, of course not. But maybe now with that stupid over-explanation and, oh God, was he saying something to her? "If you had a moment." "Sure." She shut the guest book and leaned on it, not actually sure. She didn't have a moment. There was a warlock who had lost his toiletries and didn't find the duplicates the manor whipped up for him acceptable, and she still had to make a call to the local sundry store to put in an order before they closed, but none of that would probably matter to him. "Last night I couldn't help but notice there were these, say, lights in my room. It was very late, and I was half asleep. But when I woke up this morning, my clothes were all folded and my shoes were tucked under the bed." "The fairies," she nodded. "They like to tidy, but I can ask them not to if you—" "Fairies? No, that's fine. Par for the course. I just wanted to check." "They're part owners," she said, wondering if they too needed to be registered with City Hall like hexed folk. She continued to smile, but felt it leave her eyes. Was this some sort of test? He lingered there, and she watched as he fiddled with a groove in the wood. "Also," he went on slowly, that bellboy, he's unique." "Greer?" Her smile faltered. "Is he... Well, what's going on there?" He gestured to his own face where a scar might be if, like Greer, he'd had a step-parent that used him as a punching bag. Lorelei's smile fell away completely. She narrowed her eyes, recalling Mayor Blackburn's comment about what he called unsavory and riffraff. Then she thought better of her frown and lowered her voice. "Well, Mr. Carr, we're not supposed to fraternize with the guests, but if you're interested, I could see if he'd give you his number when you check out." Mr. Carr quickly recovered, rapping sharply on the desk and looking back up at her. No, Ms. Lorelei, that isn't... Thank you so much for your time." "Of course." She managed to smile again, even brighter. "Anything else?" No." He collected his tablet and headed off for the stairs. "Have a lovely night." She watched him go and listened for his steps to disappear, leaning over the desk. He was athletically built and kept his hair cropped short and clean, all clues he might work for some force that required a certain level of health and tidiness, like she imagined the magistratus demanded. None of her co-workers had questioned his presence there. He was just so normal. Too normal, really. But of all of them, Lorelei knew exactly what she was looking for. The mayor had told her, after all, and even cast a spell to make it stick. She folded her arms and sat back just as Greer came in from finishing his dinner. Lorelei frantically waved him into the office with her, shutting the door behind them. "Ugh, are you going to yell at me about the filing?" He already looked defeated. "I'm sorry I shoved those inventory sheets in the back of the cabinet. I just really didn't want to double-check them. Isn't once enough?" "What?" Lorelei pulled open the closest drawer to see a crumpled set of papers stuffed in the back. "Greer!" Damn. He dropped down onto one of the rolling chairs and splayed his legs out. I wonder who did that." She pulled the inventory pages out and tried flattening them on her stomach. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something else." "Oh, okay." He fished a piece of jerky out of his pocket, ripping off a chunk with his teeth. Shoot. Unsure how to go on, Lorelai leaned against the cabinet. So, Greer, we're friends now, right? Sure, he answered simply, chewing with his mouth open. I mean, we're not best friends or anything. Right. Yeah, for sure I would call you my friend, but you're definitely not my best friend. I got it, Greer. Because that's someone else. He tore off another hunk of jerky, then pointed at her with the sinewy bit that was left. Not you. Dude, I understand. I just need to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone else. Not even your actual best friend, all right? Like a secret? Because I already know your secret. Lorelai rubbed her temple. It was true, Greer had known since day one she was human, and it had been quite the point of contention with him specifically, but thankfully he'd gotten past it and managed to keep her truth to himself. It helped she was the only one that knew he was actually a lichen and not the shapeshifter everyone else thought he was. Yeah, well, it has a little to do with that. You know Mr. Carr, the guy in 210.5? I think he might be a wizard cop. That's not a thing. Lorelai sighed again and tried to explain delicately what had happened when she went to Moonlit Shores City Hall a week and a half prior and the discussion she'd had with the mayor. He stopped chewing as she spoke and sat up straighter. And I think Jordan Carr is one of the people who might be on Mayor Blackburn's task force. I think he's a Magiwetsit here to find humans. Greer frowned. Sucks to be you. He's looking for undocumented hexed folk, too. Oh, sucks to be me, too. Lorelai nodded, and Greer looked off toward the far side of the office. It was a strange thing to say aloud, perhaps stranger to hear, that someone may or may not be looking for you simply for existing. This wasn't anything Lorelai had ever experienced before, but when she glimpsed back at Greer, she knew this wasn't new for him. So, he pocketed the rest of his jerky. What do we do? Well, I don't know if there's anything we can do except be careful. He didn't look to like the sound of that, fidgeting in his seat. And I might be totally wrong, she faltered, scratching her chin. It's just a hunch. We need to know for sure. He stood suddenly, and she took a step back, not remembering the scrawny teen being quite so tall before. We should follow him, look through his stuff, conduct a real investigation on this bastard. Greer, chill. She put a hand on his shoulder. He might just be a regular guest. And if he's not? The urgency in his voice and wild look in his eye made Lorelai's heart speed up and sweat break out on her neck. The thought of Mr. Carr whipping out a badge and zapping all of her memories, not to mention whatever he might do to Greer, gave her symptoms she was familiar with that had led to running in the past. A moderate to severe panic attack. I don't like it, he said, pacing to the other end of the narrow office and back. Magistratus are tricky and powerful, worse than human police even. Only really elite witches and warlocks become them, and they give up a lot to do it. If he even thinks for a second something's wrong here, he's going to stick around until he gets an answer. We have to know what he knows, destroy any evidence he has, and chase him off. Greer, Lorelai cautioned, watching him, trying to not let herself get too worked up. We don't even know for sure. Then we'll find out. I'll follow him everywhere. It was risky, but she didn't hate the idea. Fine, but don't actually do anything without me, okay? Just see if you can pick up on his habits or something. Yeah, of course. And don't tell anyone, she stressed. Who am I going to tell that I think a magistratus is here looking for a lichen and a human? She frowned back at him. Hearing the words made her stomach turn over. Please be careful. He narrowed his eyes and gave her a small salute, then turned for the door. Wait a minute. She handed over the crumpled inventory papers. First, put these back where they belong. Where they actually belong. As he groaned, she instead went to take her leave. By the way, who is your best friend? He looked at her like she should have known. Hannah. Duh. Mr. Ouvlet had spent too much time around humans, he joked, after Lorelai had figured out what he wanted was an electric toothbrush. For some reason, he didn't quite have the word for it, but he'd purchased one, lost it, and just didn't feel fresh without it, which the manor didn't quite understand when conjuring up a new, albeit manual, one. With that crisis averted, Lorelei left his room and pulled out her phone to call Constance at Steadfast Sundries and put in an order for paints she'd seen in one of their ads. She popped into room 332 for privacy. A couple of gnomes had just checked out of it that morning, and the fairies would be done cleaning it by now. But instead, she found Zaya sitting in the center of the guest bed, absolutely surrounded by papers and books. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were red, she had neon green highlighter smudged on her cheek, and she was wearing glasses. Lorelei hung up before the first ring went through. What you doing, Zaya?" "Freaking out," said the succubus, crumpling a page in her hand along with the bedsheets. "I can see that." She wandered up to the bed and picked up a paperback workbook. The cover reading Charming Allegiance, a field guide to residency in the material plane, and the closest thing to Comic Sans font the charmed folk had. "My test has been moved up to March," she said, scratching her forehead. "It wasn't supposed to be for another 1.5 years." "Your residency test?" Lorelei thumbed through pages filled with moving diagrams, articles with footnotes you could expand, and one of the pages even started to play a song. She closed it quickly at that, eyes jumping to the other books scattered around, each a test booklet or a history tome. "All of this for Moonlit Shores?" Zaya laid a hand on a fat, older book. "This is for Moonlit Shores. Everything else is just about living on this plane as opposed to the nether." "Haven't you lived here your whole life?" "Pretty much, but I'm still Deva, so I'm not technically a charmed resident until I pass the test." Lorelei screwed up her face. "That's dumb." "Tell me about it. But it's necessary, and the test is a whopper." Lorelei grabbed a different book from the bed and began to read. Under the Charmed Transcendental Astral Travel and Projection Act of 763, 7 wayfaring sites between the two planes were approved. What are the latitude and longitude of any 3 of these sites? She looked up. "They want you to know exact coordinates?" The succubus nodded gravely. "That's crazy." She flicked back to the beginning of the book. "Wait, okay, it says here there are only 10 questions on this thing. You can memorize 10 things. You do that just about every morning." "Yeah, 10 random questions of a possible 3,333. "Oh, shit." Lorelei fell into a heap on the foot of the bed. "I have been studying. I just thought I had more time. I got a call from City Hall that they had an opening. A Cambion got caught smuggling illegal goods between the planes and lost their spot. And since I've been such a model resident," this she said with a snarl, "they gave it to me." Lorelei tapped the book on her knee. "So, if you pass, you become an official resident of Moonlit Shores and the material plane. But what happens if you fail?" "I don't have to go back to the Nether permanently, but I won't ever get to vote or apply for any licenses. And if I ever get in trouble, things will be a lot more difficult. But the only real problem is my temporary work charter won't be renewed." Lorelei's eyes went wide. "Well," she flicked through the pages, "looks like we need to get to studying, huh?" "You don't have to." "Oh, yes, I do. And so does everyone else. We should be quizzing you every chance we get." Lorelei cleared her throat. "What are the first 21 words of Zane Austen's Disputation on the Influence and Potency of Necromancy?" Zaya sat very straight and pushed her glasses up on her nose. "It is a truth universally acknowledged that a warlock in possession of a corpse must be in want of a spirit." "It says soul, not spirit. Does that matter?" Zaya's misty eyes told her it did. "Okay, that's still like 95% right. Let's try again." Chapter 11. The Right Hands. "Watch this." Lorelei touched Zaya's arm and pointed as discreetly as she could to the sitting room doors. Mr. Ambrose had just returned from his trip into Bexley, had greeted them warmly, and was headed to sit by the fire and stave off the chilly outside air. Likewise, Mr. Phelps was coming out of the sitting room, having just warmed up after his own trek to Bexley that afternoon that he had so excitedly told Lorelei about only half an hour prior. Mr. Ambrose and Mr. Phelps expected to pass one another, perhaps offer a polite greeting and never think of the other person again. And if Lorelei's prediction was right, That absolutely wasn't going to happen. She had been waiting for this moment since lunch. Well, not this moment specifically with Mr. Ambrose and Mr. Phelps, but a moment that looked something like this. She'd discovered something strange, even for the manor, just after breakfast, and at lunch she was on the verge of confirming it. And this moment, just after dinner, was going to cinch it. The two men ran straight into one another. Mr. Ambrose, about twice as big as Mr. Phelps, grunted, doubling over, his fluffy tail poofing out. Mr. Phelps, a gnome and so only a bit over 3 feet tall, staggered backward and bounced off the door, twirling into the foyer. Zaya covered her mouth, perhaps stifling a tiny laugh, but Lorelei inhaled sharply and pointed a bit harder. "Did you see?" As Zaya rushed over, inquiring about injuries, Lorelei just shook her head. Why did this keep happening? Both men collected themselves, embarrassed but neither damaged, and then, after a long look at one another, as if no one else in the manor existed, they hustled off to their rooms. Zaya watched the two men scurry up the stairs, each taking a different flight, and they were quickly both out of sight. It was like they didn't even see each other. "No," said Lorelei, pacing toward the sitting room. "That's the thing. They did. They looked right at each other. It's been happening all day." She squatted and peered down at the hardwoods. "I think the floor is slanted or something." She ran a hand along the apparently level boards before her. A blustery wind blew in as the manor door opened. A woman in a scarlet, knee-length coat entered, carrying a case in the shape of a violin. "Daphne?" Zaya walked over to her, and the woman took her outstretched hand. "Zaya, it's so nice to meet you." The succubus looked her up and down and grinned. "You're right on time. I love punctuality." Lorelei was looking up over her shoulder at the women from her spot squatting on the floor. Daphne seemed immediately taken by Zaya, but that was the case with everyone. The difference here seemed to be that this was one of her clients, and Lorelei quickly looked back to the maddeningly level floor. "Best of luck, Lore," Zaya said, headed for the stairs. "I have an appointment. Let me know if we need to, I don't know, have the place sanded, maybe?" At that, a pipe in the wall creaked. "Oh, don't be offended," she said, petting the banister as she went. "Everyone needs their floors buffed once in a while." Lorelei watched her go, the woman in the red coat with the violin just behind. "Good luck up there, too, I guess?" Zaya's throaty laughter filled up the foyer until she disappeared, and Lorelei focused back on the floor. There was something wrong, and she was going to figure it out no matter what it was Zaya thought was more important upstairs. The double French doors were certainly wide enough for 2 people, and there was no furniture obstructing the way into the sitting room, just the back of a couch over 10 paces away. She stood straight and set her shoulders back, staring down the exact middle of the open doorway. At this, Allie trilled from the check-in desk, lifting up her head from a long nap. "Watch this," Lorelei instructed her. "I need someone to help me figure this thing out." "Ask and you shall receive," said Magic, but she didn't hear that. She huffed and walked straight forward, and straight forward she went until she was standing in the sitting room, everything completely normal. Inside, Mr. Eknice was rocking gently by the fire, and a set of dryads were cuddled up on the love seat by the front window. She put her hands on her hips and turned back, looking over the entry from the other side. It was swagged with a garland, red bows and pine cones embedded into the fake snow-flecked boughs. It was actually quite nice, despite all the plastic. In its center, the faux sprig of mistletoe Hannah had managed to secure by climbing up on a side table, only falling twice in the process. Lorelei set her sights on the floor again, and instead of walking, she shuffled her feet to see if she could feel for a dip. There was no damn dip. Lorelei paced the foyer. 3 times. 3 times. Guests had run right into one another in the doorway, and each and every time, they had acted so shocked, then stared at one another as if striking one another also struck up some epiphany before running their separate ways. She stopped her pacing and went through the arch again, arms akimbo and painfully slow. "What are you doing?" Lorelei really wished Conrad would stop showing up at the least opportune time. She snapped her arms down to her sides, spinning around and trying to very casually lean against the back of the couch in the sitting room. Nothing. Nothing. He took 2 careful steps forward through the foyer, then stopped when Allie meowed from across the room. It doesn't look like nothing. She shrugged and clasped her hands together. Since she'd spoken to him in the conservatory about a week prior, she hadn't seen much of him, except for the day before when they were in the kitchen grabbing lunch at the same time. He was extremely grumpy, but Bridget had also stormed out a few minutes before that, and she figured the two were related as his mood was so often dictated by the witch's presence. "You must need something," she said. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be up here." "That's not fair." He frowned, crossing his arms. She raised her brows at him and waited. Then he deflated. "It's just a coincidence that I actually do need something from you right now." She pointed at him. "Oh, I just knew it. Conrad, you—" "Waste your energy getting all irritated with me if you want," he said, "but you're still going to have to help me." Lorelai wandered back toward the foyer, her head cocked. Well, wasn't that interesting and predictable? "Oh, I will? Why's that?" He closed the gap between them, eyes narrowed at her like he was about to say something that would definitely get on her nerves. They met in the doorway. "Because the dilemma I'm in is all your fault, and I've got to take you." Conrad's voice trailed off as his face lost all of its snark. His shoulders relaxed, and he took a deep, ragged breath. Lorelai's brain tingled. Her heart acted as though she'd slammed 3 cups of espresso in a row, and whether it was just the past 3 months coming to a pent-up head or simply the deepening animalistic look he was giving her, she had the sudden and intense urge to pounce on him, throw her legs around his waist, and tackle Conrad to the ground. Desire shot its way through her chest and down into her belly, propelling her forward before she could even think. She absolutely had to kiss him, and now. And then they headbutted one another. Lorelai staggered into the doorway and crumpled against the frame, a hand up on her forehead, stars bursting in the back of her eyes. She was dizzy for a long and strange second as Allie bounded over to her and started yowling in her face until she could clamber back onto her feet. "Oh, by Aphrodite's apple, that really packs a wallop, huh?" Philomena's too chirpy voice for the ache already mounting itself in Lorelai's head was in her ear. The woman waved a stubby hand as her vision returned. "Hey, you okay? How many fingers am I holding up?" There were 4, but only for a second. 2, I think. "Good job. Hopefully the other one's still in one piece, too." Philomena sat Lorelai on a bench by the front door and went to Conrad to give him a shake. He grunted and told her the year after what might have been a moment too long of thinking. Philomena then stood herself right in the entry to the sitting room and stared upward, hands on her hips. "Yeah, it's a little too strong. Too much eros, maybe." Lorelai rubbed her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "The kitchen girl, Hannah, she asked me to enchant this plant thing. Well, it's not really a plant thing, is it? It's synthetic, fake-like, but she asked anyway. Said it was supposed to make people kiss, but it was broken, so I fixed it with a spell." Lorelai got back to her feet, the room no longer spinning. "The mistletoe? Hannah had you enchanted?" She stole a peek at Conrad, who was already staring at her wide-eyed. "I zhuzhed it up a little. Well, a lot. Maybe too much. I thought it'd be fun." Why she couldn't have zhuzhed it just the right amount, Lorelai would have to swear about later. "Well, undo it, please, before someone gets a concussion." Her unending responsibility to the guests disappointed her for a long second. "Oh, fine. Spoil sport." Philomena dug into her pocket and pulled out a little golden tube that she held up to her lips and aimed at the mistletoe. A blast of something hot pink puffed up and collided with the plastic, covering it, then turned to black before shaking itself off and disintegrating, leaving the mistletoe's leaves and berries looking untouched. "What kind of magic is that, exactly?" Conrad went up to her, pointing at the tube. "Oh, interested?" Philomena flipped around the little shooter in her hand and held it up. "Deviation from the standard, of course. Made a couple improvements to it so it works on items and not just people." He lowered his voice, glancing into the sitting room and back to the foyer. You have a license for that thing? No, sir, I was born with it. She watched him try to puzzle it out. Then she laughed and pointed to herself. Cupid. Conrad sneaked a quick glance at Lorelei before coughing out a laugh. Oh, because I was going to say, and you'd be right to say, it's not for everybody, this kind of power. She tossed the pea shooter once more. It's only safe in the right hands. As the weapon landed back into her palm, there was a ping, and a puff of pink smoke shot out of its end, zipping across the foyer and taking out one of the glass panels in the open French doors to the dining room. Oops! Hannah stood in the doorway, a room service tray in her hands, stopping still at the sound of shattering glass right next to her head. Conrad gave Philomena a withering look, then crossed the room to mend the panel in the door. Allie barreled over behind him, and he caught her, holding the Allolinx aloft and away from the dangerous mess as he collected the shards of glass. What's going on? Hannah's too-sweet look gave away immediately that she already knew exactly what was going on. Don't charm this thing again, Lorelei said to both Philomena and Hannah, pointing to the mistletoe. Hannah's eyes lit up as they jumped from Lorelei over to Conrad, who was casting a spell with a blue light to mend the pieces of glass to one another. Ooh, who kissed? No one, Lorelei said quickly, but a few migraines probably got handed out. She pointed to the spot on her forehead that she knew had to be red. Hannah mumbled something like a curse word under her breath, frowned deeply, then eyed Philomena. Okay, we won't enchant the kisseltoe anymore. She crossed the foyer with more of a bounce to her step than she should have had and headed upstairs to deliver the tray. Lorelei sighed and looked over Philomena. She didn't have wings or a bow and arrow, but she was dressed in a magenta turtleneck with hearts patched onto both elbows, and she did carry that pea shooter. Philomena shrugged. Anyway, I came down here to check if... She's with a client now, said Lorelei. And so far, Zaya doesn't have any cancellations. Philomena huffed, hands on wide hips again. I'll see you tomorrow, then. She smiled wide and strutted off into the dining room. Conrad turned from the newly mended window, the pane of glass just losing the last of its blue glow. He rubbed at his chin, a red mark there, presumably where it had collided with Lorelei's forehead. Allie had scaled up his arms to sit on his shoulder, wrapping her tail around his neck. That was weird, Lorelei mumbled, then shook her head. And painful? Conrad sucked in a breath over his teeth, walking up to her. That looks bad. Sorry I can't mend this. He reached out and ran his thumb over the spot on her forehead. Shivers ran down the back of her scalp. He didn't need a spell to do that. She swallowed. So you wanted something from me? His eyes jolted with panic, darting over to the mistletoe. Then Allie started grooming his ear. He snatched her off his shoulder and held her out. Oh, yeah, that's right. I have this appointment thing scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and you're coming with me. Lorelei took Allie from him, the Allolinx purring like an old engine. I am? In Bexley. I need someone to... Well, there's been a miscommunication, and I can't exactly show up alone. It's with an attorney. Ooh, that sounds boring, she grinned. He took a deep breath. I hope it is. Chapter 12. Bent the Truth. Lorelei shivered as they passed through the train station's entry. It felt weird and wrong and like not existing, but when they stepped out onto the platform, everything returned to normal. A family of gnomes waited on a bench, and the same old man snoozed over by where Lorelei had picked up the luggage on her first journey there. Conrad strode across the tile, ignoring the massive divot and the dark tunnels, as if they were hardly there. Probably having used the station tucked into a cave in the forest 100 times. But for Lorelei, it was still a wonder how it could be there at all. From the outside, the place just looked like a crevasse in the side of a rock. Are you coming? Conrad was standing by the archway that led into Bexley, hemmed in with bricks against the stone wall. It loomed tall and dark between identical ones marked for Hagen's Academy and the one they'd come through for Moonlit Shores. Lorelei's nerves danced under her skin. She'd been to the charmed town of Moonlit Shores before, on her own even, but Bexley would be, well, it would be a whole lot of things, chiefly among them bigger. "It's not like you to not run ahead of me," he said, eyes trained on her like he was trying to figure something out. "Guess I shouldn't complain." His mood had been a little odd that morning. Not bad, but different. She considered asking why he wanted her to come with him at all if what he expected her to do, run ahead and potentially get into some kind of trouble, was a problem, but thought better of it. Instead, she just told him what was actually on her mind, dropping her voice low. "What about your brother?" "If he's in Bexley already, we're really screwed." His face darkened as he gestured to the portal and stepped forward. "I doubt it, but all the more reason for us to get this done now." Before she saw anything, Lorelei heard the city on the other side. There was chatter, the twittering of birds, laughter, and then light. As her eyes adjusted to the sun, a sweeping, grassy field formed before her, flat and long, snaked with sidewalks and dotted with well-manicured trees. Above the treetops, a city skyline was laid out, the buildings perhaps a bit more crooked than she expected, and the colors a bit more flamboyant. But they came to charming peaks and steeples like Vermeer's view of Delft had been hung up in the sky. The cityscape surrounded the green space on all sides, even behind the archway at their back. The arch itself stood alone, not built into a wall like in the station, but positioned in the middle of the grass, bricks shoring up its edges, and into a plaque at the top was carved Moonlit Station. The center of the arch, though, was as wholly black as it had been back at the station. Curious, she walked around to its other side, the plaque there carved to read Blind Cape. With a scrunched-up nose, she leaned into the darkness and took a step. Surely she would pop out on the other side where Conrad still stood, but instead, when her foot hit the ground, the friendly sounds of the park were swallowed up, and her stomach felt as though it had just fallen out of her. Waves crashed hard against a rocky shore, and there was an eerie baying somewhere in the distance. Scrub bushes rattled with a violent wind whipping down the dunes that tore at her coat and hair. She sucked in a breath, salty and thick with red tide, and stumbled backward into the sunlight again, thunking against something hard. "Oh good, back to normal, I see." Conrad was standing just there, gripping onto her shoulders to hold her steady, a good thing since she was suddenly very woozy. She threw a hand over her mouth, vomit rising in her throat. She swallowed against the taste of bitter bile. "The Warlock General recommends passing through an astral portal no more than 6.5 times a day." Conrad guided her a few steps away from the arch, and she could see there were about 10 others set upon mounds in the grass all around. "You'll really be pushing it by the time we get back, unless you're trying to get out of work." She was steady then, and he let her go. "Or you think we're going to spend the night together here?" As the queasiness started to settle, his words sent a different jolt into her stomach, but he just laughed, walking off down a path into the park. Remarkably ordinary at first glance, the park was made up of triangular patches of grass broken up by sidewalks, lined with skinny trees and mulched flower beds at their roots. Larger oaks offered shade further out. Early winter had stolen most of the leaves, but there were plenty of plants that seemed to do their best work in the cold, and the charmed nature of the place became more apparent in a golden-leafed tree that sprawled out ahead of them, diverting the sidewalk with benches scattered under it, and dipping its boughs on occasion to steal a passerby's hat or tap them on their shoulder and pretend like it was the wind. People walked by arm in arm, or with their leashed dogs, only on closer examination they weren't all dogs, nor were they all strictly what Lorelei would call people. She tried not to stare at the incidental tail or scales. Being too inquisitive had proven disastrous a moment prior, and she didn't want to give her humanity away. She rubbed her glamoured nose and hurried to keep up with Conrad's long strides. He was sure-footed down the path that led to a gate in the tall fence that surrounded the park. "The office is close to here, I think," he told her, digging his phone out of his back pocket. He went on to say something else about a detour, but Lorelei was distracted by a woman and her child tossing handfuls of seeds toward a bush. From beneath shiny leaves, a gaggle of geckos, neon pink with bulbous eyes, darted out onto the sidewalk, slingshot their tongues, and collected the offering before skittering away. "Where are we going?" she asked absently, as a man at least 10 feet tall passed by, and she completely failed at doing the not gawking thing. 133 Overhanging Alley. "I know that place," she said quietly, but had no idea from where. He eyed her. "I bet your nosy ass does." She was about to ask what that meant as they reached the gate, but a band of preteens came barreling toward them on skateboards, scattering a flock of green-bellied pigeons. Lorelei and Conrad jumped aside to make way as they zipped between them and into the park. Lorelei looked after the kids, head tilted. Those skateboards didn't have wheels. Nope. They were hovering on tiny golden wings? Looks like it. Well, if Lorelei were going to stick out here, it would only be because she was utterly normal in comparison. Outside the park, the streets were narrow and busy with all manner of transport, though there were plenty of buses stacked well above what was safe in her world. A quadruple-decker meandered its way past them, and they crossed to the far side of the road where someone was hopping off a hippogriff and tying its reins to a post. Lorelei gave the creature a wide berth. "Is this all—" "Strictly magical, yes," Conrad answered. "This is one of the biggest cities completely under a protection enchantment. Not that it always stops humans." That certainly stopped Lorelei. Humans? That's allowed? He looked back at her and jerked his head so that she'd keep moving. Sort of, but it's pretty rare. He lowered his voice to an annoyed grumble. "They do get themselves killed pretty frequently, though." Lorelei caught up, moving closer to him against the frigid air. If he was bringing it up, she supposed she could build up a modicum of courage and just ask. "So, have you ever actually met a human before?" He halted on the street for a moment, but it was so short she barely noticed, and he took off again. "Well, yeah." She looked about at the city, hectic and crowded, with stores that sold things from average groceries to complex magics to darker, unmarked oddities. "Where, though? It seems like you have everything you need here, and I know you don't have a car or anything. How would you meet one?" "Just around," he said, stilted. "Why?" "I was just wondering." Lorelei pulled her coat tighter, though the wind was kept at bay by most of the buildings, their fronts colorful with signage that didn't always specify what they contained. "So did you like them? The humans you met?" Conrad grunted. They're all different, right? Just like us?" Lorelei swallowed. "Sure, yeah, I guess." He knit his brow as they passed a narrow and ominous alley, a strong gust sweeping down it carrying the scent of cinnamon and something sour. "But yes," he said, a little quieter. "I liked the one I met." Lorelei nodded, pleased enough with that answer. She kept her eyes peeled, spotting a franchise of the coffee shop in Moonlit Shores, and a good way to change the subject. "Hey, there's that place you like." She wondered if being a barista here would be easier than where she'd come from, or if they had to measure everything out with scales instead of in blenders. Conrad looked up from the directions on his phone. "What, Mundo's? I hate that place." It smelled of dark roast and vanilla sugar as they passed by a folding street sign with its purple crescent and antler logo. Lorelei rolled her eyes. Why did he always have to pretend to be so cool? "Oh, you hate it? That's why I've seen you drink it like 1,000,000 times, huh?" Outside the shop, a pigeon, this one with a scarlet cast to it, dove down impossibly fast and snatched up half a bagel from the ground. "Definitely not 1,000,000. He cleared his throat. "But it's always just the one drink, and I don't even know what it is." She stepped in front of him and turned around to walk backwards, trying to catch his eye. "How do you not know?" "Bridget got it off some trendy secret menu, I guess. I never asked. She would just bring it to me." He focused on his phone, eyes flicking up to her only for a second. "And it's not like I'll ever have it again anyway." God, he was impossible. What does that mean? He sucked his teeth. "We broke up again." Lorelei stopped, and he almost knocked right into her. She wanted to laugh, and it certainly was funny, But the tragedy of being stuck in the stupid loop the two of them were killed all the humor she could find in it. "Oh, sorry." She fell back in beside him. "Don't be." He took a turn, and they started down an even wider street. The shops here were bigger, and there were restaurants with open seating on the sidewalk. "Well, maybe be a little sorry. It is sort of your fault." She definitely couldn't look at him then, her face reddening. "Excuse me?" "I did that thing you said to do, telling her everything. It didn't go as planned. Not that I planned it much." "I don't—" Lorelei scratched her head. "You told her about Byron, and then you broke up? How does that happen?" "With a lot of yelling." He pocketed his phone and led her down an even busier sidewalk. "It was something about how could I keep that from her, and why did I lie to her about that time I had her scry for us, and also about the deed being missing, and if I'm not actually the only Rongvaldsen left, then what else am I lying about? Normal breaking up stuff. Thankfully, I only told her about the last couple weeks and not everything before she blew up. I need to make a stop over here." He diverted from the sidewalk so quickly she almost missed where he went, hustling to keep up with him as he crossed the street. Just ahead was a tall building with several balconies jutting off each story, each decorated uniquely to suggest a residential complex. Lorelei had more questions, sorting through all of them in her mind for the most appropriate one as she watched Conrad pull a thick envelope out of his inner coat pocket. He shoved it into one of the many mailbox slots by the front door. When he finished, he caught the confused look she was giving him. Just dropping something off for a friend. She almost said she didn't know he had friends outside of the manor, but that would have been too cruel, even though he only seemed to hang out with Bridget, and now she was gone. Well, she was gone for now. He checked his phone again and gestured for them to keep going. In silence, they followed a busy street for a few blocks, then turned down a narrow side road, the sun mostly blotted out by tall buildings on either side. It was colder, and there were fewer people about, those around ambling more slowly. "Here we are," he said, stopping before a stoop just off the sidewalk. When she looked up at the hanging sign above the doorway and read 7 Scales Solicitors, her memory pinged. "Your parents' attorney." Conrad gave her a look. "See? Nosy." He echoed himself and pulled open the door. Inside, the space was more like the small entry of a house and not the lobby of a law firm. They closed off the cold behind them, the floors creaking underfoot in time with an unseen ticking clock. A stairway zigzagged off to the left, turning over itself in the cramped space, and directly before them was another door. The nameplate on the door read, "Agatha Wainwright," and just below it was another placard. "If you are looking for Agatha Waxwrong, she can be found at 331 Understanding Way," and just below that a third placard. "If you are looking for Mr. Sheffield, he can be found 1 floor up," and a last little sign stuck on hastily at an angle stating simply, "and so on." They started up the stairs where, on another tiny landing, was the predicted Mr. Sheffield's office, and a placard that told them how to find Ms. Okimbo another floor up, and so on. So on they went, until they finally hit Mr. Benjamin Ibarra's office on the 6th floor. Conrad paused with his fist raised before the door. "So I might have bent the truth a little with this guy." She shrugged at him. Lying was one thing she was getting pretty good at. After another moment of hesitation, he sighed. "Just don't freak out." Conrad finally knocked, and the door swung open. The office had just room enough for a desk, 2 chairs facing it, and one behind. The rest of the space was crammed with shelving that housed loose files and folders, mismatched and every possible color, and nary a label in sight. Lorelei's eyes widened on the mess, an old coffee cup sitting atop a stack just at eye level beside them, and a pen spilling blue ink next to that. In another cubby, she could see a folder with the name Carter filed beside another with the name Loudon. It would be Zaya's greatest nightmare, and a task Lorelei couldn't imagine ever getting sorted. There was no one else inside, but just at the back of the office, set against the shelves, stood a ladder. When they glanced up, it went on into lights that dimmed into nothingness above, but were much higher than any of the stories they'd climbed. "Be with you in a minute," came a voice that sounded as if it stood at the far end of a very long hall that also happened to be impossibly high above their heads. What in the world? Lorelei pushed up onto her toes as if that would help make out the speck that moved above them. "Have a seat, please," the voice called down again. "Help yourself to the zestrushes." Conrad sat, but his knee bounced, rubbing against the desk in the cramped space, though he didn't seem to notice. He stared straight ahead, as if a man didn't teeter 100 feet overhead, wholly occupied with some other reason to be nervous, and he was even biting on a nail. Lorelei sat beside him, watching him take turns flexing his fingers and drumming them on the arm of the chair. This was potentially a big meeting, but she'd never seen him so tense, and she searched the desk for something to distract him, but it was mostly scattered with loose papers and pens. There was a little sign with the attorney's name, Benjamin Ibarra, Esquire of the 7 Scales, and appended onto that a second little metal plate that extended out, reading Ethe Real Estate, Interplanar Immigration, Mary Space Time Law, and Charmed Notary of the 8th Degree. Beside that was a bowl of bright pink candies. She grabbed one and held it out to Conrad. He shook his head, and she shrugged, unwrapping it. I wouldn't," he said, holding up a hand. "Why not?" His knee stopped bouncing. "You wouldn't like it. It's weird." She squinted and took a sniff. It smelled exactly how a candy company tried to convince consumers strawberries smelt. And how would he know what she liked anyway? The ladder behind the desk creaked, and Conrad's knee started bouncing again. Can't be that weird. She pulled off the rest of the wrapping. No, really. He went to take it from her, but the ladder creaked again, and he shot at a panicked look. She popped the candy into her mouth. How weird can it be? Conrad sighed, but a smile crept up the side of his face. Oh, Lorelei. He didn't know what he was talking about. It was just normal candy, sweet, hard, a little preservative-y. It didn't give under her teeth, so she rolled it over her tongue and shrugged. This time, when the ladder creaked, Conrad didn't seem to notice. Seems fine to... Tingles started along the top of her tongue, and she was immediately overproducing saliva. Oh, that is weird. Conrad was grinning fully now. The tingles spread to the roof of her mouth and then her gums. It felt like her teeth had all gotten up and started shuffling around. Oh, that's really... She slapped a hand over her mouth to keep the drool in. He propped an elbow on the arm of his chair and just watched. Lorelei fanned at her face, her cheeks growing hot and tears pricking at her eyes. Muffled, she squeaked, "So hot!" Minty icicles stabbed at the innards of her mouth and throat, making her face flush. No, so cold! The fruity flavor melted away, replaced with cocoa, but sans any of the sweetness. Ugh, and so bitter! Even as the feet of a man came into view climbing down the ladder, Conrad didn't tense again. Well, I told you, didn't I? It had worked to distract him, at least, but that didn't mean Lorelei wasn't regretting the decision. She looked around on the desk for a box of tissues, but found none. Her lips twisted under the new taste spreading through her mouth, sour and so intense she was sure all of her taste buds would revolt and leave if they didn't get burnt right off first. Oh, you're really suffering, huh? Conrad leaned casually to the side and picked up a small trash bin, taking his time to offer it to her. She grabbed it and spit the candy out along with a long trail of fluorescent blue saliva. Her tongue hung out, and she could just see the tip of it, dyed violet and pulsing. Oh, that was terrible. Mr. Rogvoldsen. Benjamin Ibarra was standing behind his desk, a hand extended toward Conrad. He was just under 5 feet tall, with proper dress shoes, which he was certainly wearing to go with his very proper suit and vest, a well-fitting chocolate-brown outfit, the white of his undershirt crisp and bright against his much darker skin. Mr. Ibarra's bald head reflected back the office lights, and his gray speckled beard was cut very close to a boxy chin. Beside him, a thick file folder encompassed in a yellow light was just floating down onto the desk. Conrad took his hand, standing, anxiety crawling back onto his face. Nice to see you again, said Mr. Ibarra, his smile full of bright white teeth. Not that you'd remember the first time. You were so young, you were just learning to walk. Could cast, though, that was for sure. And Mrs. Rogvaldsen? Mr. Ibarra released Conrad and extended a hand to Lorelei, who still held the wastebasket in her lap. She glanced up to his lined and expectant face. Who, me? Lorelei was pretty good at pretending to be something she wasn't, but of all things, Mrs. Rogvaldsen was absolutely not what she was expecting to be called. Chapter 13. Honey. Conrad lifted the trash bin out of Lorelei's lax hands. You okay, honey? Her stomach lurched in a way she couldn't place on the scale of, how dare you, to, catch me, I'm about to swoon. Then she blinked up at Conrad, who was grinning with too many teeth, practically pleading with her to go along with it. Yes, dear. She rubbed her tongue against the roof of her mouth and managed to smile, taking the attorney's hand. Mr. Ibarra gave her a soft shake and finally took his seat. Now, last wills and testaments, yes? He spread stubby fingers over the stacks of paperwork on his desk, each askew in a unique way. Lorelei stared down Conrad, who did his best to focus all of his attention wholly on Mr. Ibarra. She didn't have any sort of charmed abilities, but she thought if she tried hard enough, she might be able to bore a hole through the side of his face, or at least telepathically ask him what the hell was going on. But the warlock just cleared his throat and spoke to the attorney. That's what we talked about on the phone. Mr. Ibarra slipped open a drawer and pulled out some more papers. Well, you two really have things cut out for you, what with Mr. Rogvaldsen's parents' wills being executed here. He flipped open the file folder, licked his fingertips, and thumbed through the stack. Effects change, of course, but at least we have a basis for all the paperwork. Smart. You two being so young, going about this now before you start multiplying. Unless... Lorelei bit her cheek when she saw Conrad's pale face go the slightest shade of pink. She smirked. Actually, that's why we're here. She rubbed her belly. Revenge had never come so fast and absolute. Well, Mr. Ibarra beamed back at the two of them. That's 4 generations of Rogvaldsens through that door. He pointed back at the way they'd come. Conrad's jaw had gone slack. She reached out and tapped his chin to close it. Still shocks him, like he didn't have biology in school or something. Lorelei giggled along with Mr. Ibarra, and Conrad went an even more pleasing shade of red. Anyway, the warlock growled, I was actually hoping you could help me, us, get all the documents together. I may have misplaced some things. You wouldn't happen to have the account information and perhaps, I don't know, the deeds up there, would you? Do I? Mr. Ibarra raised furry brows, his forehead crinkles tripling. Sir, you absolutely know I do. Just give me a good couple minutes and you'll be swimming in papers. He stood and went back to the ladder, starting upward once again. When he had climbed well up over their heads and his satisfied rambling about his paperwork collection trailed off, Lorelei looked over at Conrad with her own, well, how do you like that, smirk. What are you doing? He whispered harshly from the back of his throat. Me? She leaned toward him, whispering back, You're the one who told him we were married. I panicked, okay? Conrad screwed up his face, and he spoke quickly, eyes flicking back to the ladder. I called him and didn't want to say the deed was lost, so instead I told him I wanted to draw up my will, and he asked if I was bringing my wife, and I thought, well, that's pretty presumptuous, but then it just sort of came out of my mouth that I would before I realized I don't actually have one of those. You could have at least warned me. Well, yeah, but then you wouldn't have come. He looked at her like it was obvious, but she just shook her head, confused. It's your biggest fear, being somebody's wife, right? I mean, you ran out on your own wedding. That's not... I'm fine with... You don't even know anything about that. The ladder creaked, and they both glanced at it, but Mr. Ibarra was still far off in the vastness of the forever high ceiling. I know enough to not warn you, he said. Look, just don't stack on more stuff. Lies need to be simple so you can easily remember them. We're married. You took my name. We're one of those disgustingly happy couples that don't really exist. That's it. Simple. You think happy couples don't exist? She frowned, her anger forgotten for a moment. Conrad squinted, thinking, Well, I guess, but that's not what we're talking about. Trust me about this lying thing, okay? She snorted. Well, that made all the anger come right back. No, lies need to be detailed so they're believable. Like, I wouldn't have taken your name. It's way too many syllables. Also, what would you have done if I didn't? She gasped. Oh my God! Am I your backup wife? He held his hands out. What in the nether does that mean? You were going to bring Bridget here, she hissed, pointing at him, nose scrunched up and annoyed. But she broke up with you before the appointment, didn't she? That's why you said I had to come with you. Oh, you're such a jerk. I set this appointment up after we split, actually. He was scowling at her, working to keep his voice low. And not that you asked, but I'm the one who broke up with her this time anyway, smartass. He sat back, arms crossed, then eyed her. Why would you even be upset about being a backup imaginary wife anyway? I'm not upset, Conrad, she spat, sitting back herself and wondering the very same thing. Yes, you are. He leaned forward again, grinning this time. His voice slowed, the exasperation rinsed out of it and replaced with amusement. Your face is all pink, and you just said my name that way you do when you're irritated with me. You're mad because you thought I didn't pick you. Flustered, she swallowed and watched the ladder bend, willing Mr. Ibarra to get down it quicker than her face could shift to a deeper shade of embarrassment. I don't know what you're talking about. She tried and failed to casually lilt. Calm down, honey, he said, leaning very close to her. All this stress can't be good for the baby. She snorted at him again. Very funny. Now it's twins. Here they all are. Mr. Ibarra had another manila folder floating beside him in a pleasant yellow glow as he descended to the floor, and the two put on wide smiles, the kind a disgustingly happy couple might wear, before he turned around. The folder landed on the table, significantly thicker than the first, and he flicked through the pages. Lots here. Copies of the marriage certificate, residency paperwork, and, whew, look at this thing. He pulled out a thick stack that had to have been a couple 100 pages all clamped together. I remember copying this myself. Your parents sure went through a lot to... Sure, yeah, they were something all right. Conrad sat up straight and put his hands on the table. But do you have the deeds in there by chance? Specifically, the one for Moonlit Shores Manor? Deeds? Mr. Ibarra flicked through a few more pages. Ah, deeds. Of course, right here. Alphabetized under R for really about land and buildings. At that, Lorelei sat up straight too, all the annoyance and embarrassment flowing right out of her. Conrad could call her his grandmother if that's what it took to get their hands on the deed, though admittedly she preferred the current setup. The attorney handed a single page over to the warlock, and Conrad almost didn't take it. It was pristine looking, certainly not hundreds of years old, and just too simple. Finally, he reached for it, and Lorelei leaned all the way over the arm of her chair to lean on his shoulder to see. It was a single page with few words on it. Deed in bold script letters at the top, elaborate scrolling down along the sides and the corners, and the word duplicate in fat red letters littered all over. She deflated right there. It's a copy. Well, of course, said Mr. Ibarra with a titter. The original would never leave that place. Too enchanted, too clingy. It might do a walkabout. It certainly came here to the office for half a day to be copied, but that piece of paper, I remember that one. That deed would find its way back right where it belonged every time. That's how those enchantments work. Conrad looked up from the copy, and Lorelei looked at him. His face sharpened as if he remembered something important. How enchanted? The deed itself was standard paperwork, modifiable by the proper authorities, but that manor, well, that's different. The man leaned forward, steepling his fingers. That place isn't any ordinary building. Isn't even any extraordinary building. Extraordinary, you might call it. Sort of wants to own itself. We had to write up a special clause for that. Conrad tipped his head down. Where? Mr. Ibarra flipped through the papers again, pulling out a copy of Conrad's father's will. He ran his fingers across it, highlighting a few lines in a yellow glow before handing it over to Conrad. That's a lot of legalese, but it comes down to your parents. See, the manor does what it wants. Not that I have to tell you that. But if you want it to go to somebody else, you have to convince it. Not too difficult, not with the enchantment your grandfather put on the place to give it to your father and then to you after the accident. He reined in his voice. I am sorry about that, Mr. Rogvaldsen. It was just terrible to hear. Conrad nodded like he'd been told the same thing 100 times before. But see, that building, it didn't want to go to Mrs. Pierce, so we had to write that in special, that she'd act as an intermediary for a time. So you modified the deed itself, Conrad said. You can do that? Like I said, anyone with the authority and the owner's permission can. He pulled out from his vest pocket a cylinder like the one Lorelei had seen Mayor Blackburn use to officiate the manor's business license. So, if you two have a couple more kiddos after this one, he pointed to Lorelei's flat stomach, you could split the ownership between them equally, which is what I tried convincing the other Rogvaldsens to do, but, well, guess it didn't really matter. It was only left to one of them? Lorelei asked. There was a disagreement, the attorney said, turning toward her. The original paperwork named the older boy when he was the only child. Then it was amended organically to add your husband when he came along as a second inheritor if anything happened to the first son. The enchantment on the deed is archaic. Stays in the hands of the first male heir unless amended. He chuckled. Very silly stuff. But it would have only taken a few extra lines to divide the ownership between the two. That just required both of his parents to come down to the office, which is usually very low on anyone's list of priorities when they're so young. Should have been higher, Conrad mumbled, eyes trailing over the copy of his father's will. They did eventually show up, a few years later, but I was surprised with what Mr. Rogvaldsen actually wanted, to cut the other boy out. Mrs. Rogvaldsen was against it, of course, and they ended up not amending a thing that day. That was a very long hour and a half of my life, let me tell you. The two of them sitting right where you two are, fighting it out to end up agreeing on nothing. So the deed wasn't changed, and then, well, you know what happened. Conrad passed him back the copies. Thanks for your time, Mr. Ibarra. He stood. Oh, well, of course. But didn't you want to... Actually, my wife's not feeling very well, so I'll give you a call to reschedule. He looked hard at Lorelei. Afternoon sickness, right? Lorelei's eyes pinged back and forth between the men. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure you don't feel well, he said through grit teeth, motioning for her to get up. She furrowed her brow, standing slowly. Okay, I guess I could use a snack or whatever. Well, by all means, Mr. Ibarra waved a hand, and the door to the office opened. She kept both hands on her stomach as they went into the hall, bending back to make it protrude and slowing their exit. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibarra, she said, turning back to him with a smile. It was so nice to meet you. You were really helpful. Come on, honey. Conrad snaked an arm around her waist in the doorway, the word losing all of its endearment as he tugged at her. Isn't there anything else you wanted to ask, dear? She looked up at him, eyes wide, trying to give him one last chance. Nope, let's go get you that coffee you wanted. She clicked her tongue. You know too much caffeine isn't good for the babies. Babies, right. I'll call you, Mr. Ibarra. He gave the man a short wave and yanked Lorelei out of the doorway. By the time his office door shut, Conrad had pulled her down a full flight of stairs to the landing outside a different attorney's office. Hey, wait a second. She followed after him when he let her go, but he didn't stop until they were back on the first level. A small flock of pigeons scattered in a flurry of green and blue wings as they opened the door onto the street and were hit by frosty air. She grabbed the sleeve of his coat as he tried to hurry back the way they had come. Conrad, what's going on? What's wrong? He looked back at her, brow heavy, then it softened. He rubbed his face and his shoulders slumped. I'll explain it. Let's just go somewhere more private. Nowhere in Bexley was really private, but the park was at least open enough to avoid other people. They walked to it fast, but in silence, and Conrad picked out a bench under a tree that had lost all of its leaves, set far off the sidewalk. They sat next to each other, hands in pockets and collars turned up against the cold, and Lorelei waited until he was ready to talk. "Byron was 7 when I was born," he began, voice flat. "He hated me right away, told me I was a mistake, and always insisted our parents didn't really want me. He told her so stoically she wasn't sure if he was making a joke or not, but then he looked up at the branches above them, thoughtful. He was probably half right, that they only wanted one kid at first, but Byron didn't have the spark, so they had to try again." Lorelei gaped at him. That was the last thing she expected him to say. If Byron didn't have a spark, then how did he do so much magic? But with the stake, and all the lights, that was magic, wasn't it? All of that is new. Conrad lifted a hand and dropped it again. The spark usually shows up pretty early in kids. It can be tested, drawn out, all to quell charmed folks' fears. But Byron he just wasn't. He was like Seamus? Right. Only Seamus's family was a lot nicer about it. Lorelei's chest began to sink. So they wanted to leave everything to you instead because you could do magic and Byron couldn't? My father did, but not just because of that. Conrad bit his lip, puzzling out the words. I sort of understood what was going on, that he was treated differently because of it, and I told Byron I wanted to help him. Not that a 5-year-old can really do anything, but I thought I could back then. And since I was willing, Byron said he found a way, and he did. Something sort of bad. It didn't work, but it did piss off my parents to the point that our father told him he was going to send him away. Mom wouldn't allow it, but after that, things were different. And 3 years later, they changed for good. Lorelei looked out at the grassy park, the figures bundled up, arm in arm, strolling along so casually. How anyone could be having a nice day at that moment, she had no idea. Maybe, he started to say, staring at his boots. If I had convinced them it was my idea, then Dad wouldn't have gotten so mad. Or if Hey, she twisted toward him and leaned in. That's not your fault. None of it is your fault. You were just a little kid. Yeah, but so was he. But Conrad, yeah, I know. He cleared his throat, hands still shoved into coat pockets. We should probably go back. It's getting cold. Like that, she knew he was done talking. She nodded, but neither of them moved from the bench, his words hanging too heavily over them. A pigeon landed and rooted around in the grass at their feet, and Lorelei watched it hollowly. Then she blinked and cocked her head. Hey, I don't mean to change the subject. Please do. But is that Well, that's not a pigeon, is it? The creature was pigeon-sized, with a set of wings, big eyes on either side of its head, and jewel-toned colors all over its body. But it was covered in scales where it should have had feathers, and its wings were leathery and run through with veins, and when it snuffled in the grass, a tiny plume of smoke rose out of its snout. Oh, yeah. They were going extinct, he said, as if that explained everything. When she just looked at him, he went on. Some conservationists wanted to help preserve them a couple 100 years ago or something, but it's apparently difficult to make safe spaces for multi-ton flying fire breathers, so they just shrank them. Turns out they're really good at surviving when they're small, and now they're basically an invasive species. You shrunk dragons. He stood, gesturing for her to follow. Well, I didn't. Chapter 14. Congratulations or condolences. The Phoenix has burnt. Lorelei screwed up her face, the check-in desk phone held to her ear. Mr. Ingram, in 756, was saying something about a pollywog giving off little electric zaps in his shower drain, but Greer's words as he stood in front of her were even stranger. "The basilisk hunts at midnight." He was leaning over the edge of the desk, his eyes pried open wide, scar taut over his face. "What?" she mouthed as Mr. Ingram's voice went on, complaints of burnt toe hairs mounting in her ear. The Alalynx walked across the counter between them, fluttering her wings in both of their faces for attention. Greer rolled his eyes and leaned back, scoping the foyer for anyone else who might be around. "The Kraken," he whispered, leaning back in and pushing Allie out of the way, "has one short tentacle." "Are you having a stroke?" Lorelei stared back at him as the voice on the other end of the line gasped, "Oh, no, not you, Mr. Ingram. Just a little medical emergency downstairs. I'll send Wren right up for that pollywog." When she hung up, she glared at the lichen. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Mr. Carr," he whispered through grit teeth. "He's headed into town tonight." "Oh!" Lorelei immediately glanced around the foyer, too, and shushed him, despite that they were still alone and already whispering. "Are you sure?" That didn't actually sound much like Mr. Carr. Greer nodded just as Zaya came into the foyer from the sitting room with Mr. Eckney's empty teacup. "So," he raised his voice, stilted, "that's why I need you to come shopping with me for my Secret Santa gift tonight." "You haven't done that yet?" Zaya clicked her tongue as she passed, shaking her head. "I guess I'm not surprised. Lore, keep him on track, okay? Oh, and I have a client coming in a few minutes, so I'll be unreachable for the next hour or so." Lorelei gave her a thumbs up as she disappeared into the dining room. She also had not picked out her Secret Santa gift, but it had only been a couple weeks since they'd been given the names, and Christmas was still a few weeks away. Greer grinned, waggling his eyebrows. "So gullible. So, tonight we gotta—" Lorelei cleared her throat loudly as Arista and Seamus swept in through the front door, shaking off the cold. Seamus greeted them, letting the whole manor know the temperature and just how many birds they'd seen on their walk, while Arista caught Lorelei's eye and gave her a curt nod. The woman had been making rounds every day, uncharacteristic according to everyone else, but Lorelei knew why. She was refreshing her wards and checking that everything was secure. The nod told her nothing was amiss, and Lorelei was grateful they didn't have to exchange words. Arista told Seamus quietly she was headed off for a nap, the task always taxing. "Greer, can you please grab Wren and get up to 756 to take care of Mr. Ingram's problem?" He snorted, crossing his arms, his white eye looking particularly angry. "Did you hear anything I said?" Lorelei watched as Arista and Seamus went into the dining room. Then she leaned forward, both hands spread out on the counter. "Of course I did. I'll meet you when we're both off, okay? Just be cool until then." He grinned, his canines a little pointier than she remembered. Everything about the look screaming mischief was on the horizon. "Right. Cool. Cool as a yeti." Then he rushed out the door. Lorelei cleaned up the morning's notes in time for lunch, sent Zaya's client, a tall, dark-haired man, upstairs, and checked in 2 more guests, but her mind was firmly planted on the day before. Conrad hadn't been in the mood to divulge much more of the specifics about Byron on the way back from Bexley, so she didn't really get to ask how he had gone from a warlock without a spark, which, as far as she was concerned, was indistinguishable from a human, to a being powerful enough to master seemingly every school of magic. Of course, it was very possible Conrad just had no idea, but he avoided the topic, reverting to his snotty and taunting self on their walk back through the forest. That she was at least comfortable with, perhaps finding it even endearing, though she was coming to realize it was just a mask in almost the same way her fey glamour was. She'd have to bring it all up with him again in the future, but the task didn't seem so daunting in light of his recent behavior, especially relative to how tense things were a few weeks prior. She chuckled to herself at the memory of how panicked he'd been in the attorney's office when Mr. Ibarra called her Mrs. Rongvaldsen. The front doors to the manor opened, sunlight flooding in with a gust of blustery wind. As the almanac that Wren had made her predicted, it was a cloudless but exceedingly low-temperature day, and if he continued to be right, which was about 80% of the time, it would get below freezing by sundown. Lorelei's wistful smile faded into a deep frown. Bridget stood in the foyer, all smiles and pink and blonde. Lorelei couldn't even bother to fake a greeting back as the witch called to her. Allie hid her head under a paw at the end of the counter. "Hey, girl!" Bridget crossed the foyer, her heeled boots clacking, and she set 2 Moondo's cups on the counter. "Ooh, I love this. So cute on you." Bridget pointed at her top to punctuate every word, surprisingly cheery considering she had been dumped so recently. Lorelei glanced down at herself. Her community college logo, a bobcat, glared back from the front of the 2 sizes too big sweatshirt. "Thanks. I, like your nails." That, at least, wasn't a lie. They were lavender with gold tips and looked like they could gouge out an eye. "Oh my God, don't you just? Got them done at this new place last night in Bexley. That was so cute." She admired them, then glanced at Lorelei, pursing her lips, the next part coming out strained. "You should totes come with next time." Lorelei wasn't sure what to say, but was relieved she and Conrad hadn't bumped into her in the city. "So I heard," she said, rifling through her bag and pulling out a compact, "that you got into some stuff a little while ago." She was looking at herself in the handheld mirror and using a finger to smooth down a flyaway hair, but her eyes snapped up to Lorelei just long enough to stab right through her. Stuff? As Lorelei thought, the stairs creaked, and Zaya's latest client came down into the foyer, meandering over to the counter. "At the house with my boyfriend and his brother." She kept her voice low and snapped the compact shut. "Just don't get any big ideas about that, 'kay?" Lorelei swallowed, the witch's glare boring right into her soul. She wanted to agree just to get it to stop, but also, what the hell did she mean about getting big ideas? She almost died in that house, for crying out loud, but she made it sound like it had been a date. And really, why was Bridget even here? Conrad said he broke up with her, and she almost pointed that out, but instead shifted her gaze to Zaya's client, a dark-haired man with a long, skinny bag strapped to his back, standing politely a pace off from Bridget and waiting. "Sir?" "Zaya asked I give you—" As he leaned toward her to hand over a thick stack of bright red envelopes, he paused, looking down at the counter where the Moondo's cups were sitting. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes, then frowned and focused back on Lorelei. These are meant for the outgoing mail," he said, handing off the stack. As the man walked off, his apprehensive gaze passed over Bridget and the cups once more, though the witch didn't notice. Instead, she was still just staring daggers at Lorelei. Well, that was enough of that. "So, I heard you guys broke up." Bridget's face went purple. "Oh, gods, no. We had one teeny-tiny disagreement, but you know how boys are. They just cannot handle communication properly and think when you're mad, you're done with them." She picked up her drinks and took a sip from one, then sighed. "So silly. Almost more trouble than they're worth, right?" The angry color drained from her face, and she started to grin, a sort of pleasant yet ill-placed look. "They just don't know what they want, so you have to tell them." She winked, about to walk off, then paused. "Hey, has anything else weird happened around here?" "Weird? Here? No, never." "Oh, you know what I mean. Since our little trip, anything a little Zyrish?" Lorelei squinted at her. "Not really. Why?" "I don't know. Just sort of feel not good about tossing that bottle out of the time stream or whatever. Like maybe it was a mistake?" "No, just, like, maybe not the best choice, you know? It felt so icky. I figured we should obliterate it, but now I'm not sure. But if you say stuff's fine," she took another sip, "I guess it is. Just, like, maybe be careful or whatever." Any other time, Bridget's warning would have come across as a threat, but her dark eyes looked Lorelei up and down with something more sincere than she'd ever mustered up before. "For real," she added. "Like, for real, real." Then there was a shout and clatter of silverware from the other room, and Allie raised her head with a trill. "Uh-oh, work never ends, huh?" Bridget scurried to the hall that led to the basement stairs and skipped off. Lorelai pushed Bridget out of her mind as she crossed the foyer to the dining room. Inside, the guests had been enjoying lunch until a few moments earlier. Now Miss Brimstone was standing beside a table and shouting at a dryad who was sitting on her fiancé, Mr. Suwani's, lap. He looked horrified at the whole situation, but the dryad was completely ignoring both Miss Brimstone's shrieking and Mr. Suwani's protests, and instead was nuzzling into the warlock's neck. "Get off of him!" Miss Brimstone shouted, and grabbed a fistful of the dryad's curly hair. She howled, finally yanked away, then shook herself free of the witch's grasp. The dryad slapped her hands together just in Miss Brimstone's face, and an explosion of flowers popped into existence, raining down in pink and white petals and a fine yellow dust. "Oh, please!" the witch swatted at the blooms. "Come on, Craig, let's... Achoo!" She sneezed so violently it threw her whole body back, and the dryad cackled before turning back to Mr. Suwani, who, petrified, didn't get out of his chair in time. "Lassies, please!" Seamus was there, his hands out, face twisted into a mix of humor and fear. "We can sort this out. There's enough of the lad to go around, surely." Mr. Suwani looked like he might cry. "You!" Miss Brimstone pushed up her sleeves and cracked her knuckles, eyeing the back of the dryad as she straddled the warlock's lap. "I'll turn you into a Jew!" As she flexed her hands and green sparks jolted out of her fingertips, another sneeze racked her body. The sparks flew, sharp and straight, but missed the dryad completely and instead landed squarely on Seamus's chest. With a snap and a flash, the man's body went completely stiff, eyes stuck wide open, and then he started to fall forward. As his body plummeted, it condensed on itself, glowing with that same green magic until in its place a frog appeared, croaked once, and plopped onto the ground. "Seamus!" Lorelai sprinted across the room and scooped him up just as he went to leap away. He was bright orange with little emerald bumps all over his back, his bulbous eyes turning on her. Then she turned her own eyes on Miss Brimstone, her mouth hanging open. "Damn it, I missed!" The witch raised her hands again, but Mr. Suwani finally broke himself of his petrification, hopping up and knocking the dryad off his lap. "Honey, please, no more transmutation today!" She sneezed in his face. Then there was a ping, and a shot of something bright pink knocked the dryad in the back of the head, followed by a wisp of black smoke curling around her hair. The dryad gasped, straightening, looked down at her own hands, then back up at the two. She covered her face and backed up quickly into another dryad who had been standing, watching the whole thing with the kind of anger only seen on a very pissed-off significant other. "What in the great forest is wrong with you?" the woman asked her. I don't know." Her dark face had gone gray, and as she glanced around the dining room, the eyes of the rest of the guests and the frog on her, she devolved into tears and ran out of the room, her girlfriend chasing after. Miss Brimstone huffed, ready to run out as well, but Mr. Suwani convinced her to leave through the back door instead, and they too were gone. Lorelai was left holding a frog and surrounded by quickly wilting blossoms and pollen. She caught Mr. Carr's eye, who was frozen, his fork halfway to his mouth, a bit of potato salad hanging off of it. She spun away from him to see Philomena and Hannah standing in the corner of the dining room. Lorelai's sense of not knowing what to do focused on the two, and she stomped over with a purpose. "I didn't realize they were with other people," the Cupid said, holding out her hands, the pea shooter in them. Hannah was chewing on one of her nails. "They really looked like they would be cute together." The last time Ms. Brimstone and Mr. Suwani visited, the chandelier fell practically right in front of them. They got a door slammed in their faces, and they stormed off. This was supposed to be a redo to see if they wanted to have their wedding here. That's definitely ruined now. Lorelai had a hand wrapped tightly around Seamus's squishy body, and she held him up so the two could see. "And now my boss is a frog," Seamus croaked. "Toad," Hannah corrected her meekly. "You can tell from the skin." "Most people would be happy if their boss were a toad. It's why I went freelance." Philomena gave her a strangled smile. "You see? This is why I need Zaya's help." Lorelai rolled her eyes. "I have to figure out how to fix this. But you, both of you, have to promise no more of these random acts of love, all right?" Philomena gave her an innocuous smile. I promise I will not mess up like that again. Hannah nodded. Cross our hearts. Lorelei watched the two draw X's on their chests, opened her mouth to tell them she meant it, but then Seamus croaked again, and she knew she had more important things to deal with. Back in the foyer, she held Seamus up to her face, giving him a pitiful look. Ms. Brimstone was a witch, but she'd stomped off before offering to put him back into his body. Thankfully, she knew one other charmed person who was pretty good at transmutation. Regrettably, he was downstairs at that very moment with Schrodinger's girlfriend. I hope you appreciate this, Seamus, she said. Allie meowed from the counter, and Lorelei saw her drop her head down and raise her butt up to wiggle it hard in the air. Oh, no, you don't. The Allalynx propelled herself from the counter right at Lorelei's face. She ducked out of the way, and to her surprise, Allie kept gliding right past. It was apparently a surprise to Allie, too. As her wings managed one good flap, she trilled with the excitement of a creature realizing it just might be able to fly, and then plummeted out of the air like a rock. A rock, granted, with wings, but one she just didn't know 100% what to do with yet. Lorelei checked she hadn't squeezed Seamus too hard, but he seemed okay. This is Seamus, she said, pointing to the toad. You know, with the goatee and the hats? Allie looked up at her, frustrated and embarrassed by the fall. He's not for eating. Watch the counter for me, all right? She took a breath and went down the basement steps. Seamus only struggled a moment when he saw the pond and all of the rocks perfect for hopping on at the base of the stairs, but Lorelei passed it quickly to get to Conrad's bedroom. She steeled herself to knock, but when she did, the door was already ajar, and she ended up pushing it open. No one answered, so she pushed it a little more. Hey, Conrad, do you have a— Oh, geez! Bridget was on top of him, and they were making out ferociously, if at the very least still clothed, though had she been a couple seconds later, she might not have been so lucky. Lorelei covered Seamus's toad eyes. Hey, excuse me, she shouted, turning her head away since they had yet to stop. I don't mean to interrupt, but I have an emergency. Huh? Oh, Lore. Lorelei hesitantly peeked out of the corner of her eye. Conrad sat straight up, knocking Bridget away. She shrieked and landed with a huff in the blankets. Hey, are you— He looked down at himself, then over at Bridget, blinking. What's up? Sorry, Lorelei blathered, holding Seamus at arm's length from her spot in the doorway. Frog? Toad, she sighed. Well, no, actually, it's your uncle. Your first cousin once removed-in-law. Seamus? Conrad scrambled off the bed, then Lorelei averted her eyes once more as he fumbled with the button on his pants. Why was it every time his clothes were half off, the rest of the situation was always so inopportune? Bridget whined, slapping her hand on the mattress. Can't it wait, babe? I can't stay that long. I have stuff to do tonight. He ignored her, leaning down to look the toad in its orange face. I know Arista can get angry, but I had no idea she could do this. Lorelei explained the commotion upstairs. Conrad took Seamus from her and flipped him over, examining his white belly. Pretty nice work. Conrad, she chastised, saying his name in that way she only did when irritated with him. Seamus has been turned into a toad, and you're admiring the craftsmanship? Bridget popped up over his shoulder then, snaking her arms around his waist and digging claws into his sides, making him jump. He has to wait it out, sis. Lorelei narrowed her eyes, confused as to why Bridget wasn't yelling at her like she had expected. Instead, she was acting awfully smitten, which wasn't usual, even when her mood was better. Conrad glanced at the witch, and a smile spread over his face, dumbly, handing Seamus back to Lorelei without looking and nearly dropping him. They started kissing again, that much worse being so much closer. Lorelei stuck out her tongue. Oh my God, guys, please just fix him and I'll gladly leave. Huh? Conrad pulled back from Bridget and blinked. He shook his head and rubbed at his eyes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, she's right. It'll probably take a couple hours, but this will wear off. I could try to force him back, but with living things, it's better to wait. You don't want him to get stuck halfway. Lorelei pursed her lips. You're sure he's okay like this? Yeah. Conrad bent down again to frown at the toad that was his uncle. It sucks, but have you ever heard of Mothman? She gave him a look to say she did, but had no idea where he was going with it. Rick's a pretty nice guy. Lectured at the academy once. Had to keep the lights really low. But I don't think Seamus wants to go the rest of his life with those eyes or a penchant for flies. Hold on, I do have something that might help. He crossed the room and started to rifle through his desk. Bridget trailed after, and he swatted her hands away as she tried tugging on his pants, giggling. Regardless of how Lorelei felt about Conrad, not that she was admitting anything at that moment, it was extra strange, and she glanced down at Seamus. The toad's eyes seemed to confirm what she felt. While she waited, she got a whiff of something sweet and glanced over to Conrad's dresser next to the door. The now empty Mundo's coffee cups were sitting there, and the way Zaya's client, a Cupid probably, just like Philomena, had looked at the cups in the foyer, flashed in her mind. With both Conrad and Bridget distracted, him looking for something in his desk and her looking for something in his pockets, Lorelei grabbed both of the lidded cups and stuffed them into her baggy sweatshirt pocket. "He won't remember," Conrad was saying as he turned around. "His brain is literally a toad's right now, but he's going to have one nether of a headache when he transmutes back." He brought a tiny jar to her with something orange inside it. "When he's Seamus again, that will lessen the pain." She took it, giving Bridget a quick glance, still hovering over by the desk with a hand lazily flipping through the pages of one of the notebooks there, apparently uninterested in Conrad for the moment. "Well, thanks, I guess. Didn't mean to interrupt your, reunion." Conrad's eyes went a little wider, and he scratched the back of his head, face going red. "Yeah, it's okay. It's an emergency, like you said." He tried leaning against the door frame, but slid off of it clumsily. He really was acting funny. And not ha-ha funny, but peculiar in that way when something odd might be happening to you but you're too intoxicated to notice funny. Which really wasn't funny at all. "Are you okay?" "Of course he is," Bridget called from her spot by the desk. Conrad straightened then, crossing his arms, and he snapped, "Of course I am." He could be grouchy and arrogant, but he'd never used that tone with her or looked at her like that. Lorelei frowned, wondering if she'd overstepped. "Sorry, you just seem—" Her eyes ventured over to Bridget again, who was glaring now like she had in the foyer, but at the back of his head instead of at her. "You seem weird." "Yeah, well, you, interrupted," he said, sneering. "Oh, right, that." She supposed if anything would provoke a sudden personality shift, it might be that. "Okay, sure, whatever. Congratulations on... this?" She gestured with the toad toward Bridget, then lowered her voice. "Or condolences, whichever you prefer." She left him with his mouth hanging open in the doorway and hurried back upstairs. No one was in the foyer but Allie, dutifully watching the door, and so she pulled one of the Mundo's cups from her pocket and, one-handed, pried off the lid. There was still a tiny pool of coffee in the bottom. "Seamus," she said to the toad as she capped back on the lid and climbed the stairs to where the guest rooms were, "on the off chance you do remember this, I want you to know I have the best of intentions." As she headed for room 168, she was at least being half honest, and so Magic decided it might half help her out. But as the rules went, there would be a price to pay. Lorelei knocked on Philomena's door. Chapter 15. Responsibility. Moonlit Shores was different at night. Lorelei pulled her coat tight against the cold of winter, but something else gave her a chill. Though the streets were decorated with lights and piney boughs, the glow of candles in apartment windows above the shops and the solemn sound of choral music floating out through restaurant doors gave her the willies. It could have also been, of course, that she and Greer were stalking one of their guests. Lorelei pulled her scarf up over her mouth and nose, glad Greer had thought to wear a hat that hid all his wild brown curls. They blended in with the others on the street that night, though they didn't carry packages or skip along holding hands. The shops that remained open were busy as others closed with evening dwindling into night. "He's supposed to be at the corner of Nightshade and Yarrow in an hour," Greer said, gesturing with his nose ahead of them, his hands stuffed into his pockets. Lorelei hadn't been far off of Moonlit Shores' main square, but they'd passed City Hall already and took a turn away from the big park where the Harvest Festival had been. From what she could see ahead, the streets got narrower and the lights were dimmer. But first, Greer had other plans and guided them into a shop with a friendly bell over the door. "What are we doing?" Lorelei was hit first with the smell of the place, grainy, then the trill of something scurrying in wood chips. "I really do have to get my Secret Santa gift," Greer said as he started down one of the aisles. A row of ornate hanging cages were just at his eye level, and each held a bird that hopped along its perch to follow him. "Good evening, kids." A string bean of a woman with thick-rimmed glasses stood at the very back, measuring out kibble into bowls on the counter. "Anything you need, you shout." Lorelei gave her a wave and followed Greer down the aisle. "Who do you have?" She knew she wasn't supposed to ask, but since Hannah had mysteriously found out she had Greer and convinced her to trade for Zaya, she figured the secret was mostly out of the game. "Wren." He pursed his lips and looked closely at one of the cages. The brilliantly yellow finch inside hopped from one perch to another and chirped, a blast of icy air shooting out from its beak. She looked over the terrariums on the other side of the aisle, appearing to be mostly empty, save for foliage and water-filled rocks. "And you want to get him a bird? Or a spider?" Greer bent down next to her and pointed out a massive fuzzy tarantula that was plastered in the corner of the cage. Lorelei recoiled. "Do you really think that's a good idea?" "He loves animals." Greer looked at her like she were stupid. "Way more than people, at least." "Sure, but—" She raised a brow at the fish in the next tank. It winked back at her. "It's sort of like giving someone a responsibility as a gift." "Wren loves responsibility, too." Greer wasn't wrong, and he knew it, sauntering off to the next aisle. "What are you going to do with it between now and Christmas? We still have almost 4 weeks, and you can't just wrap it up in the meantime." "I know that." He reached into an open container filled with fuzzy little creatures that could have been hamsters if they had 2 less sets of legs. The one he grabbed bit him, and he dropped it back into the tank where it scurried off under a straw dome. "Okay, buddy, you've made the short list." She followed him to the front window where a big open pen held 3 puppies with 9 heads between them. "By the way, what's the plan here?" In the premature darkness of the evening, the bodies on the sidewalk were illuminated by street lamps well enough. A family of 4 passed the window, 2 children holding their parents' hands, and an older couple ambled in the other direction carrying steaming drinks. But no one matched the tall and somewhat awkward presentation of Mr. Carr. Greer picked up one of the puppies. The right head immediately started licking him, and the left nibbled on his fingers, while the center one squealed with a non-stop whimper. "He's meeting someone at the old administration building, but that place hasn't been open in over 2 years. No one else will be around, so we should be able to spot him easy." "And he'll be able to spot us," she told him, scratching under the puppy's left chin. If Mr. Carr was a wizard cop, like she suspected, he should be good at that sort of thing. "What do you think?" Greer held the dog up next to his face and grinned. It let out a high-pitched bark from its right head, and the other 2 answered. "The resemblance is uncanny, but I think they'll give away our position." Greer set it back in with the others. The heads all tried to scramble in different directions, and it ended up running into the side of the pen. "That's a good point. What about something silent?" He turned to another terrarium filled with lizards. Lorelei still wasn't convinced, but she didn't get a chance to tell him before she noticed a man in a long brown coat with the lapels pulled up around his face, striding empty-handed and a bit too fast down the main drag before turning off into an alley. "Put that thought on hold. There's our guy." They slipped out of the shop, pulling their hats down tighter and crossing the road to the same alley. No one was about, and they edged their way to the other end just in time to see a figure disappear further down the next road. "Yarrow's only a couple streets down," said Greer, and they hurried after. Swiftly and silently, they followed, only passing one other person who didn't make eye contact. It was quieter in this part of town, the music and voices of Main Street falling away, and the lamps were further apart. Lorelei didn't know Moonlit Shores had a dodgier district, but it seemed they were coming into it, by the empty storefronts and poorly kept apartment buildings. A row of businesses ran the next block, but there were no lights on in any of the windows. It was only Mr. Carr now, and they kept their distance so that when he stopped at the end of the row, they were able to duck into an alcove and hide when he glanced back in their direction. Greer and Lorelei stared at one another silently, their eyes peeled wide as they waited, counting the seconds. Then Lorelei eased to the edge of the alcove and peeked up the street. The door to the shop at the end of the row was just closing, and his figure was gone. "He went in there," she said, stepping out onto the street. "Well, let's go." Lorelei grabbed Greer's arm as he strode past her. "We can't just waltz inside." They carefully made their way down the row. The shops were clearly repurposed, as if they had once been one larger building. They passed an insurance office advertising a special for hexed individuals, the second E on the sign missing, and an apothecary that didn't have a name or any posted hours. The third shop was also without signage, empty save for a desk in the center of the open space and a single book turning its own pages on the desk. The last storefront, the one Mr. Carr had gone in, had brown paper plastered all over the windows and door. The sign up top was old and had been painted over hastily, the words "Administration" and "Records" more or less visible beneath. Paper was peeling back from the corner of one of the windows, too high to see directly inside, but a dull light flickered beyond it to suggest movement. Before she could stop him, Greer tried the door, but to her relief and his chagrin, it didn't budge. "Locked," he told her nonchalantly. "What were you going to do? Just walk in and say hello?" "Well, He screwed up his face. "What's your idea?" She crossed her arms, more to keep out the cold than anything, then peered around the edge of the building. The side was brick, with windows running along the very top of the wall, too high for either of them to peek in and all shut up tightly from the cold. However, there was a balcony off the second story and a ladder extended halfway to the ground from it. "Maybe if we get up there, we can see in those high windows." Greer eyed the ladder, and he started toward it, rubbing his hands together. "Quiet," she reminded him, their footsteps already too loud for the otherwise abandoned street. There wasn't even the hum of crickets or call of frogs in the cold of winter to hide the sounds of their mischief. Yeah. Greer grabbed onto the ladder and gave it a yank. She held her breath, but a clang never came, and it didn't budge. Testing once more, it was solid. Greer hopped and started to pull himself up, scaling it straight to the second-floor landing as if it had been nothing. Lorelei looked up at him, supposing she shouldn't be surprised. Well, if he could do it. She rubbed her hands together and grabbed onto the lowest rung, level with her face. It was smooth, the cold of the metal biting through her gloves, but she held on tightly and began upward. Her arms extended over her head as far as they could go, and she jumped, extending another hand and just grabbing onto the next rung, making it perhaps a few inches off the ground, then found herself hanging there. Her shoulders instantly ached, but they wouldn't do anything else. "What are you doing?" Greer asked. "Come on." She tried scrambling her feet in the air, but they got nowhere, and her stomach, now exposed, was getting quite cold. "This is a lot harder than it looked." Greer snorted and leaned down, reaching out for her. Stretching up with all the effort she had left, she clasped onto his wrist, and as if she weighed nothing, he pulled her up one-handed until her feet found the lowest rung. Suddenly her head was above the landing, and she grabbed onto the railing. She looked at him with wide eyes, and Greer grinned back, his teeth perhaps a little sharper than she'd ever remembered. "You need to do some pull-ups," he told her, hopping nimbly to his feet. Lorelei finished crawling up beside the boy, or man, she guessed. She hadn't noticed, not under all the winter coats and how much like a child he still acted, but Greer had definitely filled out from the scrawny kid he'd been when she met him only a few months prior. It was fast, but maybe not that fast for a lichen. She shook her head and knelt down so she could peer over the edge at the skinny window along the top of the first floor. There was movement inside. She could see the long shadows of two figures in the dim light, but couldn't hear anything. Looking back, she caught Greer reaching for the door. "Stop," she hissed. He barely acknowledged her as he turned the handle, but it miraculously opened without the squeak of rusty hinges. He shrugged and went in. Lorelei scrambled to her feet and followed, pulling the door to. There were bigger windows on this floor, and they were not covered, so a street lamp illuminated the space. It was filled mostly with boxes and a few desks that had gone unused, chairs flipped up on top and old telephones sitting unplugged. Greer was flicking through a soft-cover ledger on one of the desks. "Nothing interesting." "Quiet," she mouthed back, pressing a finger to her lips. She listened hard, but couldn't hear anything. Greer yanked his head to the other side of the room and started over. She followed him to the stairwell where a dim light was shining upward from the room below. They knelt beside it, peering over, but could only see the stairs and a set of shadows. The voices, however, were enough. "I can do that." Mr. Carr's voice came up at them. "Good," said another, muffled and flat, but feminine. "Do they suspect anything?" "Not yet." Mr. Carr blew out a breath. "But I'm afraid—" "Don't be. Take this." There was shuffling and an exchange of words neither could quite make out. "Very strange," Mr. Carr was saying. "Will it run out like the other one?" The other voice snorted. "That's for you to tell me, and for me to pass on to your boss." Lorelei glanced over at Greer, and he shrugged back. "When do I get to meet him?" The feminine voice sighed, annoyed. "Soon, maybe." Mr. Carr grunted. "Fine. Is this going to be as painful?" Lorelei scrunched up her nose. What in the world were they discussing? She pulled herself a bit closer to the edge of the stairwell, pushing against the ground with her toes, but then her foot slipped. She kicked backward and connected with a box, knocking it to the ground. The voices downstairs fell violently silent. Gritting his teeth, Greer got to his feet, and she followed, footsteps already on the stairs. The door to the balcony was on the far side of the room, but in the dark back corner was a stack of boxes with just enough space behind to squeeze in and hide up against the wall. They slipped in and crouched down. Holding their breaths, they stared at one another, listening as the footsteps clattered to a stop. There was heavy breathing, and Lorelei covered her own mouth, listening. She leaned close to the floor and peeked out around the edge of the boxes. A figure in a hooded, floor-length cloak stood at the top of the stairs, looking out into the darkened office. She held a slender hand out in front of her, palming an object that gave off a faint red light, pointed nails silhouetted against the orb. She cast the light source over the room, then froze when the door to the fire escape, still open, swayed in a slight breeze. "Reveal," said the feminine voice, and the orb pulsed a wave of light out into the room, coming at Lorelei too fast for her to duck away, but then it passed over her, as it did the whole place, and petered out. "What was that?" Mr. Carr asked from the head of the stairs, and Lorelei nearly cried out from fear with him so close to where they hid. The figure turned back to him, the hood completely obscuring her face. "Should have lit up any charmed folk if they were here." She crossed the room and yanked the door to the balcony shut. Lorelei had never been so grateful neither she nor Greer were charmed. "Faulty lock. Big surprise. This place is so—" She simply grunted and crossed the room again, cloak snapping behind her. "Give me your notes and get back to work. We've already been here too long." Chapter 16. Control. Lorelei was searching for a distraction from all the loose ends flapping about in her mind. She and Greer hadn't figured out exactly what Mr. Carr was up to, but they decided no good was at the top of the list. It would take more sleuthing, and Lorelei made Greer promise he would take things slow if that was the only way to be covert. She tried to fill the time quizzing Zaya, but the succubus was quick to get bored or frustrated. Conrad was being aloof again, save for passing greetings in the hall. So much for looking for the deed or finding the right time to talk to him, she supposed. But as long as Byron didn't show up out of nowhere, and Arista still considered her ward successful, she realized things could be much worse. She wandered into the kitchen during lunch, just as Hannah spilled a whole pot of minestrone right on Ondo that was meant for the buffet line. Her uncle stifled his anger when Lorelai offered to clean up and supervise the kitchen while he went to change. Hannah heaved a sigh when her uncle left, trying to balance all three of the special orders that needed to go out on one arm. "Let me help." Lorelai lifted one off of her, following Hannah into the dining room. But the double doors suddenly swung back at her. She saved the tray, holding it over her head as Hannah scurried back into the kitchen, eyes wide. "What's wrong?" Hannah looked as if she'd seen a ghost, but ghosts didn't exist, so whatever was out there had to be much worse. The girl put her trays on the counter, panting hard, and slapped her chest. It's not possible." Lorelai eased herself to the door and cracked it open. Out in the dining room, the many tables were scattered about with little strategy. Most were covered in patterned cloths in deep jewel tones, and the wall sconces were always set to a low orange glow, but the windows running across the front and side of the building had their curtains pulled back with bright sunlight filtering in. There were very few empty tables, and Lorelai recognized just about every guest. The Dryad couple had made up, sharing each other's sandwiches over by the big bay window. The three Sater sisters she'd checked in that evening were laughing brightly over more than 3 empty glasses, and Mr. Carr was dining alone and skimming the newspaper, tapping away on his tablet. "There!" Hannah's small, high voice came up from beneath her as she poked her head out under Lorelai's. "That's Collier Coyote." Where Hannah had pointed sat a boy, or maybe a man. It was sort of hard to tell with his baby face. He had frosted blonde hair, swept forward and tousled to look careless and unkempt, and his sleeves were rolled up to reveal forearms that looked like the gallery wall of a tattoo shop. So, a man then, Lorelai decided, glancing down at the top of Hannah's head. Maybe a little worse than a ghost. "Is that a friend of yours?" Hannah jumped back into the kitchen. "Gods, no! Well, look!" She dug her phone out of her apron and with a few taps pulled up an image of the same man on her screen. He was shirtless, but covered in enough of those tattoos that he may as well have been dressed, holding a microphone over his head. "Oh, he's like a singer?" Lorelai was still balancing the tray, trading it from one hand to the other. Hannah sighed, hugging her phone to her chest. "And a model, and an actor, and a philanthropist? He used to be in Cardinal Direction, but they broke up a year ago, which was like the worst day of my life, besides when my parents died. But he went solo, and thank the gods, because he's the cutest one." Hannah swooned up against the wall with a dreamy look. She had been growing her bangs out so that they blended in with her pin-straight locks and had started wearing the tiniest bit of makeup on her eyelids and lips. But her favorite things persisted in the form of pop culture and young adult novels, and with the opportunity to combine the two sitting about 20 feet away, Hannah's round face suddenly looked significantly younger. "I can't believe he's here!" She checked the kitchen, but her uncle hadn't returned from changing out of his soup-covered clothes. "Sometimes he does surprise shows, but he doesn't have anything scheduled near here at all." She scrolled through her phone again, and Lorelai could see she had some kind of app that looked to be all about the musician, including show dates, photos, a message board, more photos, songs, and a lot more photos. Lorelai peeked out into the dining room again and noted the table at which Collier sat. "Well, this is for him. Why don't you take it over and introduce yourself?" She offered Hannah the tray. The girl's eyes went wide, and she pushed it back. "Are you kidding? What in the deepest abyss would I even say?" Lorelai tried not to laugh. "How about hi?" "I couldn't." She bit her lip and glanced back down at her phone. "You definitely can. Here." Lorelai plucked her phone away and shoved the tray into her hands. She grabbed her shoulders and pushed her out the door. Hannah stood perfectly straight when she entered the dining room, though no one looked at her. She lifted a leg to go forward, but spun back around. Lorelai grabbed her and spun her again toward the table, guiding her halfway there. Hannah finished the short trip on her own, face white and petrified, stuttering out a hello to the tattooed ex-boy band member. Lorelai watched from the middle of the dining room, then glanced down at the table beside her. Jordan Carr was looking back up expectantly. "Having a nice visit, Mr. Carr?" He slowly and awkwardly told her yes as she craned her neck toward the Coyote Kid's table, watching as Hannah offered him the tray. "That's great. Any fun plans or anything?" She didn't pay much attention to his answer, trying instead to overhear Hannah, but only caught some giggling as the pop star flashed a photograph-worthy smile up at her. "That's right. You be nice," she thought, prepared to intercede if Hannah's feelings were on the verge of getting hurt. "Can I help you with something?" "Me?" She blinked at Mr. Carr, then glanced at the copy of the Moonlit Shores Seer he'd been reading, opened to a photo of the park in the town's center. Unfortunately, his tablet had again gone dark. "I was just going to ask if you'd been to town yet." "No," he was very careful to say, eyeing her. Her stomach nodded at his lie. I was just going to suggest a trip to City Hall. It's a very pretty building. Weird, too, and the park out front is, well, it's okay this time of year." "Right." Jordan Carr shut the paper just as she caught a headline that mentioned humans in all capitals. "Well," Lorelei smiled, clearing away his empty glass, "you should. You might even meet the mayor. Real nice warlock. Super charming. Have a great meal." And with that, she swept back into the kitchen. Only the door collided with something hard on the other side. Greer was standing in the way, rubbing his nose. "You know, you're not supposed to stand behind these," she said guiltily as he bit off a chunk of some sort of meat in his fist. He was sweaty and had clearly just come in from working with Wren outside, not bothering with a plate. "Well, it's the door with a window," he told her. "What were you—" Lorelei peeked out to see Hannah had taken a seat next to Collier. She was giggling a little harder now. "Oh, yeah, that's Collier Coyote," she said, as if she knew. "Apparently Hannah has a little crush on him." She looked at the lichen as he took another rather aggressive bite. "I know who he is. His favorite color is forget-me-not blue, and he's a Gemini." He rolled his eyes, rattling off facts Hannah had undoubtedly told him. "What's he doing here?" Lorelei chuckled. "Working, I guess. I mean, I'd say so." Collier was taking a picture with her on his phone, and then Hannah started to pat her apron pockets. "Oh, right." Lorelei pulled out Hannah's phone from her own pocket. A little envelope popped up on the application about the singer. Greer reached over and tapped the icon, and Lorelei gasped, "What do you think you're doing?" "This is just her fandom stuff," he said. "She shows it to me all the time. She's got a friend overseas who messages her a lot, someone to talk to other than me about this junk." Lorelei sheepishly looked back at the screen. There was a long history of messages between the two. She saw the words lonely and wish and quickly turned off the screen. "Well, it's still none of our business." Hannah burst back into the kitchen then, startling them both. "I did it!" she squealed. "And he's gonna—" The phone in Lorelei's hand buzzed. "There it is!" Hannah grabbed it back from her and squealed again. "Look!" She showed them both the photo, sent from Collier to her. "You were right, Lore. That was so easy, and he was so nice." Lorelei's eyes widened and she smiled, but her stomach nodded again. She did not expect them to trade numbers. She tried to remember how old the singer was from the brief look at the app she'd seen, but could only recall the suggestive titles of some of his songs. The phone buzzed again, and Hannah giggled down at it before slipping it into her pocket and grabbing the other two trays. With a happy spin, and without dropping a single thing, Hannah swept back into the dining room to deliver the rest of the food. Greer crossed his arms and glared at Lorelei. "What?" She hurried away from him to where the pots were on the stove, checking that nothing bubbled over. "You told her to talk to him?" "Yes," she said with force, mostly trying to convince herself. "Why shouldn't she?" "I didn't say she shouldn't." He pulled open the pantry, making the door wobble on its hinges. He rifled around without much of a purpose, despite the prepared food already sitting out. Lorelei wiped up a bit of minestrone she'd missed earlier, watching him pout as he shut the pantry, coming up empty. "I just think it's a bad idea, is all," he said. "You should really be more supportive of your best friend." Greer groaned. "And maybe," Lorelei lilted, casually looking into another pot and adjusting the temperature, "Hannah won't bother you so much if she's got somebody else to talk to about music and astrology and romance novels." Greer's brows shifted from angry to concerned. "I didn't say she was bothering me." The door to the dining room swung open, and Ando charged back into the kitchen, fresh apron on and somehow a ladle in 2 of his 4 hands already. "Everybody out!" he called, waving the utensils in the air and reaching for a third, and the two scattered. Instead of coming to the desk, as was the norm every evening just before the end of Lorelei's shift, Philomena actually phoned down instead one night. In a rushed voice, the Cupid shouted to come, "With the quickness of Hermes!" and hung up without further clarification. Lorelei hesitated, remembering the last time she'd been in room 168 over a week prior. Carrying Seamus-turned Toad in a tight grip, she'd guiltily passed off a set of Mundo's cups to the Cupid, along with her suspicions. Thankfully, when Seamus reverted, he didn't remember a moment of the exchange or what Lorelei had said. He did, however, burst forth from the safety of a cardboard box and toppled right off the check-in counter, terrifying the burly Mr. Ambrose into shifting into his Turkish Angora form, which had excited, then disappointed Allie all in the course of about 5 minutes. Magic, on the other hand, remembered everything. It was funny when it sensed guilt and sometimes liked to needle. So, though Lorelei didn't know it explicitly, the weird sloshing in her guts as she finally climbed the stairs up to the guest rooms was both mundane and bewitched. Working together on her, by the time she got to the door, she thought she might be too sick to knock, but did so anyway. The manor always knew exactly what its guests needed, and apparently it had spared no expense for Philomena. There was a bed, sure, but it was tucked away in a corner by the bathroom door, the rest of the space filled with desks and countertops that were littered in beakers and scales and ingredients like a proper lab. The whole space was doused in an ultraviolet light, and the air was heavy with the smell of roses. Something bubbled on a burner dangerously close to a stack of notes, the flame beneath flickering blue. Beside that was a table covered in weapons, a set of pea shooters, a slingshot, and the arrows propped in the corner confirmed she had a crossbow, too. A whiteboard hung on the far wall, covered in purple and red marker with heart-shaped post-it notes stuck all over. Some of the words legible, but most were Greek to Lorelei. "I'm sorry to tell you," said Lorelei, swallowing down the sick feeling as her eyes passed over everything a second and third time, trying to take it all in. "But Zaya's schedule hasn't opened up yet." "Oh, that's not what I called you up here for." Philomena took her by the hand and pulled her to a table, raised up to counter height against the side wall. "This is why." The Cupid threw her hands out with a flourish, wiggling her fingers over a line of 3 petri dishes. Each had a pool of milky liquid in them, but the second and third ones shimmered. Lorelei's eyes fell over the rest of the table. 3 Mundo's cups there, lined up over the dishes, and Philomena had written on them with pink marker, Control, Test 1, Test 2. All of the O's were hearts. "Can you believe it?" Philomena whispered. Lorelei knew what she was looking at was an experiment, specifically one she had requested. After seeing how one of Zaya's clients reacted to the smell of the coffees Bridget brought in and how weird she and Conrad were acting in his room, Lorelei brought the nicked cups to Philomena and asked if she would be able to discern what they contained besides coffee. "If anything," she added when asking, both for good measure and her own conscience. It had been a little longer than a week since, the allotted time Philomena guessed she would need to really find out what was inside. Still, she had no idea what the experiment actually meant. "I feel like this is important, but I could use a hint." Philomena clicked her tongue and bounced in place. "Your suspicions were right. Those drinks were spiked, and not even with the legal stuff." She made a face like a madwoman, verging on comical, but Lorelei's insides still churned, unable to laugh. "Legal stuff?" "The Charmed are allowed to use lots of different components, and us Cupids work with even more dangerous stuff when it comes to emotions, specifically love, which is, by the way, the strongest and most powerful emotion in the whole wide world." She fluttered her lashes and looked up to the ceiling like she could see some bright and beautiful expanse beyond it. Cupids could, of course, see something others couldn't, so it was no surprise that when Lorelei glanced upward too, all she saw was an overhead light and a cobweb in the corner. "Sure, okay, and—" "Since love's so strong, the things that can manipulate it are highly guarded. Cupids are responsible with this stuff. It's in our blood. She swung an arm out, nearly knocking over a tall beaker filled with something oozy and green. But there was a component in these 2 cups that even we aren't supposed to deal in. In fact, I'm a little nervous keeping the evidence around at all. But it's not like a magistratus is going to come walking in that door, huh? She laughed, and Lorelei forced out a chuckle, Mr. Carr briefly wandering through her mind. So what's in them? Well, Philomena pointed down at the first cup. Here's my control. I went to that Moondo's in Moonlit Shores and got a vanilla latte just to see what they normally put in these things. As I suspected, only some addictive ingredients, energy boosters, and flavor enhancers. There was actually a little coffee in there, too, but by Aphrodite's dove, it tasted real good. She was talking very quickly, and Lorelei noticed then that there were a lot of empty Moondo's cups stacked up in the trash can over by the bed. It was important to note that the fairies emptied the bins every morning. So, I tested what was left in the 2 cups you gave me. They were enchanted a little, so that made it kind of hard because I don't know much about cajolery spells. I'm a cupid, not a witch, but I make enough elixirs to identify ingredients, and whoa! There was a really fancy blend of Damiana, Murapuma, Mandrake, Henbane, and... She took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Rosa Desiderate. Lorelei nodded gravely back. I don't know what any of those things are. Damiana and Murapuma are no biggie. You can go pick them up in town right now. They just make you a little frisky, or a lot, in these doses. But who doesn't love that? She giggled. I would say that Mandrake is questionable, but it's not on the Magistratus's illicit substance list. Too high a dose and it's lethal, but the right amount can get someone infatuated in short bursts. Henbane's like that too, only it has the added effect of dulling charmed folks' natural abilities. Probably used so whoever drinks these things doesn't catch on to what's inside. That one is definitely restricted, if not totally illegal. Philomena caught her breath, then she kept going, eyes never blinking. But that last one, the Rosa Desiderate, that's bad. I mean, not only is it totally illegal even for cupids, but it's just, we don't even want to use it. That's the thing giving both of these samples that sheen. Lorelei looked over the petri dishes again, 2 and 3 looking like they'd been dipped in oil. You could call it liquid love, but not the warm chocolate chip cookie butterflies in your belly kind. It's the sad, desperate, needy kind. The fill a hole with someone bad for you just to feel something kind. Sure, it works, but it can turn you into an addict for the other person no matter how they treat you. It's bad news. Lorelei watched the liquid in the dishes swirl around like it was consuming itself. How long does it last? Well, the good news is, real love is more powerful than this stuff. Like I said, most powerful thing in the whole universe. So you need to be redosed with Rosa Desiderate. Otherwise, you'd probably be able to break out from under its spell after, I don't know, a couple days? Maybe a week? Unless you're already really sad and devoid of people who care about you. Philomena sniffed, her eyes going puffy. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. Lorelei rubbed her face, overwhelmed by the information. Geez, and here I thought love potions were just supposed to be funny things that made you extra flirty. That is what they're supposed to be. Philomena bounced to the other table and grabbed a handful of little round objects with points on one end. Like these. I haven't perfected them yet, but they make you all aroused and happy and go after the person you want to kiss. She giggled and rolled them around in her hand. That's what cupids do. We try to never make people do things they don't already want to. We don't want to make up feelings. We just bring real emotions to the surface. Unlike, well, that stuff. Lorelei pulled a chair out from the desk and sat, blinking down at the floor. But, said Philomena, slapping her hand down on the desk and making her jump, there's something extra weird about all this. See, I've seen my fair share of wacky stuff. Love potions gone wrong, even screwed up my own elixirs maybe once or twice. But this, I haven't actually seen it like this where both of the drinks are spiked. Lorelei looked again at the dishes and the cups behind them. Tess, too, had a smudge of pink lipstick on the rim. What does that mean? Sometimes cupids make elixirs to use on 2 different people. We shoot person A and person B, and then they fall for each other if it works out, yada, yada, yada. But when you want someone to follow their own heart or to fall for you, you only dose that person. You don't need to dose yourself, too. And like I said, there was an enchantment on the cups. So this isn't the work of some third party, like a rogue Cupid doing this to these two. I really think one of the two of them was doing this, using magic plus those ingredients to force some kind of connection. But they were dosing themselves, too. Isn't that just weird? No, it wasn't weird, Lorelai decided in an instant. It was foul and cruel, and it had to stop. She grabbed the middle dish, and the liquid inside sloshed. "Careful," said Philomena, shooting her hands out beneath it. "I broke everything down to figure out what it was. You've basically got a love bomb in there." "Yeah, but it's proof, right? This proves she's been enchanting him, manipulating him?" "Oh yeah, definitely." Philomena stood straight. "I should tell him." "I think it might be a crime not to." Frowning down at the oily liquid in the shallow dish, Lorelai huffed and turned for the door. The Cupid ran ahead of her, opening it, and then following as they took to the stairs. When they passed through the foyer, Zaya was on the phone at the front desk, aggravation in her voice. "Nothing's changed since the last time you asked LaRue, and no, we don't care about the publicity." She looked up. "Lore, is something wrong?" But Lorelai ignored her question and just kept going. If she took a moment to consider things, she might have not gone through with it, and that certainly wasn't what Magic wanted. She was knocking on Conrad's bedroom door before she had a moment to think about what she was going to say, and when he opened it, she could only shove the dish under his nose. His eyes went wide, then his brows cocked unevenly. "What's that?" His nose scrunched up, and then he looked at Lorelai, and past her to Philomena, up on her tippy toes behind her, waving. "You've been poisoned," said the Cupid with absolutely no aplomb. Conrad glanced down at the milky iridescent puddle in the petri dish again, then stepped back, opening the door wide. Inside, Bridget was perched on the edge of his bed, legs crossed, flicking through pages in a weathered notebook with a pen in her mouth. A hot anger flowed through Lorelai, unlike anything she was expecting. She didn't know Bridget was there, and at first it was terrifying, but the realization of what she'd done steeled her. "You!" she said, pushing past Conrad and handing off the dish to Philomena, who took it in a mad scramble. "You drugged him!" Chapter 17. Just a Potion. Lorelai's words came out more like a realization than an accusation. That was what it was, after all, wasn't it? Bridget had drugged Conrad, and she'd been doing it for a long time. The pen fell from Bridget's mouth, bouncing off the notebook and onto the floor. "What?" "You've been doing it this whole time, haven't you?" Lorelai clenched her fists and stood in the middle of Conrad's windowless bedroom, not backing down. "Every single time you break up, that's how you get back together. You trick him with coffee that's practically a roofie." "Excuse me?" Bridget stood, throwing the notebook on the bed. She was taller than Lorelai, especially with her boots on, and intimidation came much easier to her, even from halfway across the room. "Rosa desiderate," she said like she'd been familiar with the ingredient forever, "and mandrake and chicken ire or, She looked back to Philomena for help. The Cupid held the petri dish where Conrad could see again. "Henbane, Damiana, and Murapuma, and an enchantment of some sort. It's all in here. Verified it myself if you want to see the notes." "Wait, what?" Conrad's hand slipped off the doorknob and his arm fell lax at his side. "Yeah, what?" Zaya appeared in the doorway. She had apparently followed them on their mad dash through the manor, but Lorelai hadn't noticed, let alone stopped to explain. "In the drinks, the ones she brings every time they fight." Lorelai mocked Bridget, sticking her hip out, then shot a knowing look at Conrad. "The ones off Mundo's secret menu? I stole the cups myself from your dresser a week ago and had Philomena here, a Cupid, test for some kind of love potion. I can't say I'm super surprised to find out they were laced with some of the worst stuff." "Bridge?" Conrad's voice was quiet as he looked past Lorelai to the witch. Bridget opened her mouth, crossing her arms, her eyes searching the ceiling as she struggled for the words. "I don't know what in the nether she's talking about." They all stood there in silence for a long moment, the girls challenging one another, until Philomena squinted up at Conrad. "You can test it yourself if you like, but it's true." Zaya shifted in the doorway, whistling low. Bridget sucked her teeth and let out a squeaky growl, shaking her head. Ugh, fine. Whatever. Yeah, I did it. I used cajolery on him. I gave him a love potion. I did it all, but I didn't want to, okay? It's not like I enjoyed it, so don't get it twisted. Lorelei hadn't been expecting that. Philomena stood with the petri dish still in hand, looking from one of them to the other, and Zaya leaned back against the door, a disgusted snarl escaping from her lips. Wait, she what? Conrad's confusion was palpable, turning to Bridget as a cold realization crawled up his face. You did what to me? Rolling her eyes, Bridget shifted her weight from one foot to the other as if she were being grossly inconvenienced by this whole interrogation thing. It's just a potion. I didn't want to do it, believe me. That stuff is hard enough to make without accidentally killing someone, which, by the way, you're still alive, so you're welcome. But you just kept breaking up with me for the dumbest reasons, and it was easier than, talking to you or whatever. He looked around the room as if he would find the answer to a question he hadn't asked. For how long? Bridget shrugged. How long have we been dating? His mouth fell open. Oh, come on, Conrad, she huffed, as if we have anything in common. Imagine how bad things would have been if we weren't drinking that stuff. How bad? Bridget, we wouldn't have been dating at all. I know, she exploded with utter exasperation. He held a hand out, then it fell back to his side as if there were nothing to say, his face totally blanched. Then he snorted, expletives lighting up the room. Are you serious? This whole time? Every time I was pissed off at you, then decided to take you back, that was you plying me with components? Every time I thought, no, she didn't mean any of that. I was just delusional? Every time oh my gods, yes! She threw her hands up, rolling her head on her neck. Duh! I mean, why else would I put up with you? What in the abyss is that supposed to mean? Isn't it obvious? She squinted at him. That potion was the only thing that ever made you tolerable to be around. Otherwise, you're a total downer. I mean, really, you should be thanking me for the couple angst-free days I gave you every month. You certainly never complained about them. You were just happy for once in your miserable life. If Lorelei had sat and thought about how to present the findings to Conrad, if she'd waited a whole week running scenarios, even if she'd called up the clairvoyant Betsy Jo herself and asked, she didn't think she would have ever come up with what Bridget said. That didn't make the moment any more bearable. Conrad stared back at her, his mouth closed now, eyes dark. He was still standing by the door, his figure more hunched. Finally, his voice came out, strangled. You should leave. Yeah, I figured. She grabbed her bag and jacket from the desk chair and crossed the room, stopping in front of Lorelei as she went. Bridget's eyes could have slit her neck if they were any sharper. So much for not being a for-realsies threat. Philomena moved with a quickness, but Zaya stood in Bridget's way for an uncomfortable moment, before shifting only enough for the witch to squeeze out past her. Bridget's boots clacked on the stone floors until they fell away into silence. Philomena's little form was still gripping the petri dish, drumming fingers on it nervously, and Zaya's darkly angry figure hovered by the door. Conrad's eyes still trailed the ground, and he looked like he might be sick. Then Philomena turned to the succubus. Zaya, I was hoping I could. Zaya shot her a look that made her snap her mouth shut. I'll just, leave this here in case you want it. The Cupid sat the petri dish on the dresser and scurried out into the hall. Zaya placed a hand on Conrad's shoulder, but he didn't move under it. Please don't, he said mostly to the ground. She pulled back, whispered an apology, then left. Lorelei crossed and uncrossed her arms in the middle of his room. Any other time, he might come up with something biting to say to ease the tension, something funny, even about his parents being dead, something he knew both of them would appreciate, but this... Lorelei only wanted to be out of the moment, but more than that, she wanted to find some way to comfort him. She took a breath, and it was too shallow. She tried again, fidgeting, taking a step toward him. He didn't move. She held a hand out awkwardly to the side. Who would have guessed, huh? Conrad had his jaw clenched, raising his head the tiniest bit to acknowledge she said anything at all. At least now you know, she offered meekly, making her way over to him so that they were only a few paces apart. He raised his brows, still staring at the floor. Yeah. Now I know. A lot of things, actually. She drummed her fingers on her elbow and looked around at the room. There were papers scattered here and there, the notebook Bridget had thrown laying open on the bed. They were in the middle of some kind of work that clearly wasn't going to get done. Lorelei gnawed on her lip and tried to catch his eye. Finally, she took a hefty enough breath to fully fill her lungs. Conrad, The look he gave her made her words catch in her throat. What? It came out vile and angry. He was mad. At her. She couldn't look away from him, even though she desperately wanted to. There was so much anger there, not like anything she'd seen in him before. The way Conrad had looked at her, even when they first met and she was sure he hated her, it was nothing like this. That had all been a mask, a game even, a layer of emotion to hide whatever had been going on underneath. But this was real. I didn't mean for that to happen, she whispered, clutching herself a little tighter. Oh, really? You didn't mean to embarrass me in front of Zaya and some total stranger? No. She shook her head, brow furrowing. Definitely not that. You ran in here and basically told me I've been a complete idiot for years. This woman who said she loved me was lying to me and doesn't even care that she was doing it. In fact, she hated me all along. And you sprung that on me like it was some kind of surprise party. Lorelei's hand started to shake. Well, you should be mad at her about that. Don't you think I am? He shouted, turning away from her and raking his hands through his hair. For a brief moment, she thought she was off the hook. Then he shouted again, and she winced. But you wouldn't... I didn't think you would make me feel so... She looked up at the back of his head. Make him feel so what? What had she even done besides tell him the truth? And made it come out so unequivocally, too. If he was mad at Bridget, that was fine, but why the hell would he take it out on her? Conrad, she said, struggling to keep her voice from shaking too. I didn't lie to you. I just wanted to what? He turned back to her swiftly, darkness in his eyes. Make me realize what a moron I've been? Well, I get it now. I'm a miserable asshole. That's been made pretty damn clear. No, you're not. You don't tell me what I am, he said loud enough to convince her to stop. She looked away, trying to escape his glare. Throat hoarse, straining to keep the tears back, she whispered, I really didn't mean... Go. His voice was so even that it was worse than if he'd been screaming in a rage. She glanced out to the empty hall, then finally back to him. Calm, devoid of everything, even anger, his eyes stared through her. Just go. Oh boy, had Lorelei screwed up. Even magic seemed to know it. Nothing wanted to go right, but it didn't exactly go wrong either, just a tad sideways, adding irritation to everything. The keys waited an extra few minutes before appearing, sweeping the foyer had to be done twice before it was actually clean, and books kept finding their way all over the manor and never making it back to the sitting room until Lorelei carried them in one heavy stack, only to find there were hardly any spots left on the shelves. And Conrad was gone. He didn't say to where, but he had left, so she couldn't even apologize, though she was pretty sure he wouldn't be willing to hear it anyway. She wanted to talk to Zaya, but the woman was so busy she didn't even have time for study sessions. She wanted to tell her everything, really, and when Lorelei finally got sick of holding herself up in her room as soon as her shifts were over to cuddle Allie and feel bad for herself, she went to the succubus's door and knocked. Zaya, it's me. Just a minute. Zaya's voice came from the other side. I'm with a client. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Lorelei almost sprinted away, embarrassed she had gotten the schedule wrong, but Zaya's voice stopped her. No, it's okay. Come on in. Frozen in the hall, Lorelei was at an impasse. Was she kidding? Zaya was open about a lot of things, but this seemed too forward, even for her. And yet, she was curious, and she really needed to talk. Easing the door open, Lorelei entered with a hand over her eyes. Zaya's room always smelled of musk and flowers, and was the perfect temperature with low lighting, a setting that would put anyone at ease immediately, but this time Lorelei could only hold her breath as she sidled in. So, I just wanted to talk to you, but I know you're busy and... Ow! A little more gently, please. Lorelei couldn't help herself, peeking through her fingers. Before her lay Zaya's bed, the silky sheets made up and a few layers of pillows untouched, but Zaya nor any clients were laid across it. "We're almost done." Zaya's purr of a voice sounded from just near the door where she sat at her vanity, legs crossed with a book in her lap, notes scattered beside her and a highlighter between her teeth. At her side was a man Lorelei had seen earlier that day, kneeling down and leaning very close to Zaya's exposed upper arm, though the rest of her was completely clothed. Lorelei squinted, tilting her head. A dowel was protruding from Zaya's arm, its end bright with deep red feathers, and the man beside her was easing it out of her skin. When the arrow finally popped out, its sharp point glistened with scarlet. Blood. That was much smoother. Zaya closed up the book and put it on her vanity with the highlighter, pulling off her glasses as well. Remember that technique. He held the arrow up between them, and the blood seeped into the triangular tip until it disappeared, a puff of crimson smoke rising up from the end in the shape of a heart. Then he slid it into a quiver where it clattered against others. There, that's a full dozen. She wiped at a drop of blood rolling down her arm, and when she uncovered the spot the arrow had been, there was no sign of a cut or even bruising. She balled up the tissue and tossed it into a small trash can at her feet, and the man watched, his mouth hanging open. "Oh, did you want that?" Momentarily embarrassed, he shook his head, thanked her, and handed her a sachet that tinkled when it changed hands. She took it with a grin, then sent him on his way. "That was a client?" Lorelei pointed at the door after it closed. "Uh-huh." Zaya held the back of her hand over her mouth, yawning. In the flickering candlelight, she looked worse than Lorelei had ever seen her, like she had just run a marathon with the flu. Her hair was flat, bags under her eyes, and she might have been sporting a few pimples along her jawline. Lorelei was pretty sure succubi didn't get pimples. His first time. Bad aim, but he was sweet. She managed to push herself up onto her feet and stretched. "I'm sorry, Was that Cupid coating his arrows in your blood?" She nodded, crossing the room to her bed where she sat and kicked off her heels. "'Tis the season, you know." Lorelei scrunched up her nose. "Well, it will be in a couple months, but if they want succubus blood, they have to get it early. We can only spare so much, but it's lucrative, and Farah's apartment is expensive." Farah? Lorelei remembered the succubus, Zaya's youngest sister who had visited them not long ago. Zaya was curling up on her side, pulling an especially plushy pillow under her head. "Yeah, she doesn't know what she wants to do, where she wants to live, and Dad's trying to get her to go work for him in the Nether. I want her to have some more time to figure it all out, you know?" She turned her face into the pillow and yawned again. Cupids pay outrageous amounts to get a leg up on each other. "Oh, so your clients, you're selling your blood?" "It's a lot better than the old days when they hunted us." She laughed throatily. "Keeping their supply alive is easier." Lorelei rubbed her eyes. "Whoa, I thought you were... Well, I didn't know what you were doing with them, honestly." "Oh, Lore." Zaya sat up from the bed, hair sticking up on one side. "You needed something, right?" The woman looked exhausted, eyes falling closed even as she sat up. "It's nothing." "No, it's not. Come here, come here." She wound her hand so that Lorelei would go sit on the edge of the bed. Zaya leaned on her elbow and looked up at her. "I think I know what you're going to say, but tell me anyway." Lorelei twiddled her thumbs. "Things are sort of messy." "Yeah, I was there." "Ugh, I'm sorry we haven't talked. I'm a bad friend. I just keep having appointments here and at City Hall, and I need so many naps lately." "Let me make it up to you." She reached out, and even though she practically slapped her, Zaya's hand was warm and tingly, pressed up to her cheek. Lorelai sunk against it, her shoulders relaxing. Zaya had promised not to manipulate her emotions without consent, but this time Lorelai didn't pull away, desperate not to feel so bad anymore. For an intense moment, all the sadness in her welled up, and she thought she might cry. But then there was something else, a vortex of very strange, very strong feelings swirling around in her chest, each one beating against her heart in kind, and she felt them all distinctly as they passed by. Fear, anger, anxiety, triumph, and then love. A smile had spread over Zaya's face, but it fell off sharply. Wait, what was that? Lorelai leaned away from her hand, the vortex calming into little more than a strumming pool, but her heart sped up. She didn't really have an answer. Zaya pouted. What's really going on? Lorelai rubbed her own face. Well, a lot of stuff. And then it all came out at once. You know, when I went to City Hall a month or so ago for the business license, I got to talk to the mayor, and he was really weird about a lot of things, but he made me think that he might have sent, like, a wizard cop here looking for humans, so I've been totally freaked out about that. And then there's the whole thing with Conrad and that potion, and I'm pretty sure I did the right thing, but he got so mad at me. Then he just ran off, and I really, really miss him, like a weird amount, more than I probably should. And speaking of Conrad, I haven't told you this at all yet, so get ready, but... She glanced over at Zaya to see the woman's eyes had closed completely, her mouth hanging open, breathing heavy, perched up on her own elbow. Lorelai smiled wearily. But you need to sleep. What? Zaya sat up, snorting herself awake. You're tired. You need to sleep. No. She flopped out a hand, and it tumbled onto Lorelai's knee. I'm listening, I swear. And what about the mayor? You miss him? Lorelai stood, and even as the succubus protested, she really wasn't sleepy at all. She was crawling under the covers. You want me to wake you up at any specific time? Maybe 2 or 3 days. 3 days? Lorelai chuckled. Are you going to be okay? Can I get you anything? Zaya opened one eye and arched a brow at her, smiling wryly. Except that. Go talk to Wren. He makes good tea. He knows how I like it. She was mumbling, her eyes fully closed and mouth falling open. He always knows. Zaya began to snore. Chapter 18. A Relief and a Delight. A week of feeling sorry for oneself can often lead to a form of desperation. For Lorelai, that came in the form of wandering out to the barn on a stagnant, if freezing afternoon off, Allie loyally trailing behind. Lorelai had her sketchbook in a bag on her shoulder, but knew she wasn't going to be using it. Every attempt she made to draw lately had come out as some shadowy, monstrous figure or depressed little stickmen that reminded her a lot of the margins of her notebooks in middle school. She also carried a surprisingly heavy box that rattled, addressed to Wren, and had come in the mail that morning. It was a good excuse to go see him. Wren was coming down the stairs from his loft. Strapped to his chest was a bundle of blankets, the red-faced fox nestled within, asleep. He paused for a moment during his descent, looked at her, then alighted the hay-strewn floor with something like a sigh. Hey, Wren, she said, depositing the box with a metal clang on a workbench and kneeling down as one of the nubby-headed goats pranced up to her looking for a treat. It gently butted her hand as she tried to scratch behind its ears. Hello. The elf's voice was steady, but she thought there was a tinge of unease to it as he went to a tall cabinet and unlatched its door. Brought you your mail. Lorelai watched the goat bound away toward its brother once it realized she didn't have a carrot or tin can. What's up? Wren peeked out from behind the cabinet door. The loft, he said plainly, and returned to gathering supplies from inside. Lorelai kicked at the ground, shoving her hands in her pockets. How's your baby? Tired, he said, closing the cabinet with a bag full of things in his hand. And yours? The Alalynx pounced on something neither of them saw in the dirt, her tail lashing. Homicidal. The elf strapped his bag over his shoulder, shifting the bundled fox. Then he stared at her for a long, silent moment before relenting. Come with me. Lorelai perked up, following as he went out the back egress of the barn, Allie on her heels. They walked without speaking, through the orchard and past Arista and Seamus's cottage. She caught sight of Hannah sitting up by the manor on a bench beside Collier Coyote, the two talking and sharing things on one another's phones, sitting awfully close. She made a mental note to check in with her and see how things were going. Wren continued on up the unused path toward the most westerly forested area, a trail Lorelei had walked once before. She could see the old Rongbaldsen house in the distance, standing empty and unchanged from last she saw it, discomfort roiling in her stomach. She said nothing as they got closer, then felt the slightest bit of relief when Wren veered off and headed instead to the large and looming oak in its backyard. Under the sunlight of the wintry afternoon, the tree looked quite different, significantly less ominous, if just as huge. The house did as well, but Lorelei kept her back to it, reminding herself of the wards Arista kept up. Byron wouldn't be there again, not this time. Wren stepped right up to the base of the tree, placed his bag on the ground, and started emptying it of its contents: a thermos, a bowl of dried fruit and nuts, a hunk of bread, and 2 cups. Then Wren placed a hand on the tree's trunk over a spot different than the rest. The bark there was torn away in a long swath, crawling over a knot, and there were marks where thin tendrils had dug into the wood. The elf closed his eyes, standing very straight, and after a few moments of silence, a green glow emanated from under his hand. Against the gray cold of the afternoon and the leaflessness of the tree, it was brilliant and beautiful, and Lorelei watched as the color swirled itself into where the marks were, the ones she knew shouldn't be there. They pulsed and glowed, and then they crawled back to Wren's hand and went out, leaving the tree seemingly identical to how it had been before. Wren bent to collect the thermos and a cup, poured a drink, and offered it to her. Lorelei was happy for the tea's warmth in her hands. It smelled like plum and cinnamon, earthy and sweet. He poured the other cup for himself and sat cross-legged on the ground just before the tree, the baby fox still strapped to his chest. "What did you just do?" she asked carefully, sitting across from him and looking back up at the spot on the trunk over his head. "I am healing it." He offered the bowl of fruit and nuts to her. Lorelei took a handful. "What happened?" She felt like she knew the answer, but didn't want to give too much away. Wren tipped his head to the side, chewed and swallowed slowly, then told her. "Hypoxylin canker, a parasite." Lorelei squinted at the mark. Elves were not known for lying. Not well, at least. And when she thought back to the time with Conrad and Byron fighting beneath the same oak's branches, she could not actually remember the tree itself being struck. She supposed it really was the work of something natural, and not a wild spell one of them had shot off damaging the tree. "I was able to cut it out with a pesticide I purchased at the Harvest Festival," said Wren. "It was an exceptional elixir, strong, fast-acting, and complete, but as you can see, it was also a bit overzealous." The Alalynx crawled to the bowl between them, sniffed, then saw the fox strapped to Wren's chest. She hovered a little closer to the ground, and Lorelei ran a hand down her back to make her relax as she glanced up at the tender bark. "It will take some time to heal." Wren went on after taking a slow sip of his tea. "Though if I had been a bit more delicate with the extraction, this would not have been so painful." Lorelei scratched her nose and chewed on the hunk of bread Wren had shared. "But you did what's best for it," she said, swallowing. "It would have died otherwise." "Certainly, eventually, as all things do." Wren uncovered the fox's face as it started to wiggle around in its swaddle, and Allie crawled up on his knee to watch. "But the parasite is gone, and there is only me left to blame. So, in a way, it is my fault. At least, that is how the tree sees it in her infinite wisdom." Lorelei gnawed on a dried cranberry. "Did the tree, did she tell you that? That she's mad at you?" "She does not need to." He unwrapped the fox and placed him on the ground, and the Alalynx chirped and fluttered her wings. She was bigger than the pup, and sturdier on her feet, but she reached out a paw with hesitation and booped it on the nose. The fox squeaked and jumped at her, and the two tumbled to the ground. "So you come out here and try to fix her?" The elf took another long, slow sip, then placed the cup down. "This tree is clearly very sturdy and strong, and it appears to need nothing from anyone, least of all to be fixed by me, but I must try. I am the one who planted her almost 9 years ago, after all. Wait, what? Lorelei looked up into the massive branches overhead. 9 years? That's it? It is a very special tree. He shrugged. Sometimes she loses branches or has an infestation, but largely she does not need me. This is not what I was expecting when I planted her, not what I was told, but it does turn out that I can affect her greatly with my actions, no matter how she pretends to not need or want my presence. And I would be remiss to not tell you she affects me in ways I was unprepared for as well. He sighed a bit and looked up at the mark on the trunk again. Lorelei twisted her lips. This metaphor is getting a little heavy-handed, Wren. I do not know of what you are speaking. Lorelei dipped her head down and eyed the elf. Okay, fine. So will the mark ever go away? Not entirely, no. Lorelei didn't like that answer, falling into silence. She watched the fox and Alalinx play, hiding behind roots and pouncing on one another. The human and the elf sat under the oak, but the quiet was not uncomfortable, sharing the rest of the food until their tea ran out and their hands grew cold again. Lorelei stacked her empty cup into the bowl and stood, touching the tree where the mark was. So the mark's forever, but do you think she'll ever actually forgive you? Wren stood as well, packing his things into his bag. I certainly hope so, though trees can hold quite the grudge. He scooped up the fox pup and nestled him back into the blankets strapped across his chest. Lorelei whined in the back of her throat, the Alalinx pawing to be picked up as well. As she cradled Allie, she snorted at Wren. You know, Zaya is right about you. His silver brow lifted, intrigued. Oh? You're frustratingly perceptive. It's like you can just feel out the right thing to say. Perception is only half feeling for the right words. The other half is being told them directly and simply listening. I have been at the manor for, as you and the others would say, a long time. Long enough to familiarize myself with each of you. Also, I recently had a very similar conversation. He blinked slowly, as if remembering, and began leading the way back to the barn. It was equally excruciating. She laughed. Oh, with the tree? Wren paused in the middle of the orchard, looking back, then down to Lorelei. I am unsure if we are still using the metaphor. You said there wasn't one. When he gave her only another long, stoic look, she sighed heavily. Wren, listen, I just gotta say it. I did something pretty stupid, but I had to, and now I'm the bad guy in this really awful situation. I didn't realize what Bridget was going to say or how Conrad was going to react, and if I could go back, I'd definitely sit with those dumb coffee cups for a little longer before barging in like that, but, well, okay, let me start at the beginning. Back when I first met, please do not. Wren held up a hand, lips drawn tight and eyes closed. I am agonizingly aware already. The elf reached into the bag over his shoulder and took out a small slip of paper. He looked on her earnestly then, in a way he hadn't before. But I do wish to be clear as well, so I will. Warlocks are unfortunately not trees and a bit more complex. Over the past 9 years, he has mostly changed, but there are times when he is no different than the first day we met. It is a failing we all have, to regress at the most inopportune times. He, like many of your kind, sometimes requires less of a constant presence and more of a grand gesture. I would like to propose a trade to assist in